cool Mist Grapple cantrip.
Oh, I see.
We're here. We're up.
Welcome to our Twisted Minds.
Hello.
The sleepy time session.
Welcome to our Sleepy Time Dungeons and Dragons for
For sleepy winter nights.
sleepy winter cold nights.
Where
With the you got your sleepy caps on and your nightgowns and your
you take a deep breath in, then you go me because you're sleeping.
me.
Because you're sleeping. Because you're sleeping.
Because it's a sleeping time.
Are asleep. Because one hypothetically would listen to this on a cold, sleepy winter night when they were hypothetically sleeping.
So hypothetically,
So
it's a cold. For the sake of argument, it's a cold winter night.
And you're listening to us play Dungeons and Dragons. And hypothetically, you're wearing a hat that has a little pom-pom in the top and curly little weird slipper boys.
You have a candelabra that you carry around.
And everyone still smokes out of those cigarette holders that are real long for some reason.
Yeah, for some reason, people smoke. Don't smoke, kids.
Yeah. If you're here and you're thinking about smoking, it looks
Stop it.
cool and your friends will like you more.
No, they won't.
But
Actually, no, they won't. Like, they won't. Nobody likes it.
everyone will look at you and be like, "Wow, you skate, don't you?" And you'll
And
be
then
like,
they'll be like,
"Yeah."
you smell like ass.
Yeah, but you'll still look cool.
Yeah, okay, no. If you smoke, this is what happens. Everyone who's a non-smoker will be like, oh, okay, well, I'm just gonna go stand here at the other end of the fucking yard until you're finished and then be kind of grossed out by the smell that's stuck on your jacket for the rest of the night. And smokers will be like, God, we gotta fucking quit. And if you don't smoke, it's the same.
Well,
People who don't smoke
smokers will be like, "Bro, do you have a lighter?"
Yeah, smokers will be like, do you go your light? And if you don't smoke, it's like people who don't smoke are like, okay, whatever, and it's a non-issue. But smokers will be like, never start.
Yeah.
Every time I've been hanging out with smokers outside, they've all been like, "You want to smoke?" And I'm like, "Oh no, thank you, I don't smoke." And then they're like, "Thank
Good
God
for you.
for that."
Yeah.
Never ever smoke. Never start smoking.
If you ever smoke a cigarette, it'll divorce your wife.
It will divorce her for you. That's kind of true sometimes. Anyway.
Actual good life advice is, though, if it's legal, carry a lighter because you can make friends that way.
Where is it not legal to carry a lighter?
I don't know. Some states have weird rules.
Okay.
In Kresik, it's not legal to carry a lighter. And with that, the perfect segue.
It's not allowed to have any kind of fun.
Yeah, apparently, Bella.
Oh.
Jesus. Okay.
You can carry a lighter, but you have to make sure to register it with the lighter bureau first.
Yeah, which is a whole months-long process. And by then, like, your fireplace is neglected, and then you have to re-register your fireplace. Anyway.
You can rent coals at very reasonable rates from government agencies while you're waiting.
I hate this. I can't wait to go into this fucking dystopia. Okay, so last week. It was last week.
It was last week.
Wow,
this week has lasted a year.
It really has.
This week has been the longest, darkest week I've had in years. Please continue.
Yes. Okay. So, we left the werewolf camp, so that we could go get somebody who could act as a representative on behalf of Vallaki to give them some money to end the feud, because it was weird for us to pay it ourselves when we're not really involved in the feud. So we picked.
That was 2 weeks ago, right?
Session before.
Oh, was it?
Last week you guys went to the church and then to the moon people.
I did scroll up too much.
That would explain why you thought it was further back, because objectively it was.
I was like, that was not last week. No, I just had my notes in the wrong place. So never mind. Anna and Skrios' life-changing field trip. By the way, do you care if I say Anna? Because I try to say Anna, but I forget all the time.
I don't care. I don't care. Either one works. I don't think Anna cares.
Great, because I hoped I wasn't offending you.
No.
Yeah, you'd be surprised how many people call her Tatiana.
Tatiana.
Please continue.
Okay. So Nikolai, first thing, we're at the inn. We're chilling. As we do pretty much since we got here. Like, we kind of moved into this inn. And Anna went to go ask the Mardikovs about where to find the Mad Dog's crypt. They didn't know too much, but while she was there, they offered if we feel like becoming were-ravens and getting like brushed up on the various laws and traditions involved with that and how to like control your were-raven cravings.
Your were-craven.
Your were-cravens. That they'd be willing to like bring us into the fold. Anna was like, cool, we'll think about that. Well, we were at the inn, a very well-dressed person, very handsome, I think. There's a lot of handsome people in this session.
Yeah.
Dressed all in white with a red tie, very fancy clothes, and like a clipboard or whatever, came in and was like, Bella, we fucking arrested Nikolai, and he asked you to go pick up some bail money from his house and come get him. And Bella was like, okay. So he was away for the session. Anna and Skrios go to the ruins of Beres. It was clean and well kept, but it was in the same state that it was ruined in. It was pretty much kept the way it was as a memorial. Certain things were on display, like there was a mural and there were notes from previous inhabitants or nuns or monks or whoever it was that lived there. We explored the church, but there was a location there that only kind of activated under the moon, so we had to come back in the evening later on to get the full story there. We went to the graveyard. We saw that in the center there was a moonstone mausoleum that when Anna touched it just kind of showed this text that explained that it was Tatiana's grave, and it fizzled like pop rocks when Skrios touched it because he's neutral aligned. And so we went in there. There was no body. We got a vision that Strahd like came in and was being very polite and jovial and back when the church was in operation, and it was like he was like, oh yeah, I'd like to see the body or whatever. And when he saw that there was no body in the crypt, he absolutely like flipped a switch and became inhuman and monstrous and started snapping people in half and screaming like, why are you hiding her from me? God won't let me die. Shit like that.
Specifically having like she belongs to me tantrums, and everybody was like, my dude, bro.
Yeah. They were trying to say that, and then they just got obliterated. So then he destroyed the church. There was an inscription in the mausoleum that said, Tatiana was taken into the moon's embrace and returned to us. It is strongly implied that that means into Anna, but not confirmed, I guess. That's a little bit interpretive on my part. There is a workshop in the ruins where it seemed that constructs that are similar to Anna were being made, but the cores are very different. The heads are the same, and none have actually worked so far. Upon some investigation from Skrios with a really good roll, it does seem that Tatiana's body did used to be in the crypt. So he also found footsteps that led up to the north, up the hill, where we met a woman named Jen, who is the descendant of Bryn, who was the woman that, or person, I guess, I don't know, the person that Anna rescued from the massacre when she woke up. And they have a small nocturnal community of moon worshippers who have been caring for the ruins ever since then. We learned that Anna is about 700 years old, and she gave us a little bit more detail about some of the stuff that we saw. She did confirm Tatiana's body used to be there and says it was the moon's miracle, but when Skrios asked whether or not that means that the moon directly used some kind of magic to just make her body disappear or transport her soul somewhere else or whatever, it was unclear because she just has faith in the process, or like whether or not the moon, the way other celestials do, like got a tangible person to carry the work out for them. So it's unclear if the body has just been taken somewhere else at that point and like still physically exists or decayed or something, versus if it literally was like an actual magical miracle, and Anna is like very directly Tatiana. She also, what else did she tell us? Oh, she told us a little bit about how they've been attempting to make another construct like Anna, but they're probably not the ones who made Anna. basically by just treating the constructs the way Anna was treated while she was at the church. So they pray about them and they kind of take them around and treat them like people and hope that the moon will bless them with sentience. But so far, no dice. On our way up the hill, this is like switching into the revenants. This did happen chronologically first when we were walking to the town because they're kind of in the same place next to little town next to Argynvost, which is a name I now remember because I wrote it down. Um, a name that I got wrong very, very many times and just kept calling it Slardabart fast.
With
So
just
anyway,
as
there was
many.
what?
Oh, with just as many irresponsible captains.
Yes. See, so we on our way up to the area, we encountered a couple of like ghostly revenants, like animated suits of armor with like green flame for a head, if I recall correctly. And they kind of warned us about going there, and they were like, remind them of their oath, and they were fighting each other. It was very ominous. So we got there, and there was a broken trap, and the castle was in ruins. And it's a keep of revenants who hold an oath to the dragon Argynvost, which is the silver dragon that Skrios had previously seen in a vision that Strahd had slaughtered. We were also warned not to tell the knights that we intend to break the curse. We learned there that they believe that Barovia is a hell for Strahd and that ending the curse will release him from that hell, which he doesn't deserve because they're animated by vengeance. Except for Vladimir, the head of these knights, who is a depressed, stinky little man who sits in his chair crying all day long, mourning his lost love, who actually sleeps in the next room, but they haven't been asked to talk about it because they live in a miscommunication plot. And not throwing shade on the DM. This is part of Curse of Strahd. Skrios got real fucking fed up with him real fucking fast because he's like he is a person of like infinite devotion, and he's like, you're literally animated by devotion and you're just fucking sitting in this chair. Like if you believe that this place is a hell for this one man, and that like, okay, we came there to tell him that we found out that the head of the dragon, the skull of the dragon, is located in Strahd's castle, probably. And we gave him that information, and he was like, okay, I don't care, which is like such a like.
He said, well, if it's there, then there's not much I can do about it, which is a little bit different.
Okay, I guess, but you're literally immortal. So if you think this is a hell for God, why are you not knocking down that castle door every single day? Like,
that's true.
So-
That's very
Bitch,
fair.
here's your wake up, me screaming outside your window and the key of fuck you. Like,
yeah, like treat this like a Hades run.
yeah.
One day you might get lucky.
Man, this would be so fun, actually. Can we play a party of revenants at some point trying to assault
Hades run
Castle
Strahd's castle?
Ravenloft and just getting fucking got by all the traps in there?
Yes.
That's pretty funny.
Please.
I wouldn't mind a character death if I know I just get resurrected in the morning. It's funny. Anyway, aside from that, depressed revenants should not exist because they are animated by their fury, and if you're out of it, you should just cease to exist. So they're probably also animated by the curse upon these lands. We did also. He said to us also, if you bring me the head of Rahadin, I will give you anything you want, which is great because I really felt like decapitating him as well. He mentioned that the Silver Dragon Knights here, Revenants, were combined with the Dusk Elves, like the strongest opposition to Strahd, and that's why they've been so thoroughly punished. And that Rahadin betrayed them, and that's kind of how they got all fucked up. So hurting Rahadin, high on the task list as well. We left that room. We talked to Sir Godfrey, which is his I guess ex-boyfriend in a weird way, because he's like the love that, I guess we don't actually know this. So I'm not gonna recap it, but tragic. Anyway, so he's got a little more skip in his step. He's a little bit less completely checked out of this plane of existence. So he said, yeah, evil Vasily is on his way to the town of Barovia. He was headed east on the road. So Anna sent a text message to Ismark the Lesser to say, hey man, heads up. Evil Vasily's coming. He looks like this. We'll be there as soon as we can, but just keep your eyes out. And then Ismark sent back a text that said, let me actually find it because it was very well written.
Hilarious. Oh my
It
god.
said, what the fuck? Wait, Anna? Okay, well, I'll try to keep this short like yours was. Will do, thank you. Have the guard keep. And then he ran out of text message space. So, yeah, we told him that Godfrey the Revenant was going to come help defend the town. Keep an eye out for Vasily. We'll be along when we can. And he basically said, okay, cool, but didn't realize he had a word limit. One of the funniest bits of role playing we've had in a while. And Mitch gets inspiration for that. And
Thank you. Yeah. Next
Mitch
time I
gets
have
point of
Strahd
inspiration.
roll, I'll have him roll an extra d4.
No.
No, I shouldn't have said that.
Everyone hated
No,
that.
Ismark gets it. Ismark gets it.
Yeah. Now he's just Ismark instead of Ismark the Lesser.
He's not the Lesser anymore. I mean, his dad's gone, I think, so
It's true.
that makes him just a guy. So
now
we
he's
agreed.
just Mark.
He's just.
Oh my god.
No, his dad was Mark.
Who's that guy? Who's that guy? Is Mark.
Is Mark.
Oh, hey, Mark.
What about that?
No,
what
it's
about that
is
guy?
Mark.
Was Mark. Yeah.
Will be Mark.
Once Mark. Anyway, that's pretty much. That's pretty much the sesh. We agreed. If we go to the castle, we'll return the silver dragon skull to them.
Oh.
We were floating some ideas around about resurrecting the dragon. We found a document that was like the book that explained their oaths, a portrait of the silver dragon in his human form, which is again very, very handsome. And we figured out that all of the cool, handsome statues of guys in this keep are just the dragon. All of this is just self-portraits of this fucking dragon and the various handsome men that he turns into.
And Julian has never empathized with the character more.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Power move. I would do it in a heartbeat, and like it doesn't surprise me maybe as much that the only two knights that we've spoken to are like gay men in love, because this might be just a kind of a thing about the keep. Like this.
Yeah, it's actually kind of. That's one of the oaths that it's like understood, you know. Like,
yeah,
you know, a guy will look at you in a bar and be like, "Are you a Knight of the Silver Dragon?"
Yeah, exactly.
Oh my God, I love that.
I hope this is actually now canon. I hope somebody asks Skrios this at some point. Or probably Bella, because who's flirting with Skrios, honestly?
Eyebrow wiggles.
Anyway,
transformation powers. We would 100% just have like a hall full of different, pictures we made for that.
Oh, it's like the Pinterest board, right? It's your Pinterest board of what you're going to transform into. Like walk down, like, what am I going to be today? Let's see.
What do I feel? Yeah, it's like your closet. It's like
the last time I went to Kresik, the mayor really seemed to like this body. So let's keep rolling with that one.
Yeah. Anyway, the book that explained their oaths also had a letter that was written by the Silver Dragon Argynvost when he kind of went for his final battle with Strahd, that he knew he was going to lose, and he said, like, I'm going to go down fighting, fuck that guy, basically. And Skrios took the painting that he mended of the very sexy silver fox dragon, and the book and the letter, so that it was conspicuously sticking out of the pages of the book, and tossed them into the rubble behind the chair that Vladimir was sitting in, just as like a passive aggressive, like, clean your fucking room, dude. Like, at the very least, you could like sweep. If you're not going to assault Strahd's castle on the daily until your purpose is fulfilled, then you could at least clean your room. Although I will also say, Sir Godfrey had a philosophically challenging discussion with Skrios, where he was like, okay, but what if your star abandoned you one day and you didn't have anything to follow? Skrios was like, I know the right answer from my druid circle is that I could like serve the purpose of balance in nature until one day I am called upon again, and if that doesn't happen, then that's okay, and my purpose on Earth still exists. But also, I don't like that answer, and I'm very uncomfortable that you asked.
Yeah. Making me think. bye. Go help with
No, I've had a singular purpose for most of my entire life, and I will fulfill it. And I haven't really thought about the part after that, so I figured I would just get more quests or something.
Counterpoint: you're built different.
Yeah, rip to Argynvost, but I'm built different. So that's pretty much it. Anna and I went back and saw the rest of the like moon thing, and I don't remember as much of that because I was
we
sleepy.
had we got to join in with a meditation circle after the Will o' the Wisp kind of gave us a tour of the building, and we got to kind of witness the just like the worship of the moon, very peaceful. And then we went back to Valaki, and the same
Yeah.
soul whose name I cannot remember because he finally talked to us. Let me scroll up.
I don't remember either.
Leo Emmanuel.
Oh yes.
Solicitor and
Resurrection.
Resurrection, Registrar, and Bursar at the Abbey. Possession of a vampire artifact, refusal to surrender dangerous artifacts to the authority, assault on authority, sea-level personnel was what we found Bella being charged with.
So Bella is in jail in Krejcik now as well. So we've got a lot of quests again, although multiple in same locations, so that's nice. We've got 2 urgent quests in Krejcik where we need to get Bella out of jail. That's our boy. And I guess Nikolai while we're there. That's fine.
You know. And like
Um,
Barovia has been kind of defended, as in the town, a little bit on the side. So I'm not as worried about us running there, but there is a general concern on my end, of course.
yeah. We got to visit the pool blessed by the white sun, which we have found should be in a church in Krejcik.
Yep.
We want to hit up the Amber Temple, and now we've got 2 different quests for Castle Ravenloft for the Dragon Skull and the Mad Dog's Crypt. We got to pop in at Barovia at some point to check on Ismark and make sure Vasili's not causing problems there. And there's a cool tower.
There's a cool tower?
There's a cool tower as well. So that's still at the bottom of the priority list, but it is there.
Yep.
You guys also, the only thing that was the characters discovered that was not in that recap that I think might be a little important is that Abby as Anna cast Detect Good and Evil and saw that Leo was a Celestial.
Celestial.
Yes.
That's cool that tells you that.
It is. It's quite useful.
Are Celestials all one alignment?
No.
They're just a variety? Like anyone?
I believe that's correct. I think that like there are monster types. They're typically angelic entities or heavenly beings, but I think like a Modon would also be a celestial technically. Right? Or Modron?
Modron, yeah. You know why I know about Modrons?
What's up?
My good real life friend, Noah Caldwell Gervais. I know him for real because I watch his YouTube videos. That makes us friends.
It's very funny. I don't actually know.
Might just be a construct.
Gotcha.
Maybe, yeah. I know that they're purely lawful. Like,
what are? Yeah, they're things from the. Oh God,
they are a construct. They are a construct. Yeah.
I don't want to look this up. No, my answer is no. My answer is no because specifically in Curse of Strahd, there's a Celestial who's bad.
Okay.
Acceptable.
You also have Asmodeus used to be a Celestial, I think, and still technically is one.
Okay.
I'm trying to think of any other like notable Celestials that I'm aware of that aren't good, but it's fine. Just like you can have neutral gods, you could have servants of neutral or evil gods that I think would still be considered Celestials.
Okay.
Can
we have the world map, please?
Probably evil gods would be fiendish. I don't know. We'll figure it out.
Some of the evil gods could have celestials that made the, Asmodeus argument of this is a necessary thing, so we are not inherently bad.
Yeah. I also think that being an Aasimar or whatever doesn't mean that you can't make choices.
It's true.
An ASMR.
An ASMR. Like there could be Celestials who just like said, fuck it, just because God made me doesn't mean that I'm gonna devote myself forever to this fucking unwinnable
I agree.
cause. I'm gonna go fuck 12 people at the same time on Earth.
Yeah,
How
I
does that
just
change
wanna.
whether you're good or bad?
I just wanna suck
With
blood
the
and fuck
Nephilim.
forever.
That doesn't change whether you're good or bad. However,
That's true.
abandoning your purpose to go have an orgy doesn't mean you're probably not lawful good anymore.
You're at least not lawful.
Neutral
Yeah.
good. You're giving out a whole lot of joy to as many people as you can at once.
I didn't know I was neutral good.
I hate.
Also, I see
of
the
you.
lovely little jail that I got.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Bella's in jail.
It's
Bella's
worse
got
than
a
the
little,
bee jail, but it's
but it gets we get it. That's my bestie and my boyfriend of one day. And he's in jail already, and it's kind of weird for me.
Yeah,
I can't
right.
believe that I had a same-sex relationship and I immediately went to jail.
You immediately went to jail.
This is what you get in
Yeah,
Barovia. You can't have
Holy
nice
city.
things.
So
But that's crazy because I was the one who confessed, so I should have been dragged to super hell.
No,
That's
it's
true.
only gay if you bought them.
Well, that hasn't happened yet, so neither of us should be in jail.
See, and that's an argument you can make. Let's go.
Okay, I'll talk to the solicitor. I'll talk to the barrister general.
So I'm assuming that we're going to we take the donkey. I mean, can the donkey pull the cart with one donkey? Because I know Bella took.
Pretty beefed up donkey.
Yeah, that's true. It
Oh
is
my
pretty-
god, yeah, is Bonbon in jail?
That's a great question. You'll have to ask when
Bonbon.
you get there.
Oh
What's
my.
up?
Okay, like that might change what's going on in this jail cell.
To describe the jail to you, Eric, have you ever been to a fairly nice, like medium to nice
Yeah.
spa?
If you've never been to the spa, you need to go to the
Physically,
spa.
no, but I can imagine it. Yes.
So, and again, do you want to roleplay this out, or do you want to just like
I
take
want
the
you to
summary from
roleplay it.
forward? Okay.
I can do some light role play into it.
All right. So basically, you walked up to the gates, right? You presented the little document, and you were like, "I'm here to what? Like what? What did you say to the guards?"
Hey, so I got something I gotta pay for someone who did it list like why he was in jail.
Yes.
I
Yeah,
gotta pay someone for not being dead anymore. That was apparently an offense. That's a thing that I gotta pay because they're not dead anymore. Is that right?
So I think that as you approach the gate, you see that it's like a nice stone gate and the like big white wooden double doors. On the outside of the gate is like a single guard, and then standing up on the wall itself are a couple of archers. And I think the guy down there is just like huffs a sigh and like nods and like holds his hand out as though to like take the paper from you.
I'll like hold out the paper. Do I still need this? Do you take this here? Is this like a ticket? Do I need to get into
just
get out?
looking it over to see what office you'll need, whether this is a tax thing and he needs to pay money, or this is an arrest thing and you'll have to go bail him out.
Cool. I'm pretty sure it says it, but I have absolutely no idea which it is. So when
Yeah.
you figure that out, you let me know as well.
I will let you know, and I'll direct you where you need to go. Thank you.
Because
Your
if it's
name?
a tax thing, that makes sense. But the other one, that's kind of fucked up.
What's your name?
Hi, I'm Bella. Bella Kataria.
Like, looks at the paper and makes sure that's who it was inviting in. It's like, yep. Hold your hand out for me.
Left or right? And I hold both out.
Either's fine. Pulls out a flask of holy water and drops a couple drops on your skin.
That's cold, but okay.
All right. Looks like you're fine.
Do you have something against like people who don't wash their hands or something?
Yes. Me personally,
Okay.
yes. But also, this is to test to make sure that you're not undead.
I do that every time
Okay.
men leave the washroom.
Yeah, you
That's fair.
hold out a little hand sanitizer bottle and squirt them.
Yeah, I gotta get them.
like nods once. All right, yep. Looks like your buddy Nikolai got arrested. You'll want to go into town. It's going to be the bigger, nicer white brick building, kind of right on the main road. Don't walk in the grass. Don't stop at any of the parks. And you'll be fine.
So it was the arresting bailing out because not dead anymore, right?
Correct. Looks like his somebody declared him dead for tax reasons, from what I understand. So he owes some taxes and arrears. His business partners that were here seized the rest of his holdings, and that's going to have to be divvied up. It's just kind of a, if you're dead for a certain amount of time, don't come back thing. It just makes it harder on us, so.
Last I checked, I think his technical status was sick by sword.
Well, I'm not 100% sure what exactly happened. You could check in the Hall of Records, though.
I'm gonna have to do that because it sounds like his business partners went against the wife's wishes because he's totally fine. You saw him; he's arrested, right? Everyone gets better from sword eventually. Sometimes.
Everyone gets better from a sword eventually. Sometimes.
That's the new screen background quote for that lovely image.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
You're good.
Yeah. So Eric, he opens up the gate and yeah, you see inside it's a nice looking like cobblestone road, basically. That's just like a little bit windy, but not terribly far ahead of you is going to be a nice looking, a little bit squat white brick building that is like clearly labeled, I think, once you get up closer to it, like, oh, jeez, sorry.
Okay.
Like clearly labeled in like block text, basically, like authority holding cell.
That sounds exactly where I need to go to deal with a bail issue and not a tax evasion issue.
That sounds correct to you.
All right, march right on up with a, not quite a skip, but definitely a bounce in my step.
Yeah. There are some fairly nice parks on either side of you, like well put together topiaries. You know what I mean? Like this place is wildly different than any other town you've been in so far in Barovia. Just like everything seems nice. I think you see people like come out and wave as you're like walking down the street. Just kind of like
I'm definitely waving back. That's great.
Yeah.
I'm so unused to. I'm not used to this in this area. This is great.
Medium medium creepy vibes, but it's fine. Friendly on the surface at least. How are you wearing your sword?
Oh, it's very prominently on the back because the sword was prideful and wanted to be shown off.
All right.
So I think keep that in my bracelet.
Like as soon as you walk into the guardhouse, basically, there's like a little stone on the wall. There are like, sorry. There is a number of like, I want to say like small crystals on the wall that are like floating over a map of the city. And one of them is like flashing red and pointing like pretty much to the jail cell, or to the holding cells rather. And I think like as soon as you walk in, one of the guards is like, what do you need?
I'm here to pay the bail for someone not being dead.
All right. Yeah, that'll be Nikolai. He's in, and he points over. Nikolai is currently like sitting on a fairly nice chair, like fruity alcoholic beverage in one hand, like leaned back. I think a book in the other hand. Like a hot towel around his neck.
I love jail.
Jail's great.
I thought you were in prison.
Well, he says, it's a little bit different in Krezek. I still have some friends here.
First off, you're in prison for not being dead or failing to succumb to your illness of sword, but
I think technically I'm in prison. I'm in jail. I want to say this is a little bit it's a little bit different. Nikolai all of a sudden getting pedantic about what counts as federal prison.
I'm paying your bail for not being dead by sword anymore, and you're in probably the most comfortable position I have seen anyone be in this entire land.
As you're like having this conversation out, I think that one of the guards notices the sword on your back and like looks at the guard captain and is like, "Hey, captain," and then they start to have a conversation really quickly. And then
I feel like while they have this conversation, I'm shit talking back and forth with Nick.
I think that one of them goes and pulls like a scroll off the wall, and they're like quickly cross-referencing it. And then the guard captain comes up and he says, "Would you draw that sword?"
Do you have a particular piece of paper you want me to draw it on?
I meant draw it from the sheaths. I think he's like, I meant draw it from the sheath, sir.
Are you accosting me?
Sir, I'm going to need you to take that sword out for me so we can inspect it.
I'm feeling threatened. I'm feeling threatened,
and
I'm in prison.
As you say, I'm feeling threatened. The two guards that were like not the captain close the door behind you and stand in front of it.
Oh, now I think I'm in prison as well. Can we? Let's
sir,
start this over.
all I need from you is to draw that sword, sir.
I can pull the sword out of the sheath, but can I get about 2 half steps away from you because this is getting really weird now.
Yep, you can take a couple of steps back, sir.
Okay, I'm gonna take my steps back, and I'm gonna pull out my family blade. Okay.
All right.
Here it comes.
Can I ask your last name, sir?
Kutari.
All right. You related to a first name Silas?
Yes.
I believe that you inherited that sword?
Yes.
Doing like check marks on a little sheet of paper. All right, pull the sword out.
It's out. It's in my hand.
All right, I'm looking at it. Are there any magical properties on this sword, sir?
Actively, no, but I can do cool stuff with it.
I'm gonna need you to demonstrate that cool stuff, sir.
Lord.
This is horrible.
Nick, are they gonna jump me?
Give me an insight check.
Hell no.
Hell no is a very funny response.
It's very funny.
We are talking about Bella never rolls insight for the life of him. There we go. My words came out.
Yeah, you got it. Do you activate the sword?
I do activate the sword and wrap it in its mists.
Listening to Mitch play a cop is so unsettling.
It is so unsettling. It is unsettlingly accurate.
It's very real, yeah.
Well, if this were accurate, then as soon as Bella drew the sword, the cop would have fucking just unloaded on him, right?
Yeah, I mean, we're not.
That is why Bella's so paranoid. I'm like, I'm in a police station and they want me to draw a weapon.
As soon as Bella was seen with the weapon within the city,
yeah,
would have been. But,
but that's not.
I think another check mark. Yeah, this is the difference. These are celestial cops, so the difference is they actually ask the questions first.
Ooh.
Yee.
Ooh.
They're still pigs. They just have the literacy of Wilbur.
Brutal.
Fucking get their asses.
Yeah.
Now we need an on a picture with that written on it.
if any cops are listening to this show, no, you're not. Turn it off.
Get fucked, then turn it off.
Oh man. I think makes like another check mark next to something on the list. Is like, all right, we're gonna need to confiscate that. That is what looks to be some sort of vampiric artifact. And vampiric items are contraband in the city proper.
Shouldn't I have been told that before I came in?
Sir, our laws are freely posted for anyone to read. If you needed legal counsel to navigate the streets, you should have hired it.
The legal counsel told me to came here.
Well,
They
did you
took my
fully
paper that said
disclose
so.
the entire stock of your magical repertoire before entering the city?
Joke's on you, I don't even know the full stock of my magical repertoire.
Sir, I'm gonna
I
need
can
you to
do
stop.
this,
I'm
and
gonna
I-
need you to stop. I'm gonna need you to stop distracting me. I'm gonna need you to surrender the sword.
I'm
You
gonna
said
very
you-
slowly put the sword a little bit forward and just put it right into the bracelet.
All right, we're gonna have to confiscate that bracelet. And
What
then I think he
bracelet?
like takes a step forward and like reaches to rip it off your arm.
There is a shield in the way.
All right, boys, I'm gonna need your help. And then the two guards from behind you just like come up, grab you, shove you to the floor. I don't want to like super get into cop stuff.
I do think like Bella's going to generate the shadow away and swap places when they go for that.
Okay. Yeah. I love the idea of Bella being an outlaw on the run in this city. That's very funny to me. So if we want to do that instead, because I don't think they know about the shadow.
Okay with me.
Yeah, that's fine.
And then
I actually want to like drop the money into Nick's lap.
That's funny.
That's very funny.
Here's your bill, money pie.
I love the idea that the note was sent to Anna and Skrios as a trap for them.
Oh.
Fucking entrapment cops.
It's so true, but it's a little too smart for cops, but I guess celestial cops.
Yeah, whenever we do something that seems like too intelligent for police, just remember they have the blessing of a fucked up celestial.
Yeah. That's very cool though, and very sexy of you, Bella.
Bella's resisting arrest. Somebody has to.
Somebody has to.
So Skrios, to alter that vision you got last time, I think.
Yeah.
There's Nikolai who does no longer have the big comfy chair, I think. Is
I took the chair.
Yeah. I think still like has some nice accoutrement and is still in the big, nice looking jail cell with like the full wall window basically facing west.
Yeah, overlooking the garden or whatever.
Yeah. Still like eating most of a roast duck, I think, or whatever.
I can't even fucking find a 1-bedroom apartment, and this bitch gets arrested and he's living in a better studio space than
Yeah, correct.
than I could ever afford. I'm so mad.
But yeah, I love the idea of Bella just tossing the coins and then shadow jumping outside of the jail cell, and the guards like running after you, and you're like, I'm faster than you, I move faster than you.
Yeah, I run away faster. I love that. So I sent my familiar to come check on you. So what I see is that, like, I didn't see this altercation. Like, I just see that Bella is not in the jail cell.
Correct.
And can I speak with Nikolai? I think it's probably out of range, but I think I can have him tell the bird something and have it bring the message back.
That's correct. I believe. I think familiars can understand language. It wouldn't make any sense if they couldn't, right?
Yeah, and they can follow a simple instruction.
They share any language that the creator of them speaks.
So. Oh, that's great, because I speak a lot of languages.
But you do communicate with them telepathically, if I remember.
Actually, real quick, I would like to retcon a little bit on how I do the getaway.
Yeah, go for it.
Oh my god, this is so long. I hate this spell every time.
Yeah, I know. Okay. Your familiar acts independently but always obeys your commands. Can't attack, blah blah blah.
But can
Does
take
something
other
about die.
actions.
Well, it's within 100 feet of you. You can communicate with it telepathically. Additionally, as an action, you can see through your familiar's eyes and hear what it hears until the start of your next turn, gaining the benefits of any special senses that it has. During this time, you are deaf and blind with regard to your own senses. As an
So
action, you can dismiss it.
that
So,
doesn't have a range. You, as an action, you can see through your familiar's eyes and hear what it hears until the start of your next turn. The familiar doesn't say anywhere in here that it speaks any languages the caster speaks.
Oh, okay. I
oh
must-
yeah. It might be a different kind of, because there's find familiar and then there's like the other.
Sure. I
Um,
also my brain is awash with 3.5 sometimes, so I apologize.
Oh, you're
No
totally
problem.
fine. So
Yeah, I mix
it
and
can
match.
talk to
fourth and
you
fifth.
telepathically, and you can then use an action with no range limit to see through its
Gotcha.
eyes and hear through its ears. But it can't speak or understand language. It's just you give it commands telepathically within 100 feet of it.
Okay. And I can cast spells, touch spells through it.
That's true.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Is my tattoo a spell?
Does it say it grants you a spell?
What the fuck does it say?
It's probably a magical effect.
Let me open. I'm reading this description, but it's tiny because it's in the items box, which
Yeah.
is very small. Okay, I have to attune to it by getting a tattoo. Got it. Called magical scribing. You can write with your. It doesn't say. It doesn't say. It's called magical scribing, but it just says it's an action you can take.
Yeah.
You can touch a piece of writing up to 1 page in length and speak a creature's name, blah 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 for the thing, and I can write infinitely. So like,
Not to be. Do we consider familiars animals?
it's a celestial.
Okay, so speak with animals wouldn't work because that's a touch spell. Got it.
That'd be very funny. It's a
it would-
celestial that uses the stats of
An owl, actually.
It looks like a raven because aesthetics. We are slaves
Yeah.
to the aesthetic, and that's okay.
Yeah.
I would say if you wanted to cast Speak with Animals on Nikolai, somehow sneak the bird into the cell, cast Speak with Animals on Nikolai so that he could have a conversation with your raven who you are possessing. That is very convoluted, and I will let it happen. It's funny to me, and it costs a spell slot. I just don't want to make it so that Find Familiar is like a better sending, which is a
Yeah,
much
for
higher level
sure.
spell.
Yeah.
Um,
That's
so
fine.
I think that I'll say that you can, we'll do the same thing that we did when you were a spider, which is if you find a conceivable way to scratch a message out, I'm cool with that. But it's going to be slower and more obvious that something weird is going on. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, you know what? To be perfectly honest, I actually really like the vibe better of us not really knowing where Bella is when we get to the city.
Yeah.
And just like just having the familiar do like a flyby and try to get Nikolai's attention maybe, and then kind of having to leave after getting kind of a look around. But but not having good information, because if like I just imagine you enter Krejcik and either like you get ambushed by cops immediately, that's probably what's going to happen because we think we're there on official business, which is like fun, and then we're in a similar situation, and then like Bella swings in like Batman, like that's the coolest shit I've ever heard. So I'd rather do that and not have all of the knowledge going into town.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
But feel free to let me know what my familiar does see and hear.
Yeah.
Whatever.
So I think you see, like, I'm imagining this is late, right?
Yeah, I also wanted to ask, Anna, I feel like since neither of us actually have a full sleep, we could probably leave pretty early.
We could just enough. Honestly, I don't know. It'll take us a couple hours to get there. If we just alternated off and on, we would get a full night's rest between the two of us if we're on the wagon.
Yeah, totally. I think that
We
we're
should
kind of
leave
like we should.
ASAP.
Yes, we're trying to go there quickly, so I feel like we could leave like literally like 3 in the morning.
If it's 3 in the morning, then the familiar goes up to this big glass wall, and it is like cloudy glass, I think, at that point. But I think that you would have gotten there. I think the familiar would have gotten there before that, because from what I
Yeah, I
understand,
sent
you
it out
guys
earlier.
spent the night going down to the church, back up, and then over, right?
Yes.
I don't know what time that puts us at, honestly, head empty, but I think it would be like 4 or 5 in the morning, probably,
Okay.
right? And Leo was like waiting there for you with the.
Yeah.
And
Mhm.
Eric, you said you wanted to kind of retcon it a little bit.
Yes, I wanted the idea of like initially Bella putting his hands up, wrapping around the bracelet, looking out the window to summon the shadow,
Yeah.
possessing the shadow and getting it to run away, and then when he's knocked to the ground, then swapping.
Oh, gotcha. Hell yeah. That's sick.
So it's like, okay, yes, everything is going as according to plan. What the fuck? There's a mist thing here, and the Vistani is gone.
Yeah, I think at some point in the scuffle, you see the scroll that the dude was checking things off on, and there is just like a hand drawn, very accurate replica of the sword that you have, along with like a couple other weird magic items that you get a glimpse of, along with like characteristics of those things and little check boxes to check off.
Why did he ask me to draw the sword if he was just gonna draw it?
Bella,
Bestie.
Amelia Bedelia, motherfucker.
I think you see like a dagger that is like the edge of the dagger is just like limbed in vampire teeth.
Oh, that's so sick.
Uh,
It's so sick. Like a saw blade of vampire teeth? I want
Yeah.
one.
I don't.
Trios doesn't. I do.
Yeah, okay. I think that one's probably cursed, if I had to guess. But
Oh,
I think
incredibly so cursed.
your familiars there probably like very early in the morning, like 5 or 6 a.m. probably is what I'm imagining. Maybe earlier than that. I think you still see people out doing things. Bella, this is something like weird. As you're on the run, you'll see people do like the same actions every like 20 minutes or whatever.
Bethesda.
Like somebody will come out and like sit down at a cafe, right? And then eat there. And then somebody else will come down, sit in the same place and order like the same thing. Like almost as soon as that table's cleared off. And this is happening at like 2 in the morning, midnight, like
Bella found Skyrim.
Bella did find Skyrim. Bella found The Sims.
Yeah.
and not like the same people repeating the same actions. It's like somebody goes through the thing and then somebody else steps in. You know?
It's like they're all in a queue to do it, but they have other actions they have to reach first.
But it's timed perfectly. If you're like, oh, they're all just queued up for this thing, it's like the person like shows up as the table is being like the last piece of the place setting is being placed, right?
Like, have you ever seen one of those time-lapse videos of a traffic intersection or a roundabout
Yep.
that's actually really well done?
Yeah.
Where it's like watching somebody weave?
Bella watching this is like, okay, I know I can't ask the question because it is offensive, but now I do need to ask: Are these sentient automata?
Are these sentient automata? It's really funny. But yeah, so Skrios, your familiar sees, I think, through the window. I think it's like weird where you can see a person in the jail cell, but like the face is scrobbled, is like
They pixelated Nikolai?
they pixelated Nikolai's face. So I think you can still see that it's Nikolai because he doesn't look anything like Bella does.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think for privacy reasons, this isn't like a display the
funny.
prisoner to everyone thing.
Yeah. I love that. I love that. It's just like this is your window.
Yeah, this
They
is a...
censored Big Nick.
They did. Big Nick got hentai censored.
Oh my
Wow, just the head.
god. Oh god.
uh, we got
Why
perverts
does it
on
get
call.
funnier after a second?
we got perverts in the chat, lads.
Oh man, there's some hoes in this house.
There's some hoes in this Dungeons and Dragons game.
Certified.
Which is
geek.
kind of one of those things that people who are unfamiliar with Dungeons and Dragons might be surprised about. But it's like it being in band, where everybody's like, "Oh, those are nerds," and then you ever meet a band kid, and you're like, every single one of those people has slept with each other.
Yep.
So there being hoes in your D&D group is not as surprising as you think.
Yeah, if you're if you're in a D&D group and you're like, "Huh. Well, nobody else here is it's you."
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that you see Nikolai is in the jail cell. I think like just chilling, like relaxing. I think at some point you see him like go into a corner to work on something if you spend like long enough there watching.
Yeah. I'd like to get a sense of it.
Whatever it is like very obviously being concealed. So you think, oh,
Right.
Nikolai's like working on something to break himself out.
Yeah. Cool. Do I get a look at the town at all?
Yeah.
Because I'm flying.
What did you wanna see?
Well,
let's go over to the map of Krezk.
Yeah, I'd like to get a layout of the town. This one's not shaped like a dog or a dragon or anything fun. It's kind of shaped like a brain, actually.
Yeah. That's
I
true.
wonder if that's intentional.
It's like a kidney bean. Just like actually like a kidney.
This is like the brain stem.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. A brain and a kidney have very similar shapes, but yes.
Yeah, that's true.
I saw a picture of a brain that hadn't been deveined. Because most of the pictures of brains I see are like the veins have been cleared off.
Yeah.
There's so much blood in there.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
If you slap brain, like this bad boy can fit so much blood in it.
Concussion immediately.
That's why when you get immediately concussion. That's why I slap the former burgomaster's brain. That's why when you get horny you can't think straight.
Because the blood goes away?
Blood goes away from brain. Not enough. Brain needs lots of blood. You know?
Yeah.
Think about that.
Yeah, that makes sense. That all checks out.
Big brain. Yeah, so I just want to get a layout of the town, especially well, you know what? I'm not suspicious of it. Like Bella got arrested, I guess, so that's a problem, but I'm not anticipating like a whole probably jailbreak situation. Like a whole Ocean's 11 plan. So I don't think that I'm particularly looking for like strategic weaknesses in the walls or whatever, but I would like to know where in the town they're being held and like just roughly the condition of the town. Like some of this you kind of went over describing it to Bella, but
yeah.
I think I'm expecting to see like Barovia 2 or like Velaki 2.
Yeah.
And instead it looks clean.
Yeah, it's like clean. The cobblestone road is like swept. There's a couple of like small, I want to say like bakeries and like I think like one small bakery that's like very, very pastry bakery. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. A patisserie.
Yeah, and
Haute patisserie.
like a decent little restaurant. Yeah, go ahead.
Can I interrupt a second? So, you can dismiss this suggestion, but in my imagination, because you've been describing Krezk as like kind of out of place with its niceness and also its rigidity, I've fully been kind of imagining like kind of modern brutalist architecture, like
okay.
Not like I think when you described like the jail, I think it's like a pristine white cube with text like a sans serif font on it.
Like somebody printed this thing. Like
Yeah.
like somebody bought this from Jails R Us and
Yeah,
just
yeah,
like
yeah, yeah.
plopped it down as like a single big construct. I kind of like that actually.
Yeah. So you can take that or modify it, but that's what's been in my mind, that this is like a
Oh.
Steve Jobs town.
Yeah, I like that. I
Apple
think that
town.
you see that some of them are like it's all the same style of building. You know what I mean? Where it's like a squat
Suburb.
kind of like square-ish thing. And some of them have been painted. So like they've all been, I think, whitewashed, so you get this like consistent like white building, like nice road kind of look.
Mhm.
But
Mhm.
some of them have like murals painted on the not street facing side of the building,
Mhm.
or like some like flowers planted next to them. So not like perfect conformity, but like homeowners association conformity.
Yeah, yeah.
We paid the extra 3 million a month in order to be able to have a red brick facing. Look at that.
Oh
Yeah.
god, it hurts. The damage.
Oh man, I almost went on a homeowners
No,
association tangent.
if you are either a cop or a proponent of the homeowners association, if you're pro HOA, get out of here.
Yeah, for
Get out.
sure.
Leave.
If you're
And dissolve
pro
your
HOA,
HOA.
get out of here. Yeah, if you
Pro
wanna,
host,
if you write me a letter that says I've dissolved my homeowners association,
I will let you listen to us play D&D.
yeah, exactly.
Okay.
If I buy a house, I should be fucking allowed to do whatever I want with it.
Yeah, it's my fucking house. Anyway, none of us are ever gonna wait. Abby has a house.
Abby does have a house. None of the rest of us are ever gonna own a house.
Yeah.
I live in nowhere. There's nothing else here. Nobody else wants to live here.
Yeah, that's great. I also live in the middle of nowhere in a shed, so
That's fair.
Be nice.
that's what.
Fucking don't make Abby feel bad that she has a house.
I'm happy for you, but I don't feel good that I don't have a house.
That's
No,
fair.
no, it's a fair. It is a fair assessment.
And I think obviously you see the biggest, nicest looking building here, right? That's the thing. I
Why would you
think.
make the jail the nicest one?
What's up?
Because why would you make the jail the nicest one? Because
Oh, the
they
jail is not the
kill you.
nicest one.
Oh, okay.
I was saying you also see the biggest, nicest building here, which
Okay.
on top of the hill to the north, there is a massive, sprawling, like church complex.
Okay.
Are you
So
letting
for
me do what I
looking,
want to do and fight Joel Osteen? Do I get to fight Joel Osteen this session?
I don't
Yeah.
actually know enough about Joel Osteen to do like a Joel Osteen riff,
No,
unfortunately.
you're fine. Any mega pastor works for me.
oh, I have no idea who that is. Mega Pastor, got it.
I hardly
This
know
is
her.
the jail. This is the jail,
That
and
is
this
the
is
jail.
the church.
The big church complex. Yep.
Big boy. Okay.
Big boy.
Big boy, man.
He's a big
I
boy.
really am
Baby.
thinking this is like a pure white Minecraft house, like that they have spires, but they're just cubes.
I think it's like nice like
When they take an old Victorian walk up and then they paint it all white.
yeah. I think there's like a nice like white oak fence that runs around the whole thing. I think that like they have like big Morning Lord iconography energy painted on the fence.
Mm-hmm.
I do love the idea of it just being like pure white tile, white brick, like white tile roof, white brick building. Like you see a bunch of like younger people, like I want to say like 15, 16, like scrubbing the walls at again like 3 a.m.
Okay.
What's up?
That's just odd for teens.
Yeah, it's community service.
Okay.
Yeah. Sometimes you have to get involved in the local opportunities, right?
You know?
No, I'm semi-nocturnal.
All right, Bella. Bella, we got you on the map.
Oh, I can put my me. I can do that. Oh no, there's me.
Oh, yeah.
No, I can't move me.
Sorry.
I'll
Yeah,
just do
that's
me.
right. Eric, would you
Drag.
drag yourself from the character sheets tab onto the map somewhere so you can move your token then? If I make your token, it doesn't give you control of it. Perfect.
And
And
the boy. The
we
boy.
rested, so I can do my spells for the day, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I gotta roll my nightly rolls.
I think that. Oof. I might need to take some Tums actually before we continue.
That's
But
fine. We gotta do some spell selection and everything anyway.
oh, fuck off! It keeps resetting Nikolai to his shitty base stats unless I find a different version of Nikolai and capture or copy him.
That's dumb. It's a woe day.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Way there.
Thanks, everyone. I love that the two things are it's free real estate and whoa.
It seems like a woe day.
It does seem like a woe day. I just confessed to my boyfriend and then he left, and then I found out he got arrested.
You got arrested. All right, I'll be right back. I need to grab some Tums real quick.
Yeah. Oh, and I can heal my 2 HP that I took from seeing a vision that it was very disturbing.
Image.
Okay, what do I think we're gonna need here?
Well, I got hold person and calm emotions back on the menu.
Yeah, I love that menu.
I also have locate creature.
Okay. Well, I'm keeping Guardian of Nature because I haven't used it yet and it's really good. Gives me hit points and makes my spell saves better.
Oh yeah.
And difficult terrain around me so people can't get close to me as well.
Oh, I need that in grocery stores.
Oh god, really? Like, I want a fucking spiked hula hoop.
Constantly.
Old people are so much worse about it than anybody else. They're always crawling up my butt crack. I don't know. I got enlarge reduce because it's also a fun one I want to use eventually. I can make you giant if you want, or I can make them tiny, which is kind of funny.
That is funny. Make
Um,
me giant and give me a sledgehammer. Go at that jail.
yes, I will. It makes your weapons big too.
Fuck yeah. I've got a
I
mace.
exactly. I will keep pass without trace because I feel like good for espionage.
Mm-hmm.
What else do we got here?
So you say espionage, and all I can imagine is right now Bella's just got the Benny Hill theme following him.
Oh, definitely. Exactly what I expect. Every so often you get distracted petting a dog and then the guards pop up again.
Yeah.
He
He
just
picks
has
up
the
the
shadow
dog.
30 feet away, so when they start coming, he just swaps places and keeps running.
I'm just saying, I would love to eventually run a one shot where it's our mules' adventures in Kresik.
That's
Where
cute.
everybody else plays as kind of animals that are trying to help this mule do something awful.
Mm-hmm.
Which one did I take? Bonbon or?
The
You
one
took
that
Bonbon. Yeah. You
Yeah.
took Bonbon. Because Hazelnut likes to murder, and I was a little worried about you.
Oh yeah. You took Bonbon because Bonbon likes to be pretty and
Yeah, I thought you guys would get along better.
Yeah, I think that they offered to like take the donkey at the gate, basically.
Oh yeah, I guess I would also look for, especially after seeing that the cell was empty. I think I would be like, "Where's the donkey?"
Yeah, I think that if you look at like the main gate entrance, Bonbon is like, or sorry, was it Bonbon?
Yeah, it's Bonbon.
Bonbon is like hitched to like a tying post there, has some like hay and water.
Okay, good, but no Bella in sight.
I need to actually look up what donkeys eat. I guess mules.
Also, mules are a different animal than they're half donkey.
If you Google what do mules eat, the first thing that comes up is in Minecraft. Yeah, they eat hay and grains. Apples, fruits,
they're
others.
adorable in Minecraft. So
They'll probably eat a lot of other things if they're given the chance.
Yeah,
Mhm.
it says like
Sweaters.
apples, fruits, vegetables.
Grios's robe was messed up before, but now it's gotten nipples.
What?
Nibbles?
Nibbles.
Nibbles.
Yeah,
I heard something very different.
this isn't a bat suit. This,
I was so deeply confused by what the fuck you were saying. Like,
and the donkeys have been munching on it.
yeah,
There's little holes from the donkeys nibbling.
I just
This fuck. Yeah, I sewed some little bells on.
I just listen with how Skrios works. I was like, yeah, I put bear nipples on my armor. Like, I don't know, dude. Like, you're a fucking druid. I don't know what's going on with you.
Oh, that's really funny. Yeah, you're right. I'm incomprehensible. That's fine.
Bella, if you stay still for more than like 15, 20 minutes, people like you start to hear guards closing on your position.
That's why I'm using the shadow to teleport across areas that are harder to traverse from a straight line.
Yeah.
Bella's in the city for like 2 days, becomes both Spider-Man and Batman.
Yeah, Batman, what if you didn't have like those shadow powers? What if you were just like a guy?
Some guy.
Do the shadow powers include, and then whips out the mist tentacle to grab people?
That's very funny. But yeah, it's like it's one of those things where they're just like continuing, like they think that you're not gonna leave Nikolai behind. So it's not like they're swarming you and trying to pen you in. It's like there are two guys just following you all the time. You know what I mean?
Yes. There's distinctly one moment I just keep my shadow in one spot, start running another direction, they follow, swap places back with the shadow, and then go the other direction.
Yeah. It's like you can lose them fairly easily, and then you're like, all right, I'm clear. I'm fine. And then like 10, 15, 20 minutes later, there are different guys closing in on that same, like your new position.
Locate creature spells eventually, it's fine.
I am a little creature and I am here to cause problems.
I said there were like weird crystals in the guardhouse, and one of them was like flashing, right?
Oh
Yep.
no, 100%. I know what's going on. Bella doesn't.
Okay, cool.
Bella looked at that for one moment and went, cool, I want one, and then forgot about it entirely.
Cool. What's a good shithead token? What's a good like?
Poop emoji.
That's funny. I'm looking through the named characters in case any of them have like a good like shitty lawyer vibe.
Mm-hmm.
You will.
Not really.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Oh, Dungeon Master.
Oh, player mine, speak and have your wills be known.
Oh, wonderful. So is there anything Scrio should know about Celestials that I don't? Just like drink
How much angels do you deal with? I mean, like, God. Is there anything Scrio should know about Celestials that you don't? Can you give me a comprehensive rundown about what you know about Celestials real quick?
basically nothing.
All right. Usually servants of gods or some kind of divinity. I feel like that's fairly common knowledge, right? Like if Skrios saw an angel, Skrios would be like, okay, I know kind of what that is.
Mhm.
Right? Like big glowing wings, light pouring out of its eyes, fear not mortals, I've come to deliver you to salvation or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Like sure, that's an angel. I don't think are you trained in religion?
I am not.
Okay. So I don't think that you would know necessarily too much about like various gods and heavens and what different angels are, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
I think that that's just kind of like outside of your wheelhouse. I think you might know about some who like do things tangentially related to the druidic circle, if that makes sense. Like,
Okay.
you might be able to recognize like a divine servant of blank that your circle has worked with before, but I don't think that Skrios necessarily has like comprehensive, this is what they like, this is what they don't like.
Totally. I also just kind of meant, is there like celestials are immune to physical damage or something that he might know?
Give me a religion check.
Okay.
Because religion is specifically dealing with denizens of the outer planes.
20.
20 is very funny.
I am very pleased with that. I rolled an 18.
1 second.
I have a +1 to religion.
Damn.
Yeah, you know that higher level angels, higher level celestials are resistant to a whole bunch of shit. The radiant damage probably wouldn't be great to try and take them out with. The bludgeoning, piercing, slashing from non-magical weapons probably doesn't do a whole lot to them. It's very difficult, if not impossible, to charm or frighten a celestial.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Absolutely. That they tend to have some resistance to magical effects as well. I think that's
what does magical effects mean? Like
the Bella's magic resistance.
The tinglies.
they're
They
kind of
have
resistant to everything.
advantage on spells or magical effects targeting them. Anything that has
Jesus.
a saving throw.
Fuck.
Christ.
And no radiant. I can't fight these guys.
Same. I'm sitting here like, well, we're screwed.
That's all I got. That's all I got.
That's the higher level ones. You don't know.
That's true.
You don't know how Leo Emmanuel, shithead
Yeah.
lawyer for hire.
Yeah, I don't know what these pencil pushers.
Yeah.
What level they are. That's funny. Okay. Well, and we're not coming in here to try to fight. We think that. Well, we're. I think Anna, you can chime in, but I think we're slightly suspicious because they just immediately arrested Bella when he came.
Oh, Anna is pretty fucking sure this is a town full of shitheads and is going to be very upset when she gets there. The fact that we haven't, especially when you did your, familiar thing and didn't see Bella, it's like, oh, we're about to get into shit.
Yeah, I think that my mind has gone to like a worst case like Burgomaster basement scenario.
We've been in Barovia long enough that we just start prepping as soon as we get like a letter in the mail that's like you have like a dentist appointment and we're like, fuck, gotta get the steaks out, like it's
Yeah, that's a vampiric dentist appointment for sure. But you did not tell me that these are celestials. So
I did detect good and evil.
you did it, but you didn't say it.
Okay, then Anna would mention it on her way there.
Okay, well then I didn't think you mentioned it, so I was like,
I'm
I can't.
sharing information with the party. Believe it or
Okay.
not, we're actually talking to each other this time.
Okay.
Cool. I think that as
Okay,
you
well,
guys...
I will also share with you that they high-level celestials have certain resistances.
Hell yeah.
Avoid fighting them if possible, I think, is our answer.
Yeah, I think we're gonna try to avoid a fight if we can.
I think that as you guys approach the city, you see Leo there with a that same like folder tucked under his arm, standing next to the guard. He's like, there are my clients. And he'll walk up to you, take a sheet of paper out, and hand it to whoever's in the lead.
Liana.
Probably Anna.
Yeah, well, we probably make sure that our wagon is wherever Bon was. Yeah.
Anna, the paper starts with like legal jumbo.
Mm-hmm.
Just like, so if it was half sticking out of a folder, it would look like a legal document. And then written about halfway down the page in large block text is, "This is a trap."
Yeah.
I'm just gonna smile a little bit, and this is just gonna be like, your handwriting's impeccable.
Thank you, I appreciate that. From what I understand, your friend is inside waiting for you.
Excellent. Anna's gonna like pass it back to Skrios and give Skrios a look like, well, fuck.
Yeah, I'm gonna look over it and be like, look like I'm in deep contemplation and like trying to figure out the legalese. Like, oh, interesting clause there. Okay, and then I'll pass it back on, I guess, or back to Leo. I don't know if we're supposed to keep it.
I think you should keep it, probably.
Okay, yeah, let's probably keep it.
So if this case is more complicated, what should we expect?
Well, I'll escort you back to my offices, I think, before you go to visit your friend and try to post bail, if that's okay with you.
Sure.
And I think the guard is gonna like shoot him a look, and then Leo is just going to like, yes, after me, and lead you guys inside.
Okay.
Anna, God, this guy's a shithead. Anna, 5 seconds later. I mean, a shithead that we probably will end up busting, let's be real, but still, a shithead.
Yeah, for sure. I don't think that he's a good person.
No.
So yeah, I think leads you down that same kind of cobblestone path. Leads you to like a nice looking. I think this is definitely one of the ones that has like the mural on it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And it's just like a nice little office building, like one of those things where the downstairs is probably an office and the upstairs is probably this dude's house. You know?
Yeah.
Closes the door behind him as you guys come in. Like sighs as like, this is ridiculous.
I think I just go, where's Bella?
From what I understand, he's currently on the run from the town guard.
Oh.
Anna is just gonna laugh. So, do you know what did he pet a holy dog? I mean, what happened?
No, the list of charges I gave you was correct. I just did not realize that they were going to try to capture you and use you as bait. I disagree with that strategy.
Also disagree with that strategy personally. I think we'd be more problematic as bait.
I think that they used me to deceive you, and I apologize. This is not correct proceedings. From what I understand, he is in possession of some kind of vampiric artifact that the abbot would like for research, and has listed as, if seen, confiscate.
They.
What was that?
Sorry, I think I cut out a little. Who's they? Who's in charge?
The abbot?
Well, you said like that they I guess the abbot, like you're, I don't know. He's referring to like a hierarchy here that we're not familiar with.
Correct. Sorry. When you I don't have everything that I said written down. Could you repeat the whole sentence back to me? I'm kind of spacey and tired.
It was basically like the abbot wants the weapon confiscated. They
but also
orders to confiscate the weapon.
Yeah, like so I don't remember how you phrased it either, but I'm unclear whether you're talking about the cops or like is the abbot the leader of the town, and like
yes. So
who is carrying out the actions?
They that is carrying out the actions are the cops. The abbot gave the cops orders.
Okay.
Yes. Basically, the abbot gave them a list of these things are evil and I need them to be brought to me for study. And Bella showed up with one of the cursed items on that list. Is it really cursed? No, probably not. Does some rich dude who owns the town basically want it? Yes. Does that mean Bella's going to get chased through the woods for hours? Also, yes.
Yeah. So is the abbot officially the leader of the town or just a shadow leader?
No, he is officially the leader of the town. I believe that before the abbot renovated the abbey about a little more than a year ago, there was a mayor, but upon seeing the good works that the abbot did in resurrecting the abbot's or the mayor's son, the mayor ceded the position to the abbot. But rather than calling him Abbot Mayor, we just call him the abbot still.
How long was the mayor's son dead?
Oh, maybe a week at most.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, sorry, the mayor's son's not going to be dead for 700 years. You're not going to get a good Drazerton. You're going to have to dig a little bit deeper.
Oh, that wasn't my question. That wasn't my question for that. That was just my
Should have filed the proper paperwork, Joe.
Yeah,
We were waiting to see if we could make it.
Oh,
I saw that.
Yeah, that was my. Oh, so it's fine for him, but not for Nick. But it was a week, so I guess that's fine.
Yeah. I think that the abbot has been here longer than that, doing his experimentation and trying to help people. But that is when he finally finished consolidating power. Bella, I have a weird question for you.
Yes.
Give me 1 second, sorry. I accidentally closed the areas of Krezk map.
I've included a nice little visual representation of how I feel the chase is going.
Yeah, I saw that. I love it.
Where is it?
It's Scoober Doober. It's
Out
in
of
the
character.
out of character chat.
Oh, yeah, okay.
It's the Scooby-Doo hallway.
Yep.
I couldn't get the actual GIF to work, so I was just like, yeah, there's the
Gotcha.
link.
When you paste it, they add a little
Oh.
V on the end of it. If you delete the V, it will actually post.
Oh.
How far north have you been?
I don't think I've been up the hill, as I can see the winding path, but I've definitely used the assortment of greenery to dart in and out all throughout the probably northern half of this area.
You see that pool, that lake at the very north of the town? It like shimmers with a faint white light. Near its shore, there's an old gazebo that looks like it's going to collapse. And there is... What's up?
Fight the gazebo. Anyway.
Yeah, absolutely.
Attack the gazebo.
Okay, I'm going to continue with this. After I'm done with this, can I tell you the story of the head of Vecna?
Yeah, go off.
Okay.
Yes.
So there's a nice looking statue of a person with their arms outstretched in the gazebo up by this lake. But the water, it's like 2 a.m. The sun's not up. The clouds are there, and it's like sparkling, like it's sitting under like a bright white sun.
I 100% have left my shadow behind the statue, ran away when the guards went by, swapped places, full on Benny Hill style.
Hell yeah. That's very funny. So you guys know the hand of Vecna and the eye of Vecna, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
So there was a story about a group of adventurers who were conned into believing that a head was the head of Vecna. So, like with the eye, if you replace your eye, you get power, right?
Yeah.
And so they thought that if they cut their head off and then switched it, they'd get lich powers.
Oh, God.
Well.
And so they failed a couple of skill checks regarding the replacement. And they were like, oh, well, we must not have done it fast enough on the first character.
Oh, my
God. So they tried it again.
Wow.
And killed 2 PCs falling for this stupid con.
That's so not the way I like to play D&D, but it is very funny for the people who do.
Yeah. It's dumb and adversarial, and I hate it, but it's one of the funniest fucking stories I've ever heard.
I found the dick of Vecna.
Right? Like... Oh my god, it's such a funny, stupid... Apparently, this was, like, adversarial parties. So they would, like... The adversarial parties would, like, set up traps for the other party they'd like talk to the
Oh,
DM and
wow.
work together to like try and kill the other party in their next adventure.
That's a strange way to play, but
Yeah,
if
very
it makes you
strange.
happy.
But this is the funny, because this has been a long con that like
Yeah.
they set the rumor up in like the second session. They
Yeah.
like seeded fake adventuring guides on how to get there. Like
That's so funny.
very funny to me.
The nipple tassels of Vecna.
The left nut of Vecna.
Lance Armstrong really looking for that one.
Yeah, that's what happened to him.
God.
Anyway.
Yeah. So
Anyway,
Bella, there's that
is funny.
nice looking lake to the north. Yeah.
That is a terrible place to hide. The glowing would give it away.
It's true.
I am definitely stealing like a water flask of it, though.
Oh, do you drink any of it?
Not yet.
Okay.
I need to be able to see if it glows outside of the water flask, but I am running, so I have not had time to plan.
It's important I stay hydrated.
Yeah. Electrolytes. It's what plants crave.
So
Electrolytes. Saw the glowing water.
Yeah.
Celestial lights.
Celestial lights. That sounds like, I don't know, stalagmites or something.
The case have got him.
Well,
I think
I'm
Leo will
gonna
tell
ask.
you.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask Leo. Like, well, what do you recommend that we do?
Honestly,
If we can't.
How attached is your friend to the sword?
Very.
Well, that goes what you should do. How attached are you to Nikolai?
Anna's gonna like hand back and forth.
Yes, say moderately.
Well, you could just leave town, right?
Well, okay. I have feelings of protection for his daughter, so I wouldn't want to leave him behind after he's just been resurrected.
He has been helping us.
Yeah.
Oh, well. Then I
What happens if we leave him for a while?
If nobody comes to post bail, he will be returned. His resurrection will be revoked.
Oh.
Always unrevoke it again.
Yeah, we could just don't say that in front of.
He like shrugs.
Anna's not caring. Anna's just like, okay. Client confidentiality. Not that we know that term, but you know.
We didn't pay him. I've never met a lawyer.
We did pay him.
That's true. You gave him a silver, he gave you back, which is very funny.
Yeah, very Better Call Saul.
Yeah. I think he's like, all right. Did you bring the money to pay for the fines?
No. Technically, I probably have enough for it. I'm not sure how much Nikolai owes. Bella was sent with the other money and is running around with it, I assume. Well, but how much does Nikolai owe?
I think it's like a shockingly low amount. It's like 55 gold or something like that.
Yeah, I can cover that fine. Do I have to deliver it in person? Can I give it through my quotes around attorney?
See, this is what I was going to suggest, is find your friend, collect the money, send me to pay off the fines. You get out of town, bail Nikolai out. He meets you outside of town. You guys don't come back. Done.
I mean, okay, that would be great, except we need to get something out of the lake.
You need to get... What's in the lake?
I'm not entirely sure. This is both Abby and Anna. I think it's a sword.
It's the sun sword, but I don't want to tell him that. I don't trust this guy.
Yeah, I don't either. I don't think Anna's gonna say that. It's vague. We got some weird prophecies.
Well, go do that. Go do what you need to in the town. You are not technically under arrest, and I do not think that they are going to ambush you in the streets. I think once that you went to the guard station, they were going to close the door behind you, have you sit down in some chairs, and let everyone in town know that you were there.
Do they resist? Because this does not seem like they've ever considered that. Have they ever had anyone resist? Because I feel like that entire situation, I mean, Bella could just go out the window.
If somebody kills one of the guards, the abbot will bring them back.
I'm thinking about murder. I was just saying, anyway.
If somebody kills one of the guards, the abbot will get directly involved. I think is a better way to say this.
I mean, I am curious about the abbot, but I don't want him to get involved. So fire. We go to the pool. We anything that we should know specifically about our existence that may be illegal. Because let's be honest, I'm a walking a sentient automata, and
Like,
Skreos is more normal than me. So
pulls out like a book, and you're like, oh, that's a normal sized book. And then opens it up, and you realize that it's printed on like Bible paper in like
God.
size 5 font.
Yeah, tiny. Yeah.
And like offers it to you. And it's like, yeah, so you could look this over really quickly.
Well, I will look it over really quickly.
It's just like bylaws and bylaws. And the fines are, again, like, it's more about having the law on the books so that they like can do something, I think, than it is about like actually arresting people and holding them. The vast majority of these things comes with like a verbal warning on first offense and a note that it'll be like recorded on their citizenry documentation.
Oh, they got the social points.
Yeah.
I got their credit karma.
It's wild, right? Like,
is there anything about shape shifting or animal husbandry
what?
within the city?
Animal husbandry?
Like how to keep your dogs have to be leashed, or
Oh yeah.
you have to stable your horses, or
And then it's one of those things where it's like if the animal that you have like basically you have to sign a waiver to have the animal saying that it won't harm anyone, and then if it harms anyone, it's considered the same legal entity as you.
okay, because I kind of wanted to turn into maybe just a dog and not a wolf, because there seems to be issues
And I think that
socially with
there's
that.
like I think that there's like a section specifically for like laws pertaining to people not from the town while in town, and they're a
Okay,
lot less strict about a lot of stuff, but it is
yeah.
like the big ones are like possession of a forbidden artifact, refusal to surrender an artifact, assault on a townsperson, assault on a member of the guard, assault on the abbey, theft from the town, that kind of stuff.
Okay, so if I wanted to turn into a dog to try to sniff where Bella is,
That'd be fine.
that would be okay. We
It-
wouldn't get in trouble, and I don't have to wear a leash.
yeah, correct. If you bit someone, you would be the same as if you bit someone as a person.
Okay, okay. I just
I think that
that was what. Okay,
there's a lot of legal jargon in here, and it always refers to like the entity, right? Like as opposed to like a person,
yeah,
in a way that is like kind of fascinating. Because
right.
hypothetically, they would arrest and try a vampire who came into town.
Yeah. Well, they would. That's kind of interesting. Um,
It's against flying in town. Just
What
asking
was that?
before I do it.
I think there's like a thing about the airspace over someone's house being considered their property for X
yeah,
feet.
that's for so no trespassing.
Yeah.
That's really cute.
But okay, good to know. All right. Well,
So nothing against flying specifically, but there are rules against trespassing with and that
with flight,
includes airspace.
right?
Yeah.
Well, they are
Um.
celestials, so you know.
And they live
Okay.
in a
So
place full of vampires.
yeah, and other just creatures. Um. So do I? If I turned into a dire wolf, would that be okay? Or is that too scary?
I think he nods once and he's like, I think it should be fine. As long as again you don't bite anyone. People here are somewhat inured to physical violence. The
I have.
consequences can be undone fairly easily.
Oh, that's strange. What power does this abbot have?
Oh,
Just healing spells?
he is an angel.
Hasn't taken
What
Lord
was
Flynn
his
yet?
name?
He is the abbot.
Go ahead.
Abby, what were you saying?
Saying so, you're an angel. You've got an angel in the wings, pun entirely intended, and you haven't taken down the Lord of this land yet. You're hanging out in a city.
I am a
we're both a
lawyer,
little.
ma'am.
I meant in general terms. You get what I mean. I didn't expect you to have a conscience, Leo. I'm sorry.
Like eyebrow has gotten off. If I didn't have a conscience, I wouldn't have warned you.
That's true. I do appreciate that.
Sorry, ma'am. I am a lawyer.
Ma'am, this is a Wendy's.
This is a Wendy's.
My dad made a reference to that meme yesterday, and I about lost it. I was like, I forget that you're online. Holy shit.
That's so funny.
That's really funny. I think he says like, matters of I think he actually says, I believe that the abbot did once attempt to oust Strahd from his castle. You guys know that Vasily the alchemist said that they traveled with a guy called the abbot.
Yep.
Oh Jesus! Wasn't he the most boring looking guy in the picture?
Yeah, he looked like a very generic priest, like shaved head.
So he also traveled with Bella's dad, then, right?
Correct. Which you're putting together. That's how he knew about the sword.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Huh? That's shitty of him.
Yeah.
The abbot will remember this, looking at the sword.
Yeah.
Silas, look at this cool ass sword, abbot.
I have no interest in being nice to his son, but I will take the sword.
Hmm.
Couldn't you have just asked Bella to come talk about it? If
Yeah,
you're
like,
like, hey,
ask-
cool sword, show me the things it can do, he'd be like, okay.
Like, hey, I'd like to run a few experiments on your sword. Is that okay? Sure. Can I hang out and like pet the celestial dogs? Sure.
I think he
Done.
like pulls a scroll off the wall and it's labeled like danger. Like I feel like this dude has bookshelves. You know what I mean? Like the square ones. And I feel like at some point somebody here did a printing press, but before that it was just like whatever. Like not bound books, just like very. Or maybe the thing is that people like books. The abbot likes scrolls because he's an old motherfucker.
Yeah.
So anything you get directly from him is still like hand scribed on a scroll. I think that's very funny.
I think that scrolls have a certain tactile feel and a different smell that just enhances my reading experience. And I think that reading in a book is not real reading.
The abbot. I learned how to make scrolls. They work perfectly well.
Yeah.
I'm not learning a different method of binding information into paper.
That's funny.
But yeah, I think it's just labeled something like dangerous artifacts, and it's like if found and like immediately bring. And it's like one of those things where it's supposed to be like, oh, if you went out and saw this, you'd be like, oh, I know not to touch that, right?
Mm-hmm.
But at some point that became, oh, we need to confiscate these and take them from people.
Yeah. What is the mace in there from
I
Strahd's
think
Castle?
the mace is definitely in there, right? There's also
Yeah,
like,
does it say what it does?
sorry,
Shit.
go ahead.
Is my blood spear in there?
Oh god, is your blood spear in there? I don't think so, because I think that would have been far enough outside of this dude's sphere of influence that he wouldn't have known about it. I think if you showed someone the blood spear and what it did, probably.
Huh.
I don't use my staff very often. I'm literally just walking with it, so
Yeah.
it just looks pretty, you know?
Yeah, for sure. God, what else? I think there's like a bracelet that if you put it on will like bite into you. I think the mace, the description of the mace is on there.
I want to know.
You want to know? It's a mace of terror.
Yeah.
Has 3 charges. While holding it, you can use an action, expend a charge to release a wave of terror. Each creature of your choice must succeed in a 30-foot radius of you. Must succeed on DC 15 Wisdom save or become frightened of you. While it's frightened, it has to spend its turns moving as far away from you as possible. It can't take reactions. Its action, it can only use dash or try to escape from an effect that prevents it from moving. If it can't move anywhere, it can dodge. Basically an evil version of Turn Undead.
Right. I'm just gonna nod a little bit looking at that and be like, all right, well, this is gonna sound like a weird question. Do you have any information on how to kill things that are unkillable and keep them dead?
Kill thing? No.
More specifically, resurrecting a 700-plus-year-old dragon. But
unfortunately, I'm not a magician. I am not devoted in that way. I handle accounting and the queue for resurrections at the church, but for the actual study, you'd have to talk to the abbot or one of his researchers.
Fair. I just figured that you'd know enough bureaucracy to get somebody tangled in the undead
I
in the underworld for about 6 centuries. But
think he like smiles at that and he says, "Well, I appreciate that you appreciate what I have devoted my life to."
as much as I can. How much do we owe you for your consulting services?
Just like waves a hand. Like, I disagree with what they're trying to do here. I think that it is skirting the very edges of what is permissible in a way that I do not approve of.
Lawful neutral. Right. Well, then we will go and try to make sure that Bella doesn't cause more chaos. Any thoughts on that, Screos, before we?
I need to think about what are we doing? Like, what's our?
I was thinking that we go to the pond so that we can get the sword, which will probably cause a lot of problems for us. So we'll see how that goes. And then be sniffing out Bella on the way. And if that doesn't work, I have locate creature, even though it's a higher level spell that we can use to find Bella and then go get Nikolai, because we can pay the fee. Well, we get the money and then we give the money to Leo to get Nikolai out, basically, and wait outside the city. But knowing us, we're going to get really involved because I really do want to go fuck up the abbot's shop. I just don't in character have a reason to yet. Suspicious, but
yeah, I agree. I want to go to the abbot because I'm curious about the lore, but that of all of the things we have to do, it's the least important.
Bella, could you give me a stealth check, please? Just because of where you are in relation to the abbey.
I was going to say one thing about Bella's been running around down there. It's like, wait a minute, this winding road, I can see people coming from a mile away. I'm going to climb up top of it, and then when I see them coming, send my shadow out and swap places.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think even on a 1. Yeah.
Oh no.
What's up?
I guess we have a reason to go to the abbot now.
Yeah.
Well,
listen,
in fairness, I had already moved him up that path when you all said we don't want to do anything with the abbot. I'm like, well, unfortunately, Bella is here to cause problems for everyone.
No, that's fun. That's a fun choice, and I support it.
It's not that we didn't want to do anything with the abbot. It's just us sitting there like, well, Anna's not going to cause whole trouble on purpose. And then we're like, Bella's in trouble. Well, fuck all of y'all. I'm breaking
Yeah, exactly.
up.
Like, we're trying not to draw too much attention to ourselves, so storming the leader's house kind of seems like a weird thing for us to do. But yeah, okay, so we'll go.
Ground.
Yeah, Bella has the high ground, and he's getting put in the lava. So we're gonna go get the sword, and then we're gonna go realize that Bella's in the abbey.
Bella, I think you see like the most generic looking white dude you've ever seen in your life on the road.
Colin Robinson.
Hold on. The most generic white person ever. What was the next part?
That you've ever seen in your life? That's what you see.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just
Sorry,
like, oh yeah, this guy is exactly what I was imagining, actually. Especially like the watery blue eyes. Like.
Yeah, hold on. Let me.
Already on it.
Okay.
Yeah. He has like photoshopped blue eyes in the show, I think.
Yeah, when he does vampiric magic, his eyes glow a very light blue.
I see.
It's very funny. But yeah, I think that like you're walking, right, Bella? You're like you're fucking keeping your head down, you're like going up, and you look behind you and no one's there, and then you turn back around and this dude's just like there in front of you and he's like, "Hello, child."
I have one question.
Yes.
How closely does he resemble the picture in my backpack?
I think very. Like same looking dude. Like that is the guy. He was wearing like more simple monk's clothes before. I think now he has like a little like nice white like over like draped over the shoulder. I don't stole, is that right?
Yeah.
Like standing straight, like, but yeah, looks just spot on. Like hasn't aged. Like absolutely could have been a photograph.
So I think like Bella had been like kneeling down to look over the hill to try and see if anyone's coming up. Looks over, nothing. Looks back down, looks back over. Abbott's there. Panic like jumps and
I think like you see the dust being disturbed on the ground where he like jumped down from the hill above you.
and the shadow that Bella had been keeping beside him to send off like just doesn't fall like a normal thing falls because it just kind of goes where it goes, but does 100% fall to down the cliff.
Uh yeah, I think huge white wings unfold from this guy's back. He has a fly speed of 90 feet. Can you outpace
Jeez.
that?
Jesus.
Probably not. No, but there's just like a moment of like, hey, wait a minute. Do I know you?
I think he like shrugs at that and says, this I know the sword. And he like points at the sword over your shoulder.
Oh, sword's in the bracelet.
Oh, right, sorry.
No, that's fair. He can still say that because he knows it's there, but
Yeah.
I'm going to put my backpack down and start digging through it, but keeping like eyes half on him.
All right. Yeah. The most generic white dude in the world with these huge angelic wings spread out behind
This
him.
is so cool. I love Dungeons and Dragons.
And I bring up the picture that I have where I cut out the Mayor Fuckface and like hold it up to get a reference between the abbot and the picture.
Yeah, 100% the same except for the big wings.
Is this your dad?
I think he like smiles at that and he says, "No, that's me."
Time's been kind to you.
Time has very little impact on beings such as I. Would you like to come inside? And he like gestures. If you'll stop and chat for a minute, I'll call off the guard.
Are you going to be threatening me as well?
I will
That was weird.
not be threatening you, child.
Yeah, you seem legit. Bella never rolls an insight in his first life.
Bella has never rolled an insight check in his goddamn life.
And he's not gonna start now.
Yeah. Why would he? I think the abbot will like fold his wings away, and when they hit his back, they like fizzle and vanish. And will like just.
Does that hurt, or is that just a thing?
Being constrained to a mortal form is its own limitations, but I wouldn't describe it as pain exactly.
More of an itch or like a strain?
Have you ever tried to run in especially restrictive clothing?
I've been doing that all afternoon.
My apologies. I believe that the good protectors of this town occasionally get a little overzealous. And
I usually don't have like guardsmen tell me to draw my sword and then try and arrest me. That seems a little backwards.
Well, from what I understand, they were attempting to determine whether that blade that you possessed was a dangerous magical artifact. My apologies again. They shouldn't have tried to arrest you for it. They should have given you the choice to surrender the weapon or leave town.
I mean, swords are a very dangerous item. My friend recovered from an illness called sword once.
I think he smiles at that. He's like, well, yes, from what I understand.
Oh shit, I still have his bail money.
Like, I'm sure he'll be fine.
I mean, he could probably pay for it easy. He did pay for it. It came from his house. But, like, at the same time, he's also in jail for not being dead anymore, which, that's kind of fucked up.
I see. Well, he'll last until we finish our conversation.
Sure.
Normally, wouldn't be so suspicious as those wordings, but was that a threat?
That was not a threat. He'll hold, Bella.
Okay, yeah.
I think he like laughs at that. Like kind of like jovial, like low pressure kind of thing. I think you guys like as you're slowly walking up this hill, the guard come up behind you, and he like raises a hand and then like does a little like no, it's fine wave, and they like ugh, sigh and then turn and go.
Before they turn around, Bella definitely does the pull one eyelid down and stick out the tongue.
The abbot can heal if we're dead, but God, does he heal if we do cardio all afternoon? No.
But yeah, I think we'll lead you into the abbey again. I think like very symmetrical buildings, like everything's clearly labeled. Like there's a um bum, bum, bum. Let's look at the abbey real quick to make sure that I'm not going to say any shit that I regret. I think there's like a little bit of snow on the ground. This place is like up, you know what I mean? Yeah, I think that everything's like well kept. The gates like stand pristine and well oiled. The buildings, like the tiles on the roofs, have been recently replaced. I think that you see the kids, like or not kids, but like younger folk, like outside still just like scrubbing the walls down and doing like a new application of whitewash. And again, this is like early in the morning, right? Like
I mean, I know sun doesn't really happen in these lands, but wouldn't you think to wait for it to get a little bit brighter? They like might hurt themselves or paint the wrongs or miss a section.
I think that he says if they miss a section, that will be a useful lesson for the next time. Yeah, just like leads you inside, brings you into a small room, sits you down, makes like some tea, and yeah, I think we should go back to Bella, or sorry, Anna and Skrios, because I'm
Yeah.
assuming that you'll stay here for a little bit, right, Bella?
Yeah, he seems trustworthy. He was nice. Called off the guards and explained he knew my dad. He was
Yeah.
a part of that party, so he's 50-50 chance to betray me, but he seems nice and wasn't crazy like the mayor, so
Yeah, I think as he leads you through the building, you see a number of like cells that are just like doors closed, like not cells like but like rooms, I guess, with like the doors closed and barred.
that's a question. That's uh I know we're all being nice and we're having this nice conversation, and you've so far been really kind and not creepy or anything, but those doors have a worry. I have one worry.
I think he like
What's those doors and what it
chuckles
means?
at that and he says, "Oh, I keep some of the more volatile magical experiments that I perform locked away so that nobody if it's behind those doors basically and you don't have somebody who knows what's going on with you, don't open those doors."
Is this kind of like throwing the fire at the alchemical supplies? That was a mistake.
That sounds like it might have been a mistake. This is experimentation on vampiric artifacts and things capable of transmitting vampirism.
Second worry. Are there vampires in there?
Oh yes, in some of the rooms, yes, absolutely.
Well,
I totally got the hand wash of holy water. I'm clear on this.
I think he smiles at that and he says, "Oh, Bella, I would not imprison you, please."
Okay, yeah, no, there we go. That's the confidence I needed. 1.5 worries.
Love the idea of you keeping the shadow outside the walls just in case.
yeah, yeah.
Oh no, the closed eyes means it's not summoned. I'm just keeping it on access to the map.
All right.
No, it fell off the cliff, which would have done at least 1 damage.
That's fair.
That's the joke I was making.
Oh,
That's very fair. All right. Anna,
Yeah.
Skrios.
I'm going to kind of get up and thank you, Leo, for your advice. do you mind? And then I make a gesture that's probably inscrutable.
I think he like I think he shakes his head and says, I probably won't, as long as again you do not assault me.
Okay, I turn into a dire wolf. I'd like to do it before we leave so that I'm not
Oh.
doing it in the middle of the street.
I think his like face lights up when you turn into a big wolf. He
Oh.
like gives you a big smile and he's like, "Oh, you are a person and I will not pet you." I think he says.
He has more restraint than Bella.
That's fine because Bella's allowed to pet Skrios, and Leo is not at that level of relationship with me yet. So I will sit and give him like a little dog snort that's like, yes, I approve of your decision, and you will not be petting me today.
Going to take one of the many scarves that Bella has given and offer it to Scrace and be like, "May I put this around your neck so you look like you are accompanying me?"
I lift my chin so you can tie it around my neck.
Okay, very loose but gentle, little jaunty scarf. There.
I love it.
That's cute. I think he says that like people here have. I think Leo says rather that people here have routines. And they're very invested in them. So try your best not to disturb any of them, even if you don't fully understand what's going on.
I snoof.
I snoof is very good.
That would be the area Bella has been running around.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's Bella smells. Oh, also,
Absolutely.
actually, Anna, before you put it on, I'm gonna snoof it. I'm gonna sniff it. Sorry, I've been using snoof to mean a variety of things. I think when I first said I snoof, I didn't mean I sniff. I mean I went the way dogs do.
Yeah.
The dog, like the when a dog is settling down in a spot that you told it to move to, and it makes like a
It's like
The-
almost a dog sigh.
The
but-
the middle ground between a dog noise and a horse noise.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. So that was snoof that time, but now I'm snoofing it in a sniffing way. So I'm gonna. It's a very versatile word. It has a lot of
It is.
complex meanings. There's layers of meaning in dog words. So yeah, I will smell the bandana so I catch the scent, and then I'll let you put it on.
Hell yeah.
All right. Yeah, I think we start. I mean, we're heading directly for the pool. I think is the first place we're going. But if we catch a scent of Bella before we get to the pool,
Yeah.
I mean, it looks like I can smell him right out the door.
yeah.
Can you give me
Thank you for the Bella smell lines.
the Bella smell lines are very funny. I'm gonna look up
They're
Dire
amazing.
Wolf real quick.
Smella. Here, I
The
already
only
have
thing-
it. I'll send you the link.
I wanted to add is that the 2 points on the upwards going up the hill are where he used the shadow to teleport up because he did not climb that.
Yeah, absolutely. It gives you advantage on smell and hearing related checks if that's what you're looking up.
Yeah. So give me what is this with perception? So it's a +3 with advantage because you're the wolf right now. Or do you keep your mental scores? Do you keep your wisdom
I
score?
think you keep your I think you keep your mental scores, but let me just double check really quick. It usually says in animal forms it is whichever is higher for those scores, but let me just look it up so that we're for sure Z's.
Wild Shape has so much text in 5e.
It truly does. Yes, you retain your alignment, personality, int, wisdom, and charisma.
Okay, cool. So this will be
You also retain, just so it's on the record, you also retain all your skill and saving throw proficiencies in addition to gaining those of the creature. If the creature has the same proficiency as you and the bonus in its stat block is higher than yours, use the creature's bonus instead of yours.
This one does not have a higher bonus than you, I think. It would have
I have a +7.
Yeah, this one would have. Oh, just for the proficiency bonus.
Oh,
this one has a +2.
sorry, yes.
And I think
Yeah,
yours
and I
is
have a
higher than a +2 at this point.
Yes, it is a 3.
But yeah, give me a perception check with advantage, if you don't mind.
Oh, that's not gonna be a problem for me.
Yeah.
Does a 29
Does it? Let me look at what I said for house rules on
Jesus, morning, Lord Christ.
on
I'm like, oh, he's in the Abbey.
Nat 20 on a
Like,
skill check
instantly.
gives a +3 to the result, but it's not an automatic success. So this is a 32, I believe. Or
Yes, that's a 32.
not guidanced, right? Because you're a wolf and you can't cast spells as a wolf.
Oh, you're right. Sorry.
So just a 30.
Just a 30. I
Just a
just rolled a
30.
30.
Just a 30,
Just a
guys.
little
Come on.
Just a 30, no problem. Yeah, I think you have a beeline on Bella. I think you know like exactly which way he went. I think that you could draw a path that just like mapped his exact
Yeah.
path. You're gonna have to follow it still, but I don't
Yeah.
think there's any confusion as to what's going on there.
Perfect. Because I know he can jump, and okay. Yeah. In that case, I am just going to trot along at a like moderate enough pace that Anna can easily follow, and it's not like disrupting the flow of traffic on the. I'm not bolting in that direction, but I am
Right.
like, when a dog just does a jaunty little
like-
little bounce.
A little trot.
Little trot. So I'm 100% like Anna, you can probably see me like I don't exactly do a point, but you can see me like sniff the ground and then be like, "Oh, this way, let's go."
All right.
Funny.
I'm keeping pace with the dire wolf, just not on the map because I'm easily distracted.
You're
Yeah,
patching
I don't
some
know
jeans up.
Pardon?
Oh no, I just saw Abby post a picture in the group chat, so I was like, "You patching some jeans up?"
I did.
Oh, yeah. Can you patch my sweatpants, please?
Probably.
Yeah, I really need them because the holes are all along the butt crack of the pants.
Oh, those are there.
It's really embarrassing.
So, buy new sweatpants.
I would, but I don't feel like it.
Male living space, motherfucker.
Oh, I deserve that. Sweatpants are fucking expensive.
Yeah, for sure.
It's not like I wear them out of the house. Anyway, whatever. This is not about my butt crack. I still know that we are going to the pool first, so I'm just going to follow basically there's a pocket of Bella-less air here, so I'm going to go kind of around.
Wait, hold on. There is one bit. He did go
Yeah.
to prison first.
Okay, well, I'm going to pause here for a second at the crossroads and like sniff the air and be like,
see the guardhouse.
and then I'm gonna snoof at them in an aggressive, not an aggressive, but just like fuck you kind of.
Yeah.
And then
I think that you see like two guards, and they look very similar, and then like one puts his hand on the other one and then fizzles out of existence.
oh god, can I invest? Can I think about that really hard?
Yeah. Go for it.
Is that a religion check or?
I think in this case it would be a religion check.
Okay, well I'm no good
Also-
at that, and
What's up?
Did I see it happen, and may
Yes,
I check it out? while we're walking?
absolutely.
Thank you.
yeah, let's just both have. Okay, well Abby can figure it out.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, baby, me too.
It
I'm
looks
gonna roll it pretty good.
it looks like one dude just absorbed that other dude. Like that guy just like maybe they were the same kind of thing and they're just like communing or something like that. Maybe they were just made to hunt Bella down, and now that job's done, they don't need to exist anymore.
That's an interesting.
That's disconcerting.
I look at you, Anna, for a sec, and I'm like, I
Um,
tilt my head like a dog does when it's confused.
Honestly, kind of like, yeah, it weirded me out too.
um,
I
Better
snort.
communication in animal form than we do as a party.
I know.
But I think that the one thing that you're sure of, Anna, is that whatever happened there, and you too, Skrios, that whatever happened there, whatever the actual long-term mechanism is, that one guard that's still there has like definitely knows what the other guard got up to. You know what I mean?
Okay, yeah.
Like it's at the very least, that's like a memory transference thing.
Okay.
Created a hive mind and you gave it anxiety. That's what you did.
Yeah. Way to go. Anyway, yeah. I'll keep up the path. I think if I'm interpreting this correctly, Bella, this blob area is like all Bella smell
This
because you were.
All over the place, up and down, left and right. There's one spot like he definitely swapped places onto the roof of someone else's house and used it as like a leaping
Well,
point.
that's illegal as well.
If I drew eyes and a rack of horns on this thing, it would look like an old school cartoon moose.
It looks like a moose. It looks like
amazing.
Rocky and Bullwinkle. Yeah.
Yeah.
It does.
Yeah. I'm just gonna come up through the trees to the lake, and I.
Now it looks like a fucking Banjo-Kazooie character.
Yeah.
Because it's.
This looks like a background character in Spyro or something.
I would love to meet this little guy in Spyro.
Yeah, me too. I want to play Spyro again really bad.
Yeah. Ahead of you, you see that same gazebo. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you for the giggle. I needed that. Ahead
Oh,
of
you
you,
guys.
I think you see. I'm not drawing any of this, by the way. This
Yeah,
is not me.
Not
This
me.
is definitely Eric.
It's very good. This is a dude from BoJack.
Yeah.
Fucking. Before I
The
delete all
tongue.
this, I am gonna screenshot it.
Yeah. Well, don't delete
My
all of the
masterpiece.
orange though, because that's the smells.
It's true.
I need those smells.
Yeah, I think you see the same thing that Bella saw earlier, where there's like the kind of shitty looking gazebo. There's that nice looking lake that looks like it's sparkling under like a bright sun, even though it's the sun is not up and it is still like early in the day.
Okay. Well.
Yeah.
I'd like to see if I can't see the sword in the lake, because we are trying to find that.
All right. Are you jumping in? Like how this is a
No,
big
I'd
lake.
I'd like to just. Oh yeah, I guess. No, I'm in an animal form at the moment. I don't think I can command my familiar.
Would like to sit down and start casting Detect Magic as a ritual spell.
Okay.
That's a much better way to do it.
So
I can't cast any spells.
You want to do as a dog, but
Okay, I'm gonna go sniff around the gazebo.
Yeah. I think the statue. Do you enter the gazebo?
Well, I'm sniffing around at the entrance.
Okay. Yeah. It doesn't smell like anyone's been here in a while. You get some like faint kind of like trace stuff, like maybe somebody like scraped themselves on a nail or something a long time ago.
Mm-hmm.
But nothing like no tracks or anything like that. Nothing fresh, you know?
Okay. What does it look like in there?
I think like sagging wood. This is like the only building in disrepair that you've seen in this whole area, I think.
Oh.
There's that same like carved statue of the dude with his arms outspread, but I think it's like moldy and covered in gunk at this point. Like nobody's scrubbed it down.
Well, can I look at the mold?
Yes. You look at the mold on the statue. It is mold of some sort.
Similar to my previous molds.
I think this is similar to the one that you found on the bridge that was eating the wood on the bridge, where it's like much more parasitic. Like it's not keeping. This statue is not a live growth statue. It's not like there's no symbiosis here. This is just like somebody didn't clean this thing and now it's kind of getting eaten.
Okay. Do I recognize the figure?
It is. Are you gonna go in to scrub the face clean?
I can't do that.
You could like paw at it. From a quick glance, no, you do not recognize the figure. It's like this statue is old and dilapidated. You'd have to go in and like do something before you'd be able to like make a what's up.
Yeah.
Would it be possible for a direwolf to use the orb of clean shit up? Because I could just roll that over.
That's so cute. Yeah, I'm gonna trot over. I'm gonna trot over and poke, like sniff at your pockets and poke my nose into them to try to get you to take it out.
Otto's like trying to concentrate on a spell and is like, "What the?" and then just opens the bag. Like, go ahead, because I think with a bag of holding, you can summon things by thinking about it, so you should be fine.
Yeah, I believe that's correct. Can you give me the text on the orb real quick? Is it anything you touch, or does a creature have to touch it?
That's an excellent question. I don't remember. It's a cleansing stone. I'm gonna look it up. Sorry, my cat is on my keyboard.
I can look it up.
I'm getting there. from your garments and your person.
Uh,
okay. So
Skrios,
no.
how are you gonna equip the statue to you so that you can try and
yeah.
cheese this magical effect?
Sorry, I thought it would work.
No, never mind. I don't think that's cheesable.
You don't want to put it on your back. You don't want to. You don't want to get Anna to put some leather straps on it. Consider it a backpack, and then lick the orb.
You know that that's not how I like to play D&D.
I do know that.
I am not Dylan. That's. I do not think that there is a circumstance under which a statue of that size could be considered a garment. So, or my person. So, like, nope,
That's
too
true.
bad. I
We'll just-
will still try to get Anna's attention though. If the stone's not going to work, that's fine. But like, I think I'll give you the 10 minutes to do your spell because I respect a magic user. But I'm gonna, before I enter the gazebo, I'm gonna poke around the sides, like around the back, and just see if there's anything noteworthy.
Would you give me another perception check?
What's it based on? Is it a hearing or smell? Do I have advantage?
How are you investigating? Is that?
Oh, I'm sniffing. I'm a fucking dog.
Okay, yeah, then yeah, give it with advantage. Bum, bum, bum. Read really quickly.
I gotta check something for wild shape too.
I think that Skrios, you recognize that there's something under the gazebo.
Oh, I'm digging.
It's like you catch a whiff of something and it's like coming from between the boards. It's like there's a false bottom to the gazebo that you'd have to wreck to get whatever was under there.
Okay. I respect that, but I am still currently a dog, so until I can get Anna's attention, I'm trying to dig under the porch.
Absolutely.
Anna focusing on the spell. Strayos comes over, whines, opens bag to see if there's anything that wants, goes back, starts scratching at the floor. Anna sitting here like this is pet ownership. This is
Yeah. Oh, as an aside, I had a constitution check I wanted to roll while I was actually, hold on. I have to ask you first. Do you have any food in your bag?
I have
The
a thing of
snacks.
wine.
You have snacks.
There are snacks. Yes, I do have cutie snacks and things like that in there for.
No, I didn't mean to roll with advantage, but I rolled the same thing twice anyway, so I do resist munching on your snacks.
Right.
I guess that should have been a will save, but whatever.
I think it's safe to say that I finished the casting and have a nice 10 minutes of detect magic up.
Use the whole lake glimmers with abjuration magic.
Right up my alley.
The whole thing.
It's abjuration.
Does detect magic tell you? No, it's just the school of magic.
Yeah, but it does give you, like, if you focus on it, you can separate out different distinct magical items and shit. So, I think Anna's gonna, like, have that. Now it's up and be like, okay, Skrios, what did you... This is a nasty...
Oh, no, I think I'm actually carried away with digging, so I'm not gonna come get you. I'm, like, really trying to dig under this porch. I'd like to know how far I get before you...
No, that was Anna, like, looking up and being like, what the fuck are you doing over there? And just going over now.
Yeah, if you want to come over, I will. I'd like to. How far did I get under? Because I feel like I'm imagining that, like many gazebos, it's got kind of like a cross wooden pattern that raises it up.
Yeah.
So I think you come around and you hear like digging and snorfing and whatever, and when you come back here, there's like just a dog ass. Like, I'm a dire wolf too, so like the biggest dog ass you've ever seen, just like sticking out from under the bottom of the porch.
That's correct. Skrios, I think you're trying to get like underneath where the...
Yeah.
Oh, Lamau. I didn't get it. I'm sorry.
It's all good. Anyway.
You're trying to get like underneath it, and it just keeps not keeps going. I think it does go for a surprising distance though. It's like somebody like built that trellis way too far down. It's one of those things where you think that it might be a like maybe it's built shitty on purpose up top.
Okay, yeah.
Like nobody would put this much work into this thing.
The foundation of a gazebo.
Yeah. I think that you get to a certain point and it's just like there's a concrete foundation down there or something, like a solid stone foundation, and it's like, what the fuck is going on?
Yeah.
I think Anna's coming over and being like, "We weren't supposed to destroy things. That's not." Oh dear.
Okay, well, so I like back up out of the hole, and the whole front half of my body is just covered in dirt, and I do one of those big dog shakes.
And now you touch the cleaning orb.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. And I kind of like I grunt in annoyance and then like trot around to the front, like Anna should follow me, and I start scratching at the floor in like the part of the floorboards that I feel like she should.
All right. I'm going to start. I'm not going to ask questions. I will ask the DM if my detect magic is picking up anything in this area, but I'm going to start pulling up floorboards because I've been directed to do so. So
I love the trust that we all have in each other.
Nothing yet.
All right.
When my friend turns into a dog and starts chewing at the floorboards, I simply listen.
I think that like
help.
you pull one floorboard up and you see that like there is like a room down there that has like a black chest, or not even a chest, like a rectangular box, like a black, like somewhat long, like rectangular box. I'm imagining almost like, what if somebody blew up a jewelry box? What if a jewelry box was like a
huge
4-foot long box? Yeah.
Fancy.
And not wide either. It's like maybe a foot like in width, but like yeah. So I just want to be clear, not a coffin looking thing, but you get that as soon as you pull a couple of floorboards up. You did not see that through the weird wooden trellis, like the outside of the gazebo.
Yeah.
What do you do?
Taking the box out and seeing if there's anything else.
Do you hop down into the room?
Yeah, I'm going down.
Okay.
So yeah, like, I'll follow.
How far down is it, Mitch?
To the foundation that Skrios had dug to.
So I can get in there without having to fly. I mean, I can fly, but you know.
Yeah. So I think like Skrios wasn't completely buried. So like what, 3 or 4 feet? Like it's not like a full. It's not like a full. What's the word I'm looking for? Like it's more of a crawl space than a room.
Right.
I think, but yeah. You go down there, Anna, and you said you grab the box, you open it up?
I'm gonna take it out of here first.
Okay. I think when you touch the box, there is like it feels warm.
Okay.
I just want you to know for flavor that Skrios is like in front of you, and he's again a pretty tall dog, so he's probably at about the height that you're holding the thing, but his head is craned up a little, so he's like sniffing at what you're doing, like when a dog wants to be involved.
Anna's gonna, of course, let the dog sniff the box while it's being taken out.
Absolutely. I think that you guys get out of there, and the statue that was in the gazebo is gone.
Interesting. Well,
I make a little confused dog sound.
I think Anna's gonna be like, "Oh shit." Anna's gonna be like, "Well, something knows we just stole something." I'm gonna make a guess.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Yeah. Maybe. Weird shit,
Well,
man.
what? I'm having fun communicating as a dog. So you leave the room? Anna,
Yes, I'm
you're
gonna get out of. Anna is taking it out. I'm not opening the creepy box inside the creepy box room in a weird gazebo where the statue just disappeared. I'll probably do it next to the very pretty lake.
Okay.
okay. So when you get out there, I'm gonna bonk the box with my snoot.
Um. Yeah. You're okay. Yeah. You bonk it. Scarios, it feels warm.
Oh, I lick my nose.
Like hot bread out of the oven warm, not like person warm.
Yeah, I lick my nose.
Yeah.
I think Anna is going to like just open the box. At this
You
point.
you see a much smaller than you expected object wrapped in a like a lead sheet that has been like crimped shut.
Oh, that means it can't be scryed.
Mm-hmm.
It also means this is why you're not getting detect magic off of it.
Yep,
Yeah.
that makes sense.
I think that the lead is hot though.
Ooh,
Um,
we're gonna get poisoned today, guys. Can I construct lead poisoning? We're gonna find out.
you're resistant to poisons, right?
I'm not.
I think that now that you've opened the box, do you leave it open while you're examining this thing?
I mean, it was being hidden for a reason, so I think I might close it again and be like, we might want to look at this
Yeah.
in an outside of the city.
I think before you close it, you see that some of the lead in the box is starting to liquefy.
Oof.
And when you close it, the temperature seems to go down a little bit.
I'm gonna put this in the bag of holding if that works for you, Skrios.
I nod.
All right. This is probably, I'm gonna make an assumption if it's melting lead, it's probably what we're looking for, and if it's not, it's probably pretty cool. So
Yeah, I cannot speak to you, so I don't say anything.
this is just the monologuing at your pet while going through the actions. Also monologuing at your friend while going through actions. And then just gonna be like, okay, now we need to go find Bella.
Yep. I just start walking.
Yep. Hell yeah.
I do keep the detect magic up for the next 10 minutes. I don't know how long it'll take us to find Bella, but it is going.
The road is like 400 feet or something like that. It's not crazy, and especially if you guys are just taking the steep hill instead of walking back and forth doing some climbing shit.
Mhm.
I think you should still have it when you get to the abbey.
Now I'm sure we've been detected.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah. I don't think there's anyone waiting for you when you come in. Bella, the abbot has been asking you questions about like what it feels like when you use the sword. If like how quickly you regenerate after invoking its powers. If you've ever been cut by the sword, and if you have, what it feels like to be cut by the sword.
Bella's answers are not lying, but they're definitely not accurate to what reality is.
Oh yeah.
Because it's like, what does it feel like? He would describe probably like familial plot pride, connection that he didn't know he had, kind of stuff. Not actually talking about the physical reaction
Yeah.
connection.
I think
And
he'll
it's
like,
like, oh, how quickly do you recover? And it's like, there's no recovery. It's as natural as it feels natural.
yeah. I think that he'll like try and rephrase the questions to get the information he wants, if that makes sense. He'll run you. It's one of those things where like he goes down his list of questions and he marks down your answers as you give them, And then once he gets to the end, he's obviously like taking a second to revise the questions and then asking you very similar questions with slightly different verbiage.
When he gets to have you cut it, he will draw the sword, activate it, and just nick the hand.
It feels bad. It feels like yeah, I don't want to super get into it. But
this was a weapon made for a specific purpose, and it's very good at that purpose. And also, ow.
Yeah. But he'll write that down. He will watch you do this and like very interestedly watch you hurt yourself and make a bunch of he seems a lot more animated, and then we'll like reach over and heal you. You're not under any curse, disease, poison, blindness, or deafness, correct?
Only when I'm using the shadow far away, so no.
Okay. Then his healing does not do anything particularly special. I think he'll like ask you if the sword ever communicates with you, if while you're wielding the sword you feel like a hunger or a desire to like feed the sword. Trying to nail down like
thing. It likes to show off, but no outside influence. And when I get the hammer out, it pouts, but it can deal with that because it's a sword. And what's useful is sometimes a hammer is better for a nail than a sword is.
I think that Anna and Skrios, if you guys try to enter the Abbey, all of a sudden those kids are again young adults, I guess. Like I think that they've rotated out at this point, so it's not like 15, 16-year-olds anymore. It's probably like 18, 19, 20-year-olds, something like that. Like very politely ask you what you need.
I'm looking to get into this building, and I'm looking for something.
I think the kid will nod and be like, "This is a place that many people find answers. Can I ask what you are looking for?"
And of ours?
Sorry, can I tell that Bella's in this building?
Yes.
I am scratching at the side of the wall.
My Anna's just gonna kind of like look at these people, look at the church, and then like close eyes. My dog has attachment issues and would rather be with my friend, and we'd like to get there quickly so not distress him.
My dog has attachment issues. I look at you.
I think like
Honestly,
I give you such a fucking look.
Smiles.
Anna just gives like a shrug of like sorry.
Smiles and leads you in, like nods once and like
I love that.
Nods once and like will start walking towards the building. Skrios, as soon as you walk inside, could you give me a perception check?
Just classic?
Advantage, you're snorfing.
I am snorfing.
This place reeks of blood. Those rooms that are like closed off is just like horrible blood stench, viscera smell, slaughterhouse vibes.
Okay. Yeah, I think Anna, you can probably see that I think I don't necessarily like whimper, but I do make a cringe, and like for the time that I'm in there, I've got like my ears back and my hackles up a little bit. I'm walking slower and kind of like yeah.
I'm assuming that I don't smell blood because one, a construct, so that's probably not a familiar thing, and two, it's I don't have advantage on that. But I'm assuming I noticed the doors.
You do notice the barred doors that they're walking past.
Yeah, I think I am walking in the dead middle of the hallway, so I'm not approaching any of those doors, and I am pointed forward, so like there's not an indication that Bella's in any of them, but it is like assaulting my senses, so I'm like very uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Anna's going to be like, so what is in those rooms?
Oh, experiments, if I'm not mistaken. experiments on vampirism and the nature of vampirism. Since
I
we're
growl.
all here now, let's move you guys to.
The
I like the idea
man.
that when you all walk into the room, Bella's got like the sword wreathed in the mists and like pressed up against his forehead because he's trying to understand something that doesn't use words to speak.
Creepy. Thank you.
It's like
Her
he's
lo-
being asked questions about the nature of his sword, and he's like, "Well, I'm trying to ask the sword questions, but the sword doesn't talk." And
It uses emotions. Give me a second. I'm trying to commune.
That is a lot of
Oh
tokens.
shit. Oh boy. Oh shit.
That is a lot of icons.
Yeah.
Wow, wowie, wowza.
Say I could create a stampede by using one turn undead. If they, I know there's like extenuating circumstances probably going on, but it would be the
Jinkies.
thought of it. I could have a thriller rave in here in about 5 seconds.
Zoinks.
Yeah. So let's ignore the names on these things and imagine instead of being nasty, it is nice and clean.
There's no names
Okay.
visible.
That's
to
probably
us,
for the
so-
best.
Okay. So where are we?
So I think that the abbot is in the correct place. Bella, if you wouldn't mind putting yourself in that same bottom left-ish room.
So is it just these 2 rooms and these 3 on this? There's no compass. Okay, I didn't look at the
rooms
south.
here.
Okay, and here
Yeah.
and here. Okay.
But they're all barred from like where you guys are, so from the outside according to the room.
Gotcha.
I think that the dude who's walking you looks like a little bit too generic clean, if that makes sense. Just copy one of these tokens.
Oh,
That's
I
fine.
don't like
Like if you smell at him, Skrios, he doesn't smell like anything.
Wow.
Like people smell like sweat or whatever the job they were doing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Anna, do you want to put yourself on the map too or no?
I am getting there. Give me a second.
You're fine.
No problem. I think I would like to. I think I'm gonna really smell him.
Yeah. I think you get like very faint traces of like ink or something like that.
Yeah. I'm gonna like smell him and then smell like Anna to make sure that it's not just me.
Oh no.
You're doing the did I lose my sense of smell? Anna probably smells like, I mean, digging up dirt and all of that shit we just did, so.
Yeah, like dust from the road and the paint on her skin.
Mhm.
Or her porcelain, you know?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
like whatever she used the last time she washed her wig. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay, but I'm really getting in there with this smellless guy. Like,
yeah. I think you get like very faint traces of like like I think ink and like I think that maybe a little bit of coppery blood smell. But like everything here is overpowering in that sense.
Yeah. He doesn't react to me like totally.
Very
stick in my
pleasant,
whole
very bland smile on his face.
Okay.
Like nothing. Like yeah, okay, I agreed to lead you guys in here. Like not even like a little put out, you know?
Yeah.
Concerning at all. I'm not.
Can I lick him?
Yeah.
Just his hand? Can I lick the back of his hand?
Yeah.
I'm confused by this.
He tastes like I know this is going to be a weird question.
Okay, I know, and I'm also like, thank you to our very accommodating dungeon master, who
Yes.
I am asking to describe the flavor of a random NPC.
Have you ever licked like a latex paint on a wall?
Yes.
No.
Like maybe not a latex paint,
Specifically
maybe
on a
that's
wall?
wrong, but like the paint on drywall.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's kind of nothing.
It's kind of nothing and it's a little dry.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I think that's
Yeah.
the same vibe here.
Okay, well, I lick my nose a couple times after that because I dislike it.
I think that the I don't even know, what do you call somebody who's at an abbey like this? Like monk? Question mark?
Yeah.
Oh God. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess the young monk smiles at you, Anna, and says, "Your dog is very friendly."
I've heard that. Anna says, definitely lying.
I get that all the time.
I think like the same bland smile on his face, you know? Not quite like customer service smile.
Approaching. It's the church customer service smile. The you're definitely a heathen, but I have to be nice to you so you enter the kingdom of heaven. I know the look.
Yeah.
Like if a customer service person actually didn't have a soul instead of just having to pretend that they
Yeah,
didn't for
exactly.
money. So I'm guessing that these guys can probably glue themselves together too.
Probably.
Yeah.
But just like walks up to the door, knocks. You hear the voice of bland Weitzman go, "Come in."
I run up to Bella and I start poking him and licking his hands.
I think
There's
that
like a moment of like, huh? Huh? Bestie!
What is yeah, I get fully like underneath your arm. You can pet me as much as you like. What does Bella smell like?
what does Bella smell like? You have your spice pouch. You have run around in the woods.
There's a lot of woods, there's a lot of sweat, and there's just the faintest trace of blood as well.
And probably that spice pack, and probably whatever we've used for that little soap spritzy thing. We probably all smell like whatever it is.
Yeah, I grumble at you and lick your hand where you had cut it.
That tickles. So I'm trying to focus. This thing doesn't really think right with. It thinks in colors and not words.
I think that my supposition that it might have been a vampiric artifact is unfortunately possibly flawed, and so I apologize for haranguing you. It
It's
seems to
always
share
difficult
some.
to admit our flaws.
I think he like nods once and he says, "Yes, that's something I've noticed, that mortals and celestials tend to have a hard time acknowledging when they're in the wrong. But I am happy that no long-term harm was done to you on behalf of this, and I thank you kindly for answering my questions. And
Happy to help.
yeah, I think he asks if there's anything you need. Like, I think he says that the matter of Nikolai's bail will be handled by him. That he thanks you for, and then like it's like he's completely ignoring you, Anna, until he's done with his first conversation. And then like you see him like say that, I'm glad that no long-term harm was done. We'll compensate you for your time here. Thank you very much. And he like nods once, and then like mentally checking that box as finish the conversation, turns to you, Anna, and he's like, "Hello, child. What can I do for you?"
Well, we were coming
Sir,
to get.
you might be mistaken, but she's a little bit older than me.
I was gonna laugh a little bit at that. Oh yeah, Bella, we did find out that I'm over 700 years old, so might want to write that down somewhere. Anna just says mid-conversation because we haven't seen Bella at all, and then goes back and be like, well, we were here to get our friend and our other friend who has been arrested for being alive again, which the being alive again is my fault. The fact that you want to make him unalive again, I do have some issues with, but also there's a lot of you do how do I approach this topic? And like gestures towards the rooms that we had passed, that we had like been mentioned there were experiments in, right?
Mhm.
That was said by one of the guys. Be like, So, do you feel like explaining that? You mentioned it's hard for you to admit wrong, so I wouldn't be surprised if you didn't want to talk about it.
I'm confused
You are
as
so catty.
I'm confused as to what you mean by that. Part of the reason that we have laws regarding returns to life on the books is so that when we encounter the hostile undead, we have a way of a justified mechanism for dealing with them. And he like shrugs and he says, "The undead are a scourge. Vampirism is a curse that affects hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of people across the various planes of existence. I'm looking for a way without the complete destruction of the body to reverse the effects of the curse and restore them and their soul to life and light and purity." And he like gestures toward the man behind you, I think, and claps once, and the guy turns into light and then like flows into the abbot's arm. And he says, "This is the result of one of my experiments."
Did you just eat him?
Eat is perhaps strong. They are reflections, lesser celestials, created from me, returned to me. He like shrugs.
Wait. Hold on.
Anna's gonna like sit there and be like, I'm not sure how I feel about all of this. I did come in here rather aggressive because our friend was getting arrested, and we were. Anna's gonna like look over at Skrios and be like, how am I supposed to approach this? Kind of a look to the dog.
I am going crazy not being out of wild shape, but I don't want to undo it because I think it'll be useful for the rest of the session, probably.
And because Bella is giving the best scritches right now.
Oh, that's a problem. Don't impair my focus.
Bella does spawn the mist form.
Yeah.
It's like that, and the shadow is also pointing at Bella while he's pointing at it.
I think that the abbot will grab like a knife off the table and just like cut himself on the arm, and this like bright white liquid pools and drops, and then from it grows a like 20-year-old person.
Okay. I have two things that I want to. First thing is that I'm pretty sure I can still use my tattoo because it is not a spell, and it says that damage or injury or defacement of the tattoo once inscribed does not impair the tattoo's function.
That sounds perfect to me.
Start writing, bitch.
Yeah. So the first thing I'd like to do though is I would like to he says that he's just called the abbot. Like that's what he doesn't can I think back into my lore? Is that a star that I like would know about? It's not one of the ones we made, but is it like a different?
I don't know. I mean, there might be some overlap. Give me a history. That sounds like if anything's a history check, that's a history check, right?
Yeah,
History or we've been doing the star stuff as nature, right?
Yeah.
So I think history or nature because it pertains to your like weird. This would be esoteric.
Yeah. I'm taking the nature because I got better. I'm trained in that, and I'm not trained in history. Oh, I didn't mean to advantage it. Sorry, but
no, you're fine. 10. We'll take the first one. Yeah. So 10. I don't think you're like it's one of those things where you're like I've heard of it's the abbey or the abbot or the chapel or
right.
But like I never did anything for it.
Yeah. It didn't call us.
Like, yeah. Like maybe there's another circle that's really into them, and you like vaguely heard about it when you were doing trading one time, but you were being ostracized.
That's so funny. Yeah. They were like, don't invite Skrios because it's not good for our social relations with other traveling groups, circles.
Yeah.
Bring it along the 12-year-old that likes to talk about annihilation. Just don't do it. It's like the one dinosaur kid. You're just like, I love that your enthusiasm, but
don't bring Wednesday Adams to the
to the fucking don't bring Wednesday Adams to the potluck is very funny. Like,
yeah. Yeah.
Now, it should be noted that I was the kid who talked about annihilation and dinosaurs, so this is not hating on them. This is just my experience.
love
Mhm.
I
that.
think we were all that kid a little bit.
It's true.
I would just
Yeah.
read. I would just read all the time.
I was never invited to a potluck.
It's forcibly brought to potlucks, so
Okay, well, I'm gonna start digging around in Bella's backpack with my snoot
All right.
to try to retrieve some paper.
There are several journals of stuff that you can pull out easily enough.
And
so,
you're
like,
fine with me just taking whichever?
Oh yeah.
Okay, well,
Well, you
I
guys-
take a... Go ahead, yep.
while you guys are doing that, I was going to sigh a little bit and be like, we've had interactions with people who are doing experiments for the greater good recently. So if I come off hostile, it's because we've seen a lot of stuff that should not exist.
I think he
Like
Sorry, go ahead.
people trying to turn their entire town into golems or artificially extend their life. So if I seem upfront, it's because I don't condone trapping things against their will and experimenting on them. So I'm a little suspicious, if that makes sense.
I think he nods once and he says, "I understand. I think I disagree with you because if we could find an easily reproducible method for returning the afflicted, the vampire, to life, we could do so much good across the plains. We could not. Vampirism is an affliction that both corrupts the body and changes the soul. And it is only through, so far that we found, true death and then resurrection that something takes place and can from then restore the person to life, to true life. But true resurrection is difficult. Resurrection is not something that is commonly available to people. So if we can find another way, we could do so much good. We could save so many people's souls.
Okay, so I take the book out and I flip to an empty page and I'm going to just write in the book and pass it across a table to the abbot.
I'm loving this mental image of this dog doing this.
Yeah, it's also cute because I do have to do it with my paw, so the
Oh.
writing comes out of like one of my claws, like the what would be my index finger.
Cute.
So I guess actually I think I'm gonna hop up on one of the chairs to make this a little more possible.
I
Yeah.
was gonna pull out the chair and like situate it so that like two of them can fit a dire wolf comfortably,
Yeah, thank you. So that I can write in this book.
Accepting you
So-
don't want to leave wild.
I don't want to leave wild shape. And I have a means to communicate, so I don't have to. So I'm going to write in Celestial, and I don't know exactly what the greeting is, but I'm sure that there's like a ritualized greeting for our circle to like hail a star, right?
Yeah.
So I'm just gonna say like, "Hi, it's nice to meet you. I'm a servant of the stars," kind of thing, and ask about like. I guess the first thing I have two things. First thing I just want to ask, like, how have you been carrying out your intent here? And it sounds like you're doing it on other planes as well. Question mark. Are you doing this on other planes simultaneously?
I think
It's
he'll.
rare that yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry. Finish because this is written, so everything happens at once.
Okay, yeah, so I just think it's rare that a celestial will come down personally. So I'm curious about that.
I think that he writes, I am not a star, nor am I a servant of the stars, except perhaps indirectly. I am the last surviving angel of the Morning Lord. I bear his light within me. And I have, and you said, sorry, what was the rest of it? Like, how are you doing your purpose here?
Yeah.
I think he writes, "My purpose is salvation." And I am attempting to uplift these people and ensure that when they die, or when this curse is finally broken, their souls are not damned for their sins in this cursed land.
Yeah, I'll write thank you. I think your work will function in tandem with ours. We're here to destroy the star vampire, which I write in common. I'm not invoking a celestial name.
Yeah.
And I'll say on behalf of Skrios, because why not? I'm very pro Skrios.
Yeah.
And when like our basically just saying our purpose is to break the curse, and it's good that there will be someone to help in the aftermath of that.
I think he nods at that. Yeah. He, I think, writes back to you because he thinks that this is like this is your preferred method of communication.
That's funny.
And I think he writes back, I appreciate that. It's nice to see somebody, or it is reassuring to see that others can understand my purpose. If you'd like to see any of my experiments, please feel free to let me know and I will show you.
I will just write. I'll write. I'd love to, and you can speak so the others are involved, so that they can hear you as well.
I think he asks if you'd like to see any of the experiments that are happening currently.
Yes.
Anna, Bella, do you have any strong?
We want to make sure that they're not, bad or anything, because we've seen some bad things, right? Like,
And there's like a curt nod from Anna. Anna looks not happy with this guy. I would like to insight check him.
Yeah.
Like, just does everything. I mean, like, not feeling great.
Is there any specific
oh, wait,
like
wrong one. Sorry. Ignore that.
We could take it. It was still an 18. What's your
It's the same. It's the same. But I'm not proficient in insight, but it's the same exact plus.
So it'd be 18 plus
+5 anyway, and then +1 for a moonstone. So it's the exact same roll.
Oh, gotcha. That's funny. So 24. Yeah. What specifically are you like trying? Just like you said, his whole vibe.
Yeah, I just there's something about one, the way he says salvation makes Anna a little bit concerned. It might just be me.
Yeah.
But I think also the just his whole I'm the last. I didn't hear the bit about like the last angel of the morning lord, but there's something about these experiments and everything that just is not.
I think he'll
right.
repeat that too. Like once Skrio says it's okay to like tell the whole party, I think he'll repeat some of the conversation, at least his half of it. Very very stilted. Like Skrio said it's okay to tell the rest of the party or speak out loud to the rest of the party, and so he just like reads basically out loud his half of the conversation. Which is like a weird thing to do.
Yeah.
I think I was gonna nod a little bit. I just want it's a vibe check, really. It's I'm not sure how I feel. Also, I have a feeling you're keeping. I haven't cast Detect Good and Evil yet, but I have a feeling that you're keeping a lot of things here. And I don't like vampires, but I'm not sure. When people say experiments, they don't usually mean I want to show you the fluffiest kitten that I can think of and make you feel better inside.
I think his like eyes light up when he talks about like saving people's souls and salvation and like healing people or resurrecting them. I think that like there's a real passion there. I think that like when he talks about his experiments, there's that same kind of like real drive there. He's proud of what he's doing here. And he like wants people to buy in and he wants people to help him. He's not gonna like proselytize to you guys. But it's you get the vibe that like he's trying to win you over here,
Right.
Between calling off the guards and offering to pay for Nikolai and like saying like doing the very obvious, oh, I must have been mistaken, please feel free to keep your ancestral sword. It's not disingenuous. He's not lying about any of that, but it's very performative.
Yeah, and I think I just want to make it like I don't want Anna to be like I don't know metagaming by having these emotions, but I think we have a lot of Anna's not happy about free will being subverted in any way right now,
Yeah.
and is very suspicious about this whole fucking place, and
Yeah.
also is like, here's the word experiments, and all I can think of again is the Burgomaster, you know,
Yeah.
so or Vasily with the plans that we've seen, you know, so
Mhm.
Yeah, I actually am loving our like completely opposite takes on this
oh
because
yeah,
like Anna's reacting to those things and Skrios is reacting to his own experiments and being like, yeah, totally fucked up experiments can lead to really good outcomes. Like,
Yeah, so
Bella's here for a good time.
I do want to just say for both players and listeners, descriptions of viscera and gore probably coming up. We'll keep it vague. I'm not going to get super into like medical experimentation stuff. But I do want to just like make it as clear as possible. That's the kind of even in vague terms, that's the kind of territory we're headed towards.
Viewer discretion is advised.
I don't know if this is an accurate description, but if you've ever played the first Dishonored game, you know that guy who has like is the scientist, and you go through his house, and there's a lot of various things kind of spread open on the table a lot of the time, including like animals. That's the vibe I'm anticipating.
Yeah,
So
I've never played Dishonored, but that's kind of the same thing that I'm
yeah,
imagining. I think he like opens the first door over here, and it's like there's a cot, there's like a bucket full of slightly coagulated blood. There's a vampire spawn in there that immediately hisses and like pulls at the chains that are keeping it down on the bed. I think like classic autopsy open,
ooh, vivisected.
like Y cut on the chest and just like the skin pinned down to the bed. And he nods and he says, "We've attempted to inject directly various alchemical solutions, distribute them either through the feed," and he points at the blood, or directly into the heart of the vampire. So far, we've seen moderate success at restoring them to a more lifelike external appearance, but very little at controlling the hunger and impulses that come with vampirism. And then like waits for anyone to make any comments, and then if you don't have any, just like closes the door.
I do have some comments, but I have a book in my mouth because I'm a dog.
Bella will hold the book for you if you need to write it, but Bella's
Okay.
also looking very distinctly like, yikes, look.
yeah. No, Anna is looking more and more like jaw set, just like the most default expression possible when she gets angry, kind of a look, like looking at this, like
Uh-huh.
um,
Yeah, I would just like to say I will write the answer will be celestial. It lies in the curse, and I don't believe that there's an earthly means to improve it.
I think he nods at that and he says, from what I've seen so far, it appears as though that's correct. However, most curses can be dispelled. There is some method to breaking them, and I find it hard to believe that any evil can come into this world without a way to undo it.
I'm gonna say the curse is not individual. The curse is on the star. Like, you can't find an individual cure because that's not where the curse is.
the people ending up this way is a symptom. There's actually the star is what is being influenced, not the you know on our realm. Is that what you are implying?
Yeah, that's kind of what I mean. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the star is the curse, sort of. Like, it's not like it used to be good and now it's been corrupted. Like, it is a corruption, but it's like that's yeah.
Yeah. Like its purpose is corrupting things like this, right? Like
Yeah, so Skrios believes that the people that have been vampirized can't be unvampirized, except for, I mean, potentially killing and then resurrecting them. We kind of thought about that, but it's not like the curse doesn't. It's not like each individual person has been cursed. It's like in the same way that if someone is sick, it's not like each cell in your body is individually sick.
Yeah. I think he'll like nod and then speak out loud again and say, "That's an interesting standpoint. I would not be able to kill and resurrect a star or," and then he's like thinking like tapping his foot. He's like, no.
Oh no.
But he's like, if we could manage some of the symptoms, even because there are very few transformative magics in this world that. For a long time, people thought that being turned into a werewolf turned you evil. I think he says he's like monologuing as he's walking, and he's like, but it is my understanding that the werewolves in this land have developed a somewhat rigid combination of physical and spiritual practices that mitigate most of their most destructive impulses, and that
Well, some of them did.
Smash cut to the party werewolves going chug 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 in a cave.
Yeah, right?
They've developed a series of intricate rituals. Kids at drink keg stands.
Oh,
Some
the
of them
rituals
are
are so
spiritual in
intricate.
nature.
Yeah.
I think that it opens the door to this one, and there is like, it's the classic give the kid a marshmallow and tell him that if he doesn't eat it, he gets 2 marshmallows later kind of thing that he's doing here. I think there is like a potion's worth of blood on there. Like there is an empty potion file on the desk. You know what I mean? And he explains that like if the vampire had not consumed it, we would have given him 2 later. But every vampire so far has consumed it.
Yeah.
And it's like I'm putting these people through I'm putting these vampires through like this repeated same experiment to see if like over time they'll learn to strategize a little bit, and the answer so far has been no.
Okay.
How many potions of blood do they get a day?
I think that he says like technically, like closes the door and latches it again and says that like technically the sorry. I think he says that technically vampires don't require any blood to survive. That like it's a hunger and a way of transmitting the curse more than it is like necessary in any way for them to function.
But
And
do they like know they're not starving?
we've told them. I don't know about their personal experiences, but like opens a door and points to a vampire who is like there and like sagging in the chains. Is like they do get despondent though after long enough without being fed. We're trying to see if a long period without being delivered sustenance will break the compulsion long term.
Bella redoubles the look he's giving Anna.
Yeah, no, Anna's gonna be like, yes, we've seen a long experiments of this. It does not work. Turns out.
I think he like smiles at that and says, I think we're operating on different timescales.
So you've been starving this vampire for like 400 years?
I think he says, well, I've only rebuilt the abbey in the last taken over in the last 10 years or so. But, and he shrugs, we'll see after 50, after 100.
Yeah, Anna's mouth is just set in a very tense line.
I think the next one over, there's a vampire that's just like staked and is like, we're observing like the effects of the classic wooden stake. And it's just like vampire paralyzed. It looks like he goes in and like picks it up and moves it around to show that it's like paralyzed and mostly harmless in this state. Yeah, stuff like this all the way down.
Yeah.
Testing the regenerative capabilities by wounding the vampires in specific ways, like monitoring it. A lot of like, maybe if we introduce this and this element, we'll be able to do something. Like maybe we can induce a resistance to sunlight, and socializing them in the daylight will like restore some higher reasoning capabilities, blah blah blah.
I'm
It's
gonna
basic-
mention that Strahd has made himself immune to sunlight and that it didn't seem to help. I would also like to ask if he's tried any communication based, any therapy.
I think like he nods at that and he says, yes, we have, I think he says like, I had daily meetings with some of them for the better part of a year, and I will continue these, of course, but they are in temporary hiatus due to the fact that the last time I attempted to have a group therapy session, it turned into a series of brutal murders.
Well, maybe one-on-one for a while.
I thought
Also,
maybe
I
trying to
apologize.
build a sense of what's up.
Oh, I was gonna say I apologize for the jingling noise. My cat has found his most annoying toy.
No,
Oh, I
it's
didn't even hear it.
yeah, it's totally
Oh, right.
fine. But I think that he says like, I've been continuing the sessions one-on-one, but we haven't seemed to have made much progress. They still seem to be under the thrall of their creator. I think the number of vampire spawn here is like shocking to you. And like,
Are you?
what's up?
I want to ask how he captured them.
I think he nods once and he says, we arrested them when they attempted to enter our town, our village. And I think he shrugs and he says, and a good way to qualify for resurrection is to be part of my tests group for a period of time. So occasionally we do induce vampirism in new applicants.
Anna's just gonna sit there with like her mouth open, literally, and be like, okay.
I'm literally sitting here with my mouth open, like,
Like,
I'm sorry. So I do specifically want to ask. So have you killed and then resurrected a vampire, and has that released them from vampirism?
I think he nods once at that. And he says, yes, people come here sometimes and they request resurrection for family members, for friends, for other things like that, and they can't afford the fees associated with it. And so we will hold them in bondage for a year and do our experiments if we need. It is a very contested, actually, position to serve the Abbey in this way.
This is insane.
yeah, Anna's just sitting there, like looking at Bella, like, Bella knows Anna's. I'm gonna kill her. I'm gonna murder this fool. Oh look, this guy has somehow not surpassed the Burgomaster, but is getting close.
Oh.
Because he's doing it. The Burgomaster was doing it for selfish means. This guy was like, I'm gonna bring salvation to everybody by holding resurrection. That I'm a fucking celestial angel. I can do a resurrection when I sneeze. I'm gonna hold it out like a carrot so people participate in my experiments. Yeah. No.
Okay. Bella's got teardrops, it looks like.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Bella's
hold.
got a instinct, like there's this torture going on, and I'm pretty sure I should stop this, but I don't know what to do. It's just like it's one hand holding the book out for Skrios to write, and it's the other hand just staring at Bella with the most, or no, staring at Anna with the most pitiful, I don't know what to do look.
I'm gonna hold your family and friends' lives and health hostage in a very indirect way, so everything I do technically has your consent.
Oh my god, I hate this. This is horrible. I don't hate it. It's fun. I'm just it's
yeah,
awful.
like I am. The world you are creating is beautifully terrible. Thank you, Mitch. I hate everything about it. It's wonderful.
This is so much better than I think Vanilla Curse of Strahd. I know I didn't play it, but it's like this is actually like this is giving me a real like horror dilemma that I'm like, this is absolutely messed up. And anyway, Skrios wants to write. Is that not an experimental success? Like, why is that not counted?
And I think it's not reproducible for most people. If we could find a way to create a new kind of vampire that inured people, that inoculated them from the effects of the full curse, if we could find a partial transformation that allowed them to retain their selfhood, we would be giving a spreadable immortality combined with a if I kill people and resurrect them here, then I've killed all of the vampires and fixed it in Barovia. And there's no guarantee that they can't be reinfected. That if I leave, or when I leave, the next time I come here, there will not be more vampires. I'm looking for a more permanent solution.
All right. There are several. Good lord. Anna's just gonna like
go back
do whatever.
up and circle vampire where I wrote it before.
And he says, then we'll create something that negates vampires' effects. There are places that the gods can't reach, and there are places that the stars can't see.
So, So you could basically undermine every position of power that Strahd has on this land, get rid of all of his minions, make it safer for everyone here, and so long as you didn't mind performing a couple resurrections, which you're an angel, I don't mean to assume, but I have a feeling they're a little easier for you than the average Joe.
I think he nods.
Then you could theoretically not entirely wipe vampirism off the map, but for the most part do it, and you're not because it's not a good enough solution.
Well,
You are so
I could wipe vampirism off the map here in Barovia. I could not wipe it off the map in the Sword Coast. This is a country of 3 cities. Its population numbers in the thousands. There are infinite places where people exist, infinite cities. I'm not looking to I'm not looking to fill an eyedropper off a sinking ship, child. I'm looking
Why
to fix
not?
the hole in the wall.
So instead of saving a couple people from a sinking ship, you are instead going to let the ship sink 1,000,000 times and watch it to see how to best save another ship. Because you could keep replaying the same event of the ship sinking, because it's a convenient test bowl.
I think he nods.
Why not train clerics with resurrection?
I'm not a god. I can't bestow powers on people like that.
Yes,
Even
but
my
let's-
ability to raise the dead is limited to once daily. I am not some infinite font of divine power.
I have a question about whether or not you could raise a dead dragon, but that's not the point.
Could you raise it? Just as a side note, I hate everything you're doing, but could you raise this dragon for me?
No.
There's a
Hi.
dead dragon.
There is a dead dragon. We can deal with that later. But you, I have a feeling that your perspective is warped.
He like shrugs
Quite.
at that, and he says, I think we have philosophical differences, but I see no reason this needs to come to blows.
Anna's gonna like look at Skrios and Bella, and like there is a mental thought that I am having, and I think Anna is having, which is we may need to regroup and take this city again after we've left. But
Yeah, I think Skrios is doing that fisheye dog thing where like they look off to the side, you can see the whites of their eyes a little, like they're kind of uncomfortable. They don't he doesn't have an answer right now, and I think it is probably wise to think about it a little more.
I think
for
he
us to
like
recoup.
says my purpose is salvation. Individual salvation doesn't particularly matter to me. I don't have the resources to save every soul, and I understand that. I am looking at a bigger scale, I think, and I understand the day-to-day salvation, the redeeming people, the healing them, the lifting people out of squalor and poverty. This is the thing that the mortals do for each other. This is not why angels get sent. This is not the kind of purposes that angels have. It's too small.
I personally think that your distribution chain is thinking quite small.
Yeah. You have
Like if you want to
perhaps
scale up your operations, just hire some priests. Like
literally have the most esoteric bullshit of a rule system that you don't have time to print it on Bible paper in size 5 font and spell check it. You have enough time to train priests in the ways of Palor or Sun God or whatever, and then just get them to go out and brew.
or just recruit them.
I think this guy's logic is flawed, and if somebody wants to make a persuasion check, feel free. But
I can give it a shot because I do feel
I'll do it, but you are dog right now, but you can also talk, so you do your
I'm a talking dog. I think that should give me a bonus. No, my bonus is 0, and I can't do guidance. So if you have anything better than that, go for it.
Bella would like to assist on the roll with, as best he can, the losing the trees in the forest kind of mentality.
You've lost sight of you're not creating salvation, you're creating damnation for many in hopes of saving many more with no actual evidence of being able to save many more.
I think he nods. And I think what he actually says to you is that the souls in Barovia, like, I think that he says this just straight out, like, the souls in Barovia do not get an afterlife. They're recycled and born into new bodies. And he shrugs, nothing here is damned or saved. If I kill them and resurrect them, it means nothing. This is, and he like smiles and shrugs kind of and says, the perfect testing ground.
But your
For
experiment.
everyone who isn't in Barovia.
Yeah.
Anna just is trying to keep a cool enough head for us to get Nikolai, get out, and then come back in here with the flamethrower from the Vistani.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna like pop the like nudge the book closed so that
Yeah.
Bella, you can put it away. I'm kind of done talking to this guy, and if you need an emotional support animal, I'm just gonna sit next to you until we're good to.
Anna
I
will
do
kind
have
of
a
be like,
question of, was I able to assist with the roll on
Oh
that?
yeah.
Oh yeah, go for it.
So
Anna, roll
rolling with
one more
advantage.
time.
oh, okay. looks at the camera with the druid with reincarnate.
Yeah.
Consistent.
Not
Yeah.
the same. But yeah, I think you know that point, like the I'm gonna grab as many breadsticks in my purse as I can in a date. I think Anna's at that point, except it's the horrified part where it's like, yeah,
Yeah.
I'm just gonna let this dude keep talking and follow through the experiments and pretend that we're not on the same page, but at the very least, I have a begrudging respect while I'm sitting here figuring out where the best entrances are. You know?
Yeah. I
Like,
think it's
Yeah.
one of those things. You rolled really well on the insight earlier. Like, this dude is just like, he doesn't care about people. He like he has given himself a purpose and a motivation that is like completely divorced from the people he's trying to help. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like,
I love that, and I can't help but feel like it's like a very emotionally developmental moment. Like it's a nice mirror. It's a nice foil for me. Thank you.
yeah, for sure. I think it's one of those things
I
where it's
love it
like,
as a character we're dealing with. I also want to like light him on fire. So
oh, for
you know.
sure. It's the kind of dude who like uh gets into like police work or the medical field to help people, and then like 10 years down the road is not listening to people when they're telling him their symptoms, and
Yeah.
is like, I'm a doctor, I know what I'm talking about kind of vibe. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
just
Yeah.
treating you guys like children, just like absolutely patronizing you.
Yeah, and just like with real doctors, I'm like, I understand your like point, but also you're failing to consider some very important things like that I also know about. Like,
Well, also, like, there's no it's not like this dude is modifying the memories of the fucking people after they get rezzed, right?
No,
yeah,
they still remember it. Yeah.
Like, just no consideration for emotional trauma in any way. Like, treats
also like,
therapy like a check mark in a box to try as an
uh-huh.
experiment.
And not even trying that hard, and also like he's had no success,
Yeah.
right? Like,
The first one that he showed you, he like showed you a vampire that looked more human like than most vampires you'd seen. I think
I
that
guess.
like there are like very incremental, like, this one can wait like 5 minutes longer before breaking down and begging for someone to eat or whatever.
Right.
Um, but like, no, not to modify the curse in a way that inoculates people. Like,
Uh-huh. Like that doesn't, yeah, that really doesn't seem. Um yeah, I think it's disturbing to Skrios both because he really does not like to see unnecessary suffering and thinks that all these vampires should probably just be killed. Like, and also that like his arguments about the scale and whatever are like compelling in a sense, but I think that he's missing some important like that, but your conclusion is still wrong. Like
yeah.
even if these are your priorities, there's ways to accomplish that don't require this level of suffering, and that also would be more efficient at accomplishing your purpose.
Yeah. I think this is a dude who adventured with Vasily Holtz for a long time.
Oh, he sure did, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
And he looks like Colin Robinson.
And he does. Yeah. I think this is a dude who saw his friends die in the assault on the castle and listened to Strahd whispering in his ear about how to fix it for a long time.
Oh. Strahd's a bad friend.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Correct. Strahd used to do these experiments, and now he found someone to offload them on. Right?
Oh my
Like,
god, yeah, this is such a. That's so Strahd.
I had a purpose doing these experiments, but I got bored of them, so I gave them to a fucked up celestial. Isn't that great? Anyway, I want to go try to find a train.
Yeah, I actually like I don't think I'm gonna do this because I did shut the book and I am kind of sick of this guy. But I wanted to be like, by the way, let me know if you ask anybody who's like really into trains, because if you're kind of that, keep your eyes peeled. Kind of a red flag in these parts.
It's funny.
Besides me, I guess.
But yeah, Anna, I think that's the part that clicks, right? Like, this is the factory under the Burgomaster's basement, right?
Yep.
Like, this is the fucking. There's no way that this dude thought of like injecting a vampire's heart with alchemical reagents, right? This
Yeah.
is the I made this thing to. This is the worst version of Vasily. The I made this thing to see if I could make it, and I
Yeah.
think that's like the through line that you're getting here. Is like it just it's not the same, and the experimental methodology is obviously this guy made it on his own. It's not like I'm ameliorating his sins here. I'm not trying to say that like he is not at fault for being manipulated, but I think that you can just like it's like the tip of your tongue that this thing is going to end in atrocity and violence in the same way that the Burgermasters did, right?
Also, I think it's probably fair to say like this smacks of Vasily, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah. Most heavily. I also think that like it's like, hi, I'm atrocity and this is violence, like us waving our hands. Like, it's not you're not gonna be allowed to do this forever, but we're not saying that in front of him,
Because like imagine the fail state where you create a vampire that can walk in the sun and pass as human and can trick people into thinking that it can, or like has mastered its hunger to the point that it can wait like a patient hunter instead of
Strahd.
being like a blood craze. Yeah, right.
That's Strahd. That's Strahd state.
Well, sorta, almost.
It's like it's a reproducible Strahd.
Yeah, that's bad. That's a bad idea.
And I think that like, yeah, that's like this is the other side where like at the end of the day, if he succeeds, there's no real way to tell if he actually succeeded, right? Or if because these are thinking, rationing beings who know what he wants, right?
Yeah.
Like, shrug.
Yeah, that's very foolish. But
And thinking rationing beings that if they have some level of their sentience left, want to get back to their family so that their loved one could be resurrected.
Yep.
So if if that part of them is still there, they have a motive for falsifying. He literally has built in so many like,
oh yeah, terrible
bias tests. Like it's got, the controls are awful.
He has no control. He's not falsifying. He didn't build a falsifiable hypothesis, right?
No.
It's the kind of like top down bad science where somebody has an objective and then like points to all their experiments that they've warped the experimental method on to see like, hey, look, I'm making progress. You guys wanted a laser gun by 2020? Well, we made this $7 trillion jet that doesn't fly.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I think we're gonna kind of mosey on out of here so we can kind of talk about how fucked up this is.
We make sure. I think that I'm gonna request that like the funds just go through our lawyer. He was incredibly helpful with us getting in here. Very much hyping Emmanuel up and also making sure that it's going through Leo Emmanuel and not direct. I mean, it could go directly from the abbot, but I don't trust like that. Anna doesn't trust like that. It's like, yes, we appreciate your cooperation with our lawyer, our attorney.
Yeah. I think he smiles and he says, yes, Leo does good work here.
And also, I'm not leaving until Nikolai is with us.
And also, we didn't get the sword.
Yes, we did. The sword is in my bag. So
is that the sword? It's just a thing in a box.
It's been melting everything around it, and we don't want to. I don't want to open it and like.
You know that Leo Emmanuel was listed as resurrection register and bursar at the Abbey.
Yep.
Which means that like he's the one handling the funds and putting people on that queue, right?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't like him. Trust me, but I'm also like within the system here. You get what I'm doing.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
didn't get any ear scratches.
Yeah.
I don't trust him, but he's a pawn in a very, very big scheme. And while I also want to put the pawn in the sun, I have some other pieces that are more important. You know?
Yeah. I think yeah. Yeah. You get the vibe that Leo sees like the resurrection as being worth it, and like
Mhm.
is the kind of, well, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, if you guys don't have anything else to do, he'll smile and like wish you to have a good day.
Get
Bill's gonna like one hand in Direwolf for other hand grabbing on and kind of like go to move away.
Yeah.
We're gonna like honest putting on the best fake polite smile you've ever seen in your life, and we're getting Nikolai and we're getting the fuck out of here. You know, like listening
Yeah.
to what Yabbit is saying in like, how am I gonna stop this, but not like engaging. You know?
Yeah.
Mhm.
I think he actually like motions for you guys to wait, and then like goes asks for the book again, and then scribbles out like a writ of passage through the town, like this person blah 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 has the permission of blah blah blah, don't impede blah blah blah, kind of thing, you know.
Cool.
Could be useful later. This is a tool that'll help us later.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I think like, yeah.
I also love the idea that it's like got a bunch of just Bella's personal anecdotes and recipes in it, and then
Yeah.
also this stuff. You got one weird conversation in Celestial with one word written in common
Yep.
by a dog.
But yeah, I think it just like watches you like gestures for somebody to escort you out, and like one of the weird priest guys does. Abbott walks back inside. Or I think like walks into one of the side rooms and closes the door, and you just hear screaming, right?
Mm.
No, this is
Like
bad.
that seems more like correct for this.
Yeah, he doesn't have he doesn't I get it. He's too like he doesn't care about the worldly part of this and doesn't like he does it not like when I say don't care, it's like he doesn't think about at all like our emotional reaction to the thing that he's doing. So it's less like I'm going to disturb you with this and more just like, well, this is the next thing I needed to check off my to-do list. So
Yep. Like I did the thing, I got the information I wanted, they got the information they wanted. We disagree, but everything ended bloodlessly, so win for me, and time to get back to my work.
Yep.
oh,
Bella's gonna just like go. I will destroy him, and then just start under her breath enough for the so that Bella like gives Bella like a nice side hug with Skrios included as the dog, just to be like, don't worry, we're not letting it continue. And then we got to go find Nikolai.
This is one of those situations like with the chalice is all.
yeah.
Yep. But us doing it right this second, we're not going to get much done. Hate that. We need to talk about what we're going to do because otherwise we're going to run in there as
Yeah, it's going to be a total bloodbath.
we're going to run in there as a traumatized dire wolf, a traumatized human with a blood sword. And I mean, I also want to check. We found something in the lake, and I'd like to get that out, but not out here because I have a feeling people are looking for it.
How's Bonbon doing? I haven't checked up on her.
I like I guess yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to communicate a positive emotion. Like I'm gonna reassure you. So I kind of like I guess nuzzle you or lick your hand. I'm like trying to say Bonbon's fine.
They're both fine. They're both outside the city by the wagon, so they're doing good. Well taken care of.
Oh, I'm gonna try to take an apple out of your bag and give it to you for Bonbon later.
Love it.
Hell yeah.
Actually, I want to carry it. I'll
Same.
give it to you after, but I want to carry it because I'm a dog and it's fun to have a ball.
Yeah. On our way back, I just want to pay attention to the citizens and anyone who seems out of pace and see what happens to them, if that makes sense. Because we already have I already had weird feelings about this place, but now it's like, yeah, if you submit to my experiments, you can get a loved one on the resurrection list. And Anna's even more like, okay, what's day-to-day life like here? It's already creepy. Let's
Yeah. I think it's one of those things where you're looking at people and there's like a distinct like two types of people. There are people who have that same kind of like pristine cleanness to them that doesn't quite sit right. And there are people who don't. Not out of step necessarily, but the thing that you guys notice is that the people who do those routines, who are like perfectly in lockstep, who are like sitting down at the table right after someone vacates it or like right after it's been prepared, those are all like the shiny clean people. And you'd probably have to ask to get more information than that.
right.
Where are you guys headed, if you don't mind me asking?
Well, we got to pick up Nikolai.
Yeah,
So that was what I was thinking. What does everybody else think?
let's get you back to
That's fine. I think. Well, we have the writ of passage, so I feel like if the guards try to bug us when we get there, we can just be like, "Hold up, I got papers."
Yeah. This says you could do what you want. Sign from the abbot. Okay.
Yeah, it says I do what I want.
It's true. That's what it says.
That's what it says. So, I guess. Well, I mean, no, we can cut through the woods a little, and then it'll be faster than if we go down the whole road past Leo's.
Yeah.
Like we could go down the hill here, and then go down.
Anna approaching Leo later. So do you ever just want to go ape shit?
Leo, exhausted and pale from.
Shit?
Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say.
It's like, why is...
Oh
my god. Okay, Mitch, you go first.
I was just gonna say Leo, exhausted and pale from having his blood drawn for for the vampires, like just wants to go to sleep.
Abbott, I am a lawyer.
I was just saying, like, why is it every time we go to a town, we just want to go ape shit about something?
Because there's something fucked up in every fucking town in this stupid shithole.
Yeah, we've been to all of them. It's like, why can't one of them be the exception?
Hey, I'd say that the moon one is pretty okay. Yes, they do have statues in their walls that they hope sometime come to life, but that's pretty benign.
That's regular cult shit. It's like
Yeah.
not harmful cult shit, at least. Like that's those weird esoteric. That's the universal public friend or whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Go into the prison to get
Go
Nikolai out.
into jail.
I think that the lake still looks nice though, at least.
Nice.
Cool.
Yeah. I think Leo's probably there at this point. Would he be there? No. You guys said to handle the bail stuff through Leo.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think that you can go in and visit, but you'll probably be waiting there for another like 10-20 minutes until Leo actually shows up with the bail money.
I think we can sit. That's okay.
Yeah.
Can I ask, is the holding cell like bottom storage or is it bars?
Bottom storage is always funnier to me.
Yeah, it is. Okay, so he's in a big Tupperware.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, then I'm just gonna go to the edge of the Tupperware and sit down.
Okay.
Kind of wag my tail, but not too much.
I think Nikolai will wave and say, "It's good to see you, Bella. That was quite the daring escape."
Thanks. I've never had to deal with that before, so that's a new one.
I think he nods once and he says, "Well, your abilities are useful at the very least, so it's nice to see that you've thought of creative ways of implementing them."
I can add run from the police onto my list of skills.
He nods and he's like, "That's a very important skill."
Most important every town we go to. Anna's gonna like look around, look at that crystal map on the wall, see if she can poke it while nobody's looking or while they are looking because she doesn't, quote, know any better.
Wait, no, hold on. The abbot said something earlier. He said you assholes were supposed to give me the option to leave instead of trying to take it immediately.
I think he like shrugs and says, "Well, you had entered the." I think he says yes. I think the captain actually says, "Well, I actually thought that it was a threat to me and my personnel, so I had to
Oh
seize
my
it immediately because to let you continue walking around, we don't know the kind of civilian damage it could have caused."
You threatened me. I want an apology.
You can want all you want, boy.
Oh my god.
While this is going on, can I try to pry one of the crystals off the map?
Yeah, give me a stealth roll and then, or actually sleight of hand, right?
Yeah.
Uh,
Shit!
Yeah, I was gonna say with
Oh, wow.
advantage. Roll it with advantage just in case.
To see if you get a 30.
Yeah, okay.
No, okay.
A 19, yeah. Well, which one were you looking to take? There's like the blood red one, I think, is the one that Bella was pointing to Bella earlier. There's like a couple of bright blue ones that are just kind of like pointed at various locations. I think there are like a bunch of like translucent, like the one that Bella was holding I think was like an opaque red one. I think there are a bunch of translucent red ones that are like clustered up at the abbey.
Wait.
Um
Do I see one that's supposed to represent the abbot? Because I would like to steal that.
that's very fun. Yeah, let's say that there's like an opalescent like pearl.
Oh, yeah. Yep. Mine now. Bag of holding.
Hell yeah. Love to
That's
see
so
it.
funny. Thank you for you love stealing.
Do love stealing. It apparently has become a. I'm gonna put that. I didn't have anything in like flaw. Well, I have plenty of
What?
flaws, but I put DVD. It's finally gonna be like stealing.
It likes stealing. It doesn't have an issue with it. Like
Hell yeah. Yeah, so add one like abbot scrying stone to your inventory.
Now I can tell where he is. 'Cause it doesn't
Yeah.
work without the map.
I think that the way,
But-
yeah, I think that we'll say that if you have a map of Krezk, like if you draw a map of Krezk and put this stone on there, it will map where the abbot is how we'll have this item
Amazing.
work.
Excellent. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
love
But yeah, Bella, I think he says you can want whatever you want, boy.
I think Anna's gonna look over and like have successfully pocket that and be like, "Don't worry, Bella. We've already talked about how Celestials are very bad at apologizing and admitting their wrongs."
All the more reason for them to learn to do better.
I can't believe he gave you the racist boy.
Yeah, for sure. It's a cop.
Ugh.
It's especially important for the specifically stupid ones to know that they fucked up.
I go sit in front of Bella.
I think the cop nods once and he says, "It's glad to see you're learning."
Oh god.
Unfortunately, it's gone over your head, though.
Yeah, I'm between Bella and whoever else is in here.
Yeah.
They both like impossibly clean, high standard Celestials.
Sorry, what was that?
Are they both like impossibly clean, high standard Celestials?
I think the captain is. I think that the regular guardsman just looks like a guy. He looks a little bit like rougher around the edges than the other than the scouts did, basically, than the ones who were hunting Bella down did. Just looks like a dude. Looks a little bit uncomfortable with this whole thing, but like, you know how cops work. If this comes to blows, he'll absolutely be on the cop side.
Mm-hmm.
And then he'll say that you guys were the aggressors and you drew weapons and couldn't wait for your friend to get bailed out and were being, you know how cops are.
You know how you've heard of cops.
Just gonna sigh a little bit and be like, Bella, we should probably let tensions simmer so that we don't end up in the same container as Nikolai. It's best if everything was civil.
Being completely civil, I've been sitting here declaring all of my actions nice and reasonably. They're the ones who went over their head.
On that. be like, okay, maybe we should go find Leo because this is not gonna work out well.
Yeah, let's go wait outside.
I think it's just like you see him coming down the road looking a little like pale, bagged under the eyes. I think like eating a pastry from the pastry shop as he walks. And
Yeah.
there's like, I think it's like a little bit jarring to see like somebody in that nice suit looking
Look
so
tired.
fucking beat up. Yeah.
Yeah.
When
Yeah.
he comes in, I think I would like to offer him healing magic. Not going to do it without permission, but do you want to be healed with anything?
I think he just says I'm tired. Like, I'm fine. It gets a bit much sometimes. And he like gestures at like the suit and the folder and all that. He's just like it exhausting. But I heard that everything went well. Very well done.
Thank
And he
you.
nods and he's like, I'm glad that my counsel was appropriate. I'll be heading in now. Your friend's release should be secured shortly.
Right. Thank you for your assistance.
I think he nods and he says, thank you for not getting arrested. I don't even
It
know
was a
who I'd
close
have to
thing.
go to for you. Sorry, what was that, Bella?
It was a close thing.
I appreciate your restraint. I will have you know that Nikolai will possibly be banned from this town until, at the very least, the tax accounts are settled, which could take some amount of time. But I will contact you as soon as I can with the resolution of that.
All right. We'll keep that in mind.
He nods once and like again, like a little, not to say like gentler, but has found like is somebody with a purpose, has passion, believes that he's doing the right thing, but has put it to on the ground in a more concrete way. Like very defense attorney lawyer, you know what I mean? Very exhausted all the time, trying his best kind of guy.
Yeah.
Right.
He's Daredevil without beating people up in the streets.
Yeah.
But with the facilitating medical experimentation, so
Correct.
that's kind of a...
Not an innocent person.
Yeah.
No, he's not getting a full pass, but we also have Nikolai, whose wife is summoning demons in their basement. Devils. Shit.
The classic.
You did it.
Me this
time. I got a text that there was dinner half an hour ago.
Oh, do you want to go grab it?
I do. I'm hungry.
Okay.
It's probably a good place to get a snack break.
Yeah. Okay. Quick break for everyone. Sounds good.
Cool.
BRB. To all whom it may concern, I have returned.
I'm cooking pasta, so it's going to be like 7-ish minutes, but I still have headphones in, so.
You good? I just didn't want to be like silently sitting here while someone else is waiting. Also, I'm making this claim right now. If we do come back to Krejcik with like swords drawn, Bella's making a stop at the captain's house.
Oh, I fully expect him to be the mini boss on our way to fight the abbot. 100%.
You know that scene where like every shonen anime, not whatever, where one of the characters is like, no, you all go on ahead. That's what Bella would want to do.
This one's mine, and Anna's going to be like, I'm going to be within healing range. Like, you can pretend.
Let me just borrow one of the spells using your magic thing. I'm taking this guy down.
Why doesn't water boil faster? It's a flaw, it should be fixed. Going back to the kitchen.
Hello.
Welcome back.
Thank you. I got a vegetarian rib sandwich. So we'll see. I've never had that before. It seems really yummy. A bunch of sauteed mushrooms, cheese, etc.
Sounds interesting.
Sounds really good. I'm excited to eat it, and I will try to mute myself while I eat because it might be slightly messy.
All right, got some pizza. Use the restroom.
Welcome
Yeah.
back.
Thank you.
Yee.
Is everyone back?
I don't think Abby's here.
Okay.
Abby was cooking pasta. I don't know if she's done.
Oh, all good. We have plenty of time.
Ooh, but I got plenty of time.
See, this is actually one of the positives of playing D&D is that we all have dinner together.
It's true. I'm
That's
still
so
cooking
cute.
pasta.
That's so
You
cute.
guys.
You're totally fine,
People-
Abs. Take as long as you need to.
People complain about, yeah, I'm really enjoying the sandwich. People complain about not being able to get their group together to play D&D, but have you tried to get a dinner party going? Poof. Please. 2 in 1. I think I'm starting to understand the vampire's curse because I don't know about you guys, but sometimes when I get hungry and then I eat food, especially food that actually tastes good, because like sometimes you eat food and it's fine, but it tastes good because you're hungry. But
Yeah.
like other times it does taste good and you're hungry and it's like a whole experience.
Oh yeah.
So I completely lose my humanity. And so like right now, I wasn't that hungry to begin with. So like I was hungry, but just medium, not like starving hungry.
Yeah.
Which does unlock different special emotions.
It's true.
But I keep like I take a bite of this food and I'm like, oh, that's really yummy. I feel satisfied. And then I have a thought and I'm like, oh, I should share this thought with my friends. But I should wait until I'm finished chewing first because it will sound very gross and bad to them. But by the time I finish chewing, I forget what the fuck I was gonna say because all I want is to eat more sandwich. So I feel like that's the vampire experience right there.
Yeah, correct. This is me at you guys. Whenever I'm posting a shit post and memes, whenever you guys talk about doll shit.
Talk about what shit?
Doll shit.
I love that. That's so you. I love you, but I hate it so much.
But you hate it. It's the most obviously evil thing I've ever seen in my life.
I'm just imagining like a vampire who's like kind of chewing on a guy and like takes a little sippy from the neck of this captive person and is like, okay, yeah, so here's my next point in whatever this discussion that we're at. Hold on a second, I got hungry again. Has a little slurp and then is like, right, that's what we were talking about. Because that's how I feel.
It's the 20th anniversary of the Lord of the Rings Fellowship of the Ring today.
Wow.
Of the movie, obviously.
I can't believe Elijah Woods is 20 years old.
It's crazy. I feel like I should have known that. There's no reason I should have known that, but I feel like as me, I should have known that. Is Ian McKellen still alive?
Yeah, so.
Christopher Lee is not.
That's correct.
Did any of these actors do anything after? I mean,
Elijah Wood's been doing fucking creepy movies that I love.
I guess Orlando Bloom is also another one who did. I know he did Lord of the Rings, then he did Pirates of the Caribbean.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like he's made for life after that, right?
Yeah, pretty
It's
much. Viggo Mortensen's been in a ton of shit, but he doesn't play Aragorn anymore, so no one cares.
He's been
Yeah,
in a
and
lot
he
of
also
weird
said the
shit.
N-word in an interview, so.
Oh, gotcha.
He looks. Pardon?
Oh, it was an interview about the Green Book, I think, or something, and he was slightly intoxicated and said the N-word.
Oh, gee, oh,
It
fuck,
was
man.
it was in the context of like a discussion he was having, but it was not an
Okay.
appropriate use. You know, it wasn't like he
Yeah.
was calling people it, but it was still like, no. So,
Mm-hmm.
What about
Yeah.
Sam?
oh, he's been in he was in Stranger Things.
He was in Stranger Things, yeah.
Gotcha. Did he do anything after? Did he? It looks like I'm looking at his filmography, and it looks like there was a break from The Lord of the Rings till Stranger Things. Oh, he was on The Big Bang Theory.
I feel like a lot of those actors, one, put a lot of effort into that movie, and two, were fucking set after that movie.
Yeah, right? You don't have to work anymore after Lord of the Rings.
Do you think they're still friends?
Yeah.
Do you think like Pippin and Mary still hang out?
Yeah. Dominic Monaghan and the other one. I think they're besties.
Billy Boyd.
Yeah. I think they're besties.
He's only he was only 25
Jesus.
in those movies.
Elijah was like 18.
Was he?
Oh, baby.
Yeah, he was a little baby boy.
Elijah was born in 81. The movie came out in 2001. Yeah, he was like 18. It was like, what, 1920 when it was filming?
He'd be 20 if he was born in.
Well, that's when it came out, though.
Right, so during the filming, yeah.
This is the worst picture I've ever seen. I'm going to
That
post
vampire emotion.
Sorry, what's up?
The vampire emotion that Jules was talking about, I'm experiencing it eating food right now.
Yeah. I'm going to post a really bad picture of Daniel Radcliffe and Elijah Wood. Like, fused together.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Yeah, that is a bad picture.
It's hard to look at.
But,
yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Elijah Wood was also in the Spy Kids 3D movie as the guy.
As the guy, yeah. As the fake guy.
Yeah, as the fake guy. Which is a bit part and was very funny. Honestly, that's like anyone could fight me on this. That was the best Spy Kids movie. The second one with the island is great and all, but the 3D one was like what Ready Player One wishes it was.
I can't believe, man. Rest in peace, Bilbo. Ian Holm died last year, apparently.
Oh,
Yeah.
know him.
I did know that, but
Oh, I said I didn't know him, so.
oh no.
That's fair. You don't have parasocial relationships with
Celebrities who were in one movie that I liked? No.
Yeah.
I also gotta say, I know that I'm a person who does not watch very many movies and has to be like dragged kicking and screaming into a theater, but like, I'm always surprised when other people talk about movies and celebrities and they're like, yeah, I watched Spy Kids 1 through 17 and I'm like, I'm aware of the existence of those movies, but that doesn't even seem like one that
Well, see, here's
people
the
would
thing.
watch unless they were little. Like,
I was little when it came out. I am younger than most of y'all. I'd also have younger siblings. So it was on like Disney Channel.
I'm looking at Spy Kids 1 when it came out, because there's no way I was that old when it came out. I absolutely saw Spy Kids in theater. It came out in 2001. I was 8.
I was 6. So
Those movies came
Right.
out 1 year apart. Spy Kids 1 came out in 2001. Spy Kids 2 came out 2002.
huh. Okay.
yeah, I also have to be. There's 2 ways that I watch a movie, which is being brought in, kicking and streaming, or it's already on at the house.
Mm-hmm.
Those
So-
things came out back to back to back.
Mhm.
It was 2001,
filmed them all
2002,
at once.
2003. Like, they didn't wait. Like, those movies
was
came
actually-
off the press, and they fucking took those kids and they forced them right back in front of the cameras.
No, they just filmed it once and edited it into 3 movies.
Yeah, for sure.
The most wild thing is the girl who plays Carmen is in a ton of Hallmark movies that my mom watches.
Oh wow.
And so I'll like walk by and be like, "That's Carmen. What the heck?" Meanwhile,
I'm just gonna
Junie
assume
is,
that's the main girl.
yeah.
Okay.
Meanwhile, Junie is was dating. What was her face? I don't. Iggy Azalea or something like that. I don't know. I only know this because there's a horrifying picture of them leaving a sex store together, and you can see like giant dildos sticking out of their bags.
I
Good for
thought that
them.
was Madonna.
No, that's happened with Madonna too.
She was with some actor and she had a strap on in a bag.
Classic.
I know.
It was
It
only
is
horrifying because it was Iggy Azalea, mind you. I
I
just
don't
don't like her.
really.
Antonio Banderas. What a
Mm.
fucking absolutely wild cast. They had Antonio Banderas, Danny Trejo, Alan Cumming, Tony Shalhoub, and Cheech Marin rather. They had Tony Shalhoub. This was at like the height of Monk popularity.
Mm-hmm.
Monk, like, a terrible show, don't get me wrong. Oh, I guess Monk came out in 2002. Tony Shalhoub rode the Spy Kids fame into his Monk popularity. There was like a 5-year period of Tony Shalhoub's life where he was like just the most popular he's ever been. They had fucking like Sylvester Stallone. They had Selma Hayek. Like, what a weird star-studded cast.
If you wanted to put me in a vampire torture chamber for like
Yeah.
100 years, you could just sit me down and start naming actors' names.
Extremely big name actors in the early 2000s that had no business being in like a 3-star on IMDb movie.
I'm half convinced they recruited most of these big names by just saying, "You want to fuck around with a kids movie where you can just be as ridiculous as you want?"
They had
Um,
Tommy Wiseau was in it too, right? Wasn't he he was the bad guy in the second one? Well, he kind
No
of.
way.
Wait, maybe it's not Tommy Wiseau. Who am I thinking of? The guy who barely looks human. Willem Dafoe. Hold on.
ooh, shots fired at Willem Dafoe.
Take that, Willem Dafoe.
The guy who can be in a horror movie and just doesn't have to do anything to his face.
The guy who came on Robert Pattinson.
Steve Buscemi. Never mind, it was Buscemi.
Oh.
Yeah.
Do you think God stays in heaven?
That was Spy Kids, right?
Yeah.
Yes. That was Spy Kids 2, Island of Lost Dreams. That
God.
was from him. That was literally, yep. Oh my god.
Anyway.
This is. Anywho.
Everybody finished up with their munchies, their crunchies, their
I am
foods
I
and
am
stuff?
done eating.
I'm still munchies, but keep going.
Okay,
I'm good.
you're good. No, we can wait. I'd rather like wait until I don't like rushing people while they're eating. Did you know Alan Cumming had a line of perfume products called
I
Cumming?
don't want to know any more celebrity things today, please.
He had a line of perfume products that were just called Cumming.
Okay.
Cumming. It's very funny to me.
I'm sorry. The cum joke didn't override the.
I want you guys to know that the minute that I couldn't figure out the actor, Dylan has messaged me about 3 times saying Steve Buscemi. So I can see what our delay is by that fact.
Yeah, he texted me to tell me that he loves the episode of Mabim Bam that this has turned into.
Oh yeah, we're just like sitting around shooting the shit. It's very funny.
I'm okay with
it's
it.
fun.
I really
Yeah, I
appreciate
replied,
that
I'm like-
people don't text me when I'm trying to DM because it distracts me so bad.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, for real. Yeah.
I have the ability to sometimes multitask, which is why I apologize if I like get up and grab something. I'm trying to finish Christmas presents on a deadline, so
Yeah,
and
no
I can't
problem.
sit still. So I'm still paying attention, but you know. But sometimes I get like alerts for like 6 different servers that should be muted, but then they do an at everyone, and I'm like,
Oh, I
screw you all.
hate that. No, I get it. I also it's not as bad if I am not currently acting in the game,
Yeah.
but if I'm in the middle of a sentence and someone texts me like the information that I'm looking for so that they can discreetly like help me through a sentence, I will completely lose track of the entire point of everything I was saying.
Yep. To go on my own mind journey to get there. If I lose this this
Yeah.
momentum, I'm fucked.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like, I mean, if you say it out loud and interrupt me that way, it's actually less distracting to me. Usually.
Yeah.
I come
I don't
from the
know,
household of
sometimes-
finish each other's sentences, so
Yeah, excuse me, sometimes there's no escaping it.
we also my entire family inherited the I can't remember the name of that thing disease, and we all try to help. So
That's fair.
if someone forgets a word in our household, you get about 6 unsolicited, just like, this is the word you're thinking of, and none of them are correct. And you're like, I know you mean well, but holy shit, guys, we all have attention issues. All right, I'm putting away my pasta. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh man, this is why I need to exercise more. I'm gonna DM you guys a comic that I think is very funny. Thanks for texting me you awake, by the way, Julian, because I woke up at 4 like 15, right? Turned my alarm off, was like, I'll scroll Twitter for a minute. I'm still good. I just have to throw some clothes on, turn my computer on, and I'll be good to go. Fell back asleep.
You absolute fool. You buffoon. That never happens after a nap. You gotta get up or you will sleep for the rest of the day.
I was
That's
so
true.
tired today. I'm still very tired, but
Meanwhile, I liked the you there text as I was like trying to get my microphone to work. Like, I'm sitting here, I promise. Because I was stuck in the Christmas spirit, almost literally. That's all.
that's funny.
Thank you for deleting the creepy picture.
No problem.
Bless.
Do you guys
Yeah.
want to see a thing that'll ruin orange and red scars for you forever?
Sure,
Okay.
maybe.
It's a mood board.
Oh,
Oh,
Lord.
Yeah, I
Oh,
hate
yeah.
the beans. I've
No,
seen
you got a
that.
point.
All right, everyone here?
Why would you do this when I have a character who specifically loves orange and autumn colors?
As long as they don't have the big weaves, it should be fine. Also, try cranberry. It's a nice color for fall, winter.
Cinnamon is also good. It's a bit darker, so it doesn't have as much of a bean feeling.
Now I gotta
Anyways.
double down and buy a bean scarf.
If you buy
So we are waiting for Nikolai to get out of prison.
Oh yeah. I think that it takes like 10-15 minutes, like Leo said it would. I think that like Leo walks out, Nikolai in tow, and it's just like, I've been tasked with escorting you out of the town.
Should probably specify so they don't end up in prison again. But is Nikolai the only one who's not allowed back?
I think he like thinks about it for a second and then like nods and says, like, Bella, if you'd like to re-enter, I'd really prefer if you send a letter ahead so that I could kind of smooth things out a little bit and walk with you so you don't get accosted.
That sounds fair. How do I file a formal complaint for the, guards and all that not following proper procedure?
I think that he like will start to just like, I think he starts to like get into, and then he's like, just write down what happened and I'll see it through the proper channels. Like he's starting to tell you like who you'll need to visit in what order, and then he's like, I will just do it.
For your assistance through all of this. It's been nice to have someone who understands what's going on. We don't a lot of the time, although we might know more than we want to now, but still.
I think he nods once and he says, yes, well, I think that the people who have been resurrected tend to hew a little bit closer to minutia. And like nods once. Like the rules are very important.
They're very strict.
The rules are very strict.
Cops ain't doing too well this season.
Yeah, you guys hear the villager barks as Leo escorts you to the gate. I think Nikolai looks good. I think Nikolai has probably like had a haircut, like fucking
Had a
his
shave and
yeah, his clothes have been like polished.
Well, yeah, they're preparing him for reburial, of course.
Yeah.
Huh. Yeah.
But just like, yeah, it looks like he had a relaxing day.
This arrogant son of
2
a bitch. Rich
days.
people face no consequences.
Correct.
Ooh. We come in here, save your ass, get harassed by cops, and you just kind of prance out of here with a manicure? Oh, man.
Man, if Bella got arrested, he'd have a manicure too.
Ugh.
You have to
I
work
can't give him a manicure.
inside the system.
Pretty sure
That
I got
always
arrested
works.
out of Bloody Knuckles.
Yeah.
There we go. I've put us back. We're no longer on stream BRB.
Okay. I was hoping that we were, because that was a long diversion for me to go back to write notes about later.
Yes. So for all of that, we were on stream BRB. Except
Great.
I just changed it back. So.
Okay, awesome. Good to know. Because I don't want to listen to all that a second time.
Brutal. You don't want to listen to us talking about Spy Kids?
Just naming actors I don't know. Yeah, I'm good.
Very funny.
Bella is definitely walking and writing at the same time.
Oh, I give the apple to Bon. Well, I give the apple to Bella to give to Bon.
Hell yeah.
I think that Anna's gonna like turn to Nikolai and be like, make sure to take your horse that you spent so much money on. I'm glad that you're not re-dead because that would be unfortunate, but also this place sucks.
I think he nods at that and he says, I'm also glad I'm not re-dead. Yes, it seems like the political power has gone a little bit more towards the abbot since the last time I was here.
I think the word is totalitarian, if you're looking for one.
Yeah. More and more people seem to be, well, resurrected.
We have things to discuss when we're further outside of the city, but I think for all of us, it'd be best if we got back to Valaki and discussed stuff. What do you guys think?
I am a dog.
We can discuss things on the road. You can emote as a dog.
We're gonna have to teach Skrios once for yes, twice for no.
Yeah, I go boof.
Yeah, I think Leo just leads you to the town gates. Says like, thank you for visiting. A very strange thing to say to people in this situation. Like,
thank you for visiting. Yeah, you arrested. Okay.
I got arrested. I almost got arrested in like Krejig and saw a vampire torture chamber, and all I got was this T-shirt. Like,
um, but yeah, I think just like leads you to the gates, talks to the guards there, has him open it up, tells Nikolai that his like business assets in the town have been seized, but haven't been totally forfeited to the town yet, and that he'll be appealing on Nikolai's behalf. And Nikolai's like, "Quite good, Leo. Thank you."
Bella hands over like 3 pages, front and back, that is mostly anecdotal, like little side notes, where it's maybe half a page worth of actually what happened,
Yeah.
but does 100% include the abbot's line of, well, they were supposed to have told you, surrender it or get out.
Yep. Absolutely.
I'm sorry. Just as we're doing this, I just looked up a dire wolf.
Yeah. Huge.
It's actually it's a large creature. It's the size of a horse.
Yeah.
I didn't realize it was quite that big, which is fine. That's still fun. I just didn't realize that I'm literally bigger than the mule that you are riding on.
Yeah.
Because I figured I would just be kind of trotting alongside. But I am the size of a horse, just for
Big.
big dog.
I think it's very funny to imagine the abbot. I think it's very funny to recontextualize the everything that happened. Where you turned into a big dog, horse-sized dog inside this dude's house, and he had to remind himself not to pet you.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like when a moose shows up and you're like, that's not an animal I should pet.
I want to. I should not, because I'd like to live.
Yup.
Fluffy.
Sometimes there are trade-offs you have to make.
Yeah, on the one hand, Fluffy. On the other hand, Big.
Hand, all untold riches. On the other hand, catastrophic and painful failure.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, so I'm 9 feet long also. That's so fun.
It's true. Honestly, less for such a big, I don't know, less dangerous than I thought a wolf that big would be. But I guess
I agree, right?
most human beings have 4 health in this world.
Yeah, so 37 is still a good amount.
And being able to kill a human on a minimum damage roll.
Yeah.
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 So that makes sense to me. Like, its worst attack, if it connects, will just drop a normal person.
Yeah, I guess we're still in D&D, and so we're talking about biting on creatures of just like absurd levels of power.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, you guys are outside the gate and you can get headed
Right.
home. I think Bon is happy to see Hazelnut.
Hey.
Chestnut. Or yeah, Hazelnut's here, and Chestnut is the horse.
Chestnut is the horse. I think that, like, you know, when people have ridden like, you've parked a car with a dude, and it's very obvious that they took the longest possible way back to the parking garage. Like, what is it called? A valet who takes your car?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you check the gas, and it's like, oh, that's lower than I expected it to be. From this like little drive off to the parking garage or whatever the parking zone of this restaurant is. I think same thing happened with the racehorse, right? Like, it's just like a little bit dirtier than Nikolai.
They've been riding the horse. They've been riding the horse, haven't they?
Yeah.
Well, that's fun. I guess I'm just gonna greet Bon and Hazelnut and Chestnut and give them a little sniff on the snoot, each of them.
Yeah. I think
Bella cuts the apple in half and gives it to Hazelnut and Bon.
One takes out another apple and gives it to Chestnut.
I think Hazelnut and Bon like are happy to see each other, are freaked out by Big Wolf, and then like when gets the snoofed at them, is like, it's fine. It'll be fine. We can take a wolf.
I probably still kind of smell like me.
Yeah.
They're not a heavily. I mean, I don't know how much a mule smells.
No
relies
idea.
on smell. Yeah.
No idea.
But I have a nice scarf, and so they're dressed well as well. They probably.
Hell yeah.
Anna would happily do this. Is Skrios. Remember
Alright.
Skrio? Different form.
I think we'll nod.
Anyway.
What? You guys head back to Vallaki?
Yep. Once we're far enough away and like the abbot crystal is securely in the bag of holding,
Yeah.
Anna's just gonna be like, so I want to go back and destroy his experiments and let them go, resurrecting as many people as I can on a certain basis, but I don't want them to be continual pain. And I do
I
not
want
like
to
what
drop
he's
kick
doing.
the captain of the guard.
I think Nikolai's gonna laugh and say, I would also like to drop kick the captain of the guard, and it won't be the first time I've hit the abbot in the face.
I'm gonna look at him quizzically.
I
I want the story.
Yeah. We'll tell you about the fucking stupid brawls that him and Vasily's and fucking what's his face?
Silas.
Silas and the Burgomaster and the Abbot used to like hang out.
Vargas.
We'll tell you about the time that like he got into a fight with Vargas and the rest of the party stepped in and he was fucking trying to brawl 4 people down. His sons got involved. Like it was probably before that, honestly, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Nikolai's friends got involved, I guess. I think Ernst got involved for sure. Ernst is probably like 15 at that point or something like that. And I love the idea of him like jumping on Bella's dad's back like a fucking spider monkey. Yeah. But once you're far enough away, you said you wanted to break back in and all that.
I want to plan it a little better because
Yeah, for sure.
we need to check out the, I'm assuming, artifact that I picked up from the pond. We were supposed to find a sword of light, and it is surrounded in lead, so somebody didn't want someone else to find it. But
I think well, we know that the distance for scrying magic because we have some. So why don't we just go, I don't know if we have to go all the way back to Vallaki.
well, scrying on an item has no saving throw and no range, so
Oh, but the detect spells.
oh yeah, the detect spells are pretty. Yeah, we could take it out. It just also was melting the lead in the box, which doesn't have a high melting temperature, but it's still concerning, you know?
Yeah, but I don't know. Like, I don't think there's anything special about Vallaki that makes it a safer place than
Sure.
just making a tiny hut.
True.
If we're planning, if the next thing that we're planning to do is immediately go back and kind of figure the like assault
Fill
the
shit up. Yeah.
assault the abbey, then there's no sense in traveling like 2 hours or wherever. 2 hours and 15 minutes. When we could just kind of like go I don't know, closer to the lake or down near the winery or like somewhere a little
Sure.
closer that's
That's
out.
perfectly fine. I think just Anna wanted to get out of range. I mean, Vallaki is just like we've been using it kind of as a home base, so that was why it was suggested, but I'm not like
Yeah, I totally get it. I feel like if we were doing something else right after this, then I would totally be like, let's go have our little rest stop at the inn and then go to wherever our next thing is going to be from there.
The tower? Question mark.
I don't care that much about the tower. Like, we don't have a compelling reason to investigate it. There was a big sign that says "Don't go in here," which we've just put up down south, where we're like, I guess that's a good thing to warn people not to go in there.
It said on the wagon.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, don't enter the wagon. That doesn't mean like don't go to the tower.
Oh, I thought it meant don't go past the wagon into the tower.
No, it was just somebody had left their car parked. It was like, please don't rob me, and that was it. Like,
oh, okay, that's fine then. Well, then we have no reason not to go. But I just, compared to the other things on our quest list,
yeah, for sure.
that's like we've got a lich to get a stone from.
Yeah, we got a lot going on.
Stuff like that.
Yeah.
There's
Let's put
the tower.
you guys back on the world map, and we can talk about where you want to go from there.
Yeah. And I understand that I'm sending out a metagame pigeon, but
I don't personally care.
yeah, I'm just trying to help strategize as a player and not be like you know what I mean.
Yeah, I got you.
I don't know.
I think that's a fair use of metagame pigeons.
Oh, that's fair.
Is it Bella's party icon?
It is at the moment, yeah.
Okay. Well, we still had the Anna down south, and I wasn't sure if we wanted to change it up.
Oh, I don't care.
Oh yeah.
All right, I'm gonna.
You know
We
put
just
what?
rescued Bella. We'll make the Bella the head.
The triumphant return.
Hell yeah. I've hidden your token on the GM layer, Abby.
I
Okay.
put a
need-
Skrios just for fun.
And Skrios is at the tower. Skrios is at the tower. Everyone fucking code red. Skrios entered the
Yeah.
tower. Yeah. Where do you guys
Other
want
hand touches the beacon.
Yeah.
Gondor calls for aid.
Mhm.
And Rohan will answer.
Now all of China knows you're gay.
All of China knew I
China
was gay
knows
before
you're
I
queer.
did.
So all of China knows you're queer.
Oh, right. My
Mhm.
apologies. And then they kiss.
Yeah.
So was the discussion that you guys wanted to open the case somewhere?
Out of range of a detect spell.
Yeah,
So,
like at least a mile outside of Krejcik, I think is the plan.
yeah,
Yeah.
because really there's nothing we can do about scrying because
Yeah.
that's infinite, and so there's no reason to take a super precaution about that. But there are
Yeah.
obviously people inside the city who probably want to know where it is. So I think as long as we're kind of,
It's like,
I would say just to be safe, not really within 100 feet or whatever it is of any major town.
yeah. That's a mile out roundabouts. from
Okay,
Krejcik.
yeah, so we could just kind of pop into the woods and make a tiny hut so that we know that we're not going to get ambushed and have a
I mean,
peep.
to be fair, I don't. I can make the tiny hut if you give me 10 minutes to just concentrate, so I don't use the spell slot. That's fine.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll go have a drink at the river.
Hell
Assuming that this isn't like secretly a blood river or something. This is Barovia.
yeah. No. Seems like
There's
a nice
like bodies in it.
nice little river. Yeah. So it'll take 11 minutes because casting as a ritual just adds 10 minutes to the cast time, right?
Yeah. Or it just takes 10 minutes. I don't remember which one it is, but yes.
Yeah, I think usually it doesn't matter, but I also think it doesn't super matter here. Give me like 2 seconds. Actually, my stomach is cramping real bad, which means I'll be right back.
Good luck. In peace, Mitch.
Yes, it says takes 10 minutes longer to cast than normal, and it doesn't
right.
expend a spell slot. Which means that it can't be, the ritual version can't be cast at a higher level.
Well, that makes sense because you can't use the spell slot to empower it. That makes
Exactly,
sense.
yeah. Dungeons and Dragons, babe. You've been doing a little better about gender in the past couple of years, but you can say they. You don't have to do his or her.
Yep.
There was a comedian that I really liked, and I forget which comedian it was, but he has this bit. I think it's James Ancaster or something like that. I don't quite remember his last name. It's something like that. Anyway, he has this bit that's like, I've never heard someone say his or her in a way that doesn't sound like they were just going to say his.
No, exactly.
Where they're like, and that's his or her thing or whatever, right? And it's like, yeah, you could anyway, just say they. Every time somebody says his or her, an angel loses its wings.
Yep. It was very interesting trying to have a conversation with like older family members to be like, right, you still consider they to be plural necessarily, where I always think of it as singular first. like having a conversation being like, wait, is there one partner or are there multiple partners? Because I'm okay with both. I just want to make sure that I know all the names of everybody in this situation. It's like, no, one of them uses they, them. Okay, I'm just old. Let me, I will accommodate my grammar structure for that. That's fine. I'm just,
It's
you know,
funny. I
it's
totally
just,
get it, but it's weird to me when you encounter that, and then you also encounter the platonic use of the word girlfriend, which makes
yes.
me so angry I can't see straight.
Oh my God, that one always is like, come on, I am so confused. Like,
I
please.
yeah, it does confuse me because it's not what the word means.
Hmm.
The heterosexual use of the word girlfriend when talking only about two women, it makes me insane. And I went off on one of my coworkers about this. Not like went off at her, but like I got on my soapbox and went on a little bit of a rant. Like,
It's also
um,
it was also like, you know what we call you know what we call that gender neutrally? Friends, my friend.
yeah,
That'd
my
be
friend, every time I brought this up, they've been like, "But it's a special kind of friend who is a girl, and you have a special female type friendship that means more than other kinds of friendships," which first of all, I think is fake. I think you just have a good friend.
yeah.
And second of all, you got a million other words for that. You could be besties, you could be gal pals, you could be close friends. Like you could make up a word just for you guys that describes your relationship, like queer people constantly have to do about everything, and you make fun of us for. But then I'm getting on the
Like,
soapbox again a little, you know. But it's the most casually homophobic thing I think we even like have in this language because it's predicated on the mutual understanding that there is no possible way that a woman referring to another woman with the word girlfriend could mean they are dating.
I also think that there's that misogynistic undertone that tends to come with both too, where you're just like, come on, your friend is a close friend. Like you don't have to specify it as your friend who is a girl, you know? Like
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
it's a God.
Especially when you talk to them and then they're like, "Wait a minute, I assumed that your roommate was a girl because only people of the same gender can live together." Like
I also think there's like this wild. We're on a little soapbox one that's just gone.
we are,
Okay,
yeah.
I put up mine too. But there's like this straight people, and I will say neurotypicals and things like that are so opposed to making up words. They're like, well, you just made that word up.
Mm,
I'm like, you've made up all the other ones. Like,
mhm.
just it's great. We use words to communicate. Guess what? I created this word. It helps convey a meaning. Use it. And they're like, but what if it's not an approved word? And I'm like, it's approved now. I have approved it. Go free. Like,
Yeah, well, I think it comes across most often that like people are more opposed to it when it's a word describing something that they don't want described. Like
mhm.
cuz I feel like we're constantly making up weird variations on language and like I can't think of there's a word that I'm trying to think of and it is not entering my brain, but like a lot of them end up getting made up by marketing or like words that get joined together to make some kind of weird mashup word that enter
Yeah.
the popular vernacular. And everybody's pretty cool and fine with those if they're considered like a little silly or like um you know, like we come up with terms like revenge bedtime procrastination and everybody's like, haha, that's fun that we have that word now or that phrase now. And but as soon as it describes something that is like challenging to the dominant culture, then everybody's like, well, it's about grammar. Like it's about not being we're not allowed to just make up words, except for all of the ones that we made up constantly.
Every word's made
And they
up.
think words.
Yeah. We just kind of went on a little rant.
Hell yeah. Anything important?
No,
Just like fun. Okay, cool.
not fun, but
Oh,
just about homofia.
oh, I see. The the gay mafiosos.
We're not supposed to talk about my side jobs.
Sorry.
Now I'm gonna get doxxed.
Tell Majima I said hi though.
Yeah, I will.
Um,
He'd answer, but he's got never mind.
thank you for your restraint. Is everyone here?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So you get to about there. You want to crack that case open?
Yep.
You
Now
gonna-
that I've got the nice little shield of protection up,
Oh.
we go.
Also, Mitch, I checked it. It does just add 10 minutes to the casting.
Thank you.
And it means it can't be cast at a higher level spell slot. Because it's not using a spell slot.
It's opaque from the outside. Okay, that's good. All right, so
You can change the
you
color of it though, but yes,
yes, absolutely you can.
I'm
So
gonna
you
make
put-
it blended.
Absolutely. What color would you like it to be?
Camo.
blend in with the surroundings. I don't know what I mean. Barovia is a nice, disgusting
Brown.
shade of gray and green, so whatever I feel like matches.
Okay.
Oh yeah, we
cool.
got the Twilight filter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's all Twilight Princess colors.
Perfect.
Yeah. So you make the Dome of Force, right?
Yep.
You have the Dome of Force around you. What do you do?
Oh, I'm inside it. I'm going to open the box.
Hell yeah. You open the box and I think the same thing happens. The lead head solidified and like starts to bubble and boil again almost as soon as you open
All right.
the case.
I'm
Can
gonna
I-
do that.
Can I do an Arcana check on this thing?
Yes. You haven't seen anything. No, you haven't seen it yet. You haven't seen the object. You don't know what's going on here. The case isn't
Okay.
like particularly like it's just a black case, I think. But as like droplets of molten lead fall off of this thing, the hilt of a sword is quickly revealed as the like little drops of metal like burn through the box and fall to the ground.
That's kind of neat. What the hell's
Move out
this?
of the way and dump it
This
upside
is
down so that the
gonna-
lead falls out.
Yeah.
This is gonna paint a target on our backs.
Oh yeah, giant target.
Oh yeah.
Um,
Strahd's gonna be so pissed.
I think that on the hilt of the sword are decorated like inscriptions and small sun motifs, and like there's a little like it's a wire wrapped hilt. And at the very bottom there's like a little dangling sun charm. And then there's like maybe an inch and a half of blade, and then the rest is like broken off jaggedly.
It's broken.
It's-
Shit.
Laying on the ground currently.
I
Kinda-
wanna
yeah.
create the shadow to touch it.
You just touch it?
My mist form touches it first.
Okay. Your mist form touches it.
Doesn't take any damage, no burning.
Nope.
Look over
Okay,
and down.
guys, I'm gonna
You
do
touch
something stupid.
Oh no.
I whine.
I swap places with my shadow
You're touching
so
it
that I am now
currently?
holding it.
Okay. You picked it up?
Sorry, I forgot about push talk. He was like, the shadow was just like touching it with its hand. So now I'll switch places and making a grab.
Okay. Yeah. I think that the blade of this thing just starts burning, and there is like a jet of plasma that comes out, and it is like golden light is just spilling from this thing. Bella, you get like a rapid fire series of scenarios in your head. So like you're standing there and all of a sudden you're on a road, right? And there is like a crashed wagon and somebody is like crying against a tree. And like, what do you do?
There's no one else. Like, I'm no longer in the dome. I'm just in this road area.
Yep.
Run to the person who's crying.
Okay, immediately you make that decision, you're in a different situation. You're standing in front of a burning building and you're fighting off two people, but from behind you, you can hear that somebody's trapped in the building. What do you do?
Try and like push the sword back so that whoever's fighting at me gives me a second and go into the building.
Okay. There's a situation where you are holding a bridge. There's an attacking army. You know that reinforcements won't get there in time, but if you leave, you'll make it away. But if you hold the bridge, your army might win the day. What do you do?
Double down with my shadow at the. You're asking questions. Bella's very easily going to answer.
Yeah, this is so.
Yeah.
Bella's like, this is a quiz I've studied for my whole life. I do the right thing.
Just
Bella
like
hasn't figured out this is a quiz yet.
yeah, just like 100 of those, right? Like throws you into them over and over, and then all of a sudden you're standing there, and the sword is just like burning in your hand. You see light pouring out of it. Bella is like enveloped by this golden glow, and you, Bella, have the sun sword.
Are you stuck in a time loop?
I don't think you hear anything from it. I think that there is like this you I think that the last I think the only okay, so let me retcon just a little bit. I think the last thing, the last like interaction you have with it is just the simple question, why do you fight?
Ah. So, like, is something asking me, or is it just I know that question's being asked?
I think that you hear a voice and it just says, why do you fight? But it's like very clipped, very quick. Like,
Because I want to see as many people protected that I can save my friends and those that need me.
yeah. I think like at that, the jet just like calms down a little bit and Bella is surrounded in that golden glow of sunlight that is radiating out from him.
I've got big puppy eyes and it's sparkling. I think he looks magical.
I still definitely ask the sword, like, were you stuck in a time loop?
I think you get like I think you hear a like no in your head. Like I think
Were those the other people who wielded you?
it says like the ones who weren't worthy.
Are you gonna have to be displayed like the other sword?
Uh there's like as long as our purposes align, you may wield me. Like no is the answer to that question, but an extremely haughty no.
Mhm.
Guys, I think I got another sword with opinions.
I think you can see Skriel's like sigh in relief.
Like, I'm not against it, but it's kind of weird that it happened twice.
Meanwhile, I think Anna, who can control the orb at will, like the color of the epicness, is trying to do whatever possible to make it the brightness not shine out of it like a fucking torch.
Yeah.
I know it's like, yeah. Thankfully, it's opaque, but it's like, let's not show all of China. No, we're here, please.
So I'm getting a pretty clear idea, I think, on what your purpose you think in view. But what do you want?
I think you get just like to be used to protect people, to strike down villains, to end as many vampires as possible.
A town for you.
Yeah, we got a church for you, bud.
We've got some hopefully be able to get some of the other Celestials to help us resurrect, but there's gonna be enough gold. I could steal.
I can't do that cool show you thing, but am I able to ask you the same kind of questions that I think you were asking me there?
Yes.
The person standing in front of me is doing horrible things for good reasons. That if he succeeds, could save countless. But in doing so, he tortures innumerous. How are you wielded?
We destroy him is the answer. Like a nebulous long-term good does not
Yeah, I think I can work with you.
I think it says like the monsters we create day to day are the monsters that persist into eternity.
Ooh.
Nice.
Bella's gotta be very careful with like the plasma blade part, but definitely like kind of curls up a bit into like a pseudo hug around the sword. It's like, yep, I think that'll work.
But yeah, this is a sun sword, so it's a +2 long sword.
Jesus.
That if you hit an undead with it, deals an extra 1d8 damage per weapon attack.
Damn.
Jesus.
It
Would it be
emanates.
possible to get that dragged onto my sheet by any chance?
Yes, it should be the Sun Blade, if I'm not mistaken, from the compendium, but I can put it on your sheet. I think I have it up. Bella. Bella, Bella, Bella. Bella, Bella, Bella. Bella, Bella, Bella.
Oh, I found it. I was looking under Sun Sword.
Yeah, me too, because it's called the Sun Sword, but it's a Sun Blade.
Mm.
But yeah, I think
It's formerly known as Sunblade.
the what is this? Why'd it roll twice? Doesn't super matter.
I think, is the 1d10 how much damage extra it does to undead?
It should
Okay,
deal
so you don't-
1d8 extra to undead. 1d8 extra radiant. So it's doing the damage in the wrong order.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Okay, I can swap
Yeah.
that though.
Because the 1d10 would be a two-handed attack with the sword, and then the d8 radiant damage would be the...
Why is it applying all of the bonuses to the radiant damage?
It
'Cause
always
it had a hole checked.
it always does radiant, if I'm not mistaken. This sword deals radiant damage because it is a plasma sword. But when you hit an undead with it, it's supposed to deal an extra 1d8 radiant. So I don't know why it's rolling the d10, basically. Because the d8 plus strength +2 is correct for a one-handed attack with the Sunblade.
Okay.
I don't know what the 1d10 is. Maybe if you're two-handing it?
I think it rolls both as a just in case.
Gotcha.
No.
Cool, yeah.
Yeah.
There we go, that looks better.
That looks perfect. Yeah. I think that was the attunement process. That, like, if you sit down and try to attune with it, it will run you through a bunch of scenarios and, like, try to suss out your personality.
Yeah, but I'm so excited that you got this personality quiz where the answer was just like, I love my friends, I save people, I'm a good boy.
It was one of those like, oh, no one's moving forward, and Bella really wants to touch the thing.
I'm a dog and I can't wield a sword.
I don't need any more physical weapons, and swords are kind of your, you know.
Oh shit! Hold on, Bella will take like the sword in one hand, and then reach into the bracelet to pull out the other family sword. It's like, do you all need? You all should talk, and like touch the bottom of the hilts together.
Oh my god.
You made them touch butts.
The swords kiss. You made the
This
swords
is
kiss.
very funny. This is very funny.
There's a pecking order. They need to work this out.
For sure.
They both have personality, and I don't know how to deal with them.
This is so fucking funny to me. Yeah. I think that you have two swords touching each other.
Bella sits there for probably a couple minutes. It's like, I don't know how long this conversation needs to go on.
Oh my
Or if
god.
I'm going to be not privy to it or anything. But
Are you holding
it's
both
done-
swords?
yes.
I think you're getting a little bit of crosstalk. Not crosstalk exactly, but like emotional bleed from this. The Sun Sword does not like your other sword.
What's the familial sword's emotions being portrayed?
It wants to eat the Sun Sword, right?
Are you actually a vampire sword? Is that what?
Like when you first drew it, it said it was hungry, and you've like killed some stuff with it and fed it with your blood, and that's great. But it wants to eat the sword. You don't know what would happen if you let it. But absolutely, it's still hungry and it wants to eat the sword.
I would like you not to let it eat the sword.
I don't think I want to let it eat the sword.
Yeah. Congratulations, you now have a chaotic good and a neutral evil sentient sword.
And they're both your buddies, and you have to sit in the middle seat.
Yep.
Bella's gonna be like, okay, I don't think you all are gonna get along, but we've got a system that works pretty well, and we'll put the family sword back on the back. It's like, are you? How do I turn the light off? Because this is a lot.
I think it like projects a weird sense memory into you of like focusing on the light and drawing it back into the sword. And if you do that, then the sword winks out.
Thank you. I'm not used to getting such helpful information from vague questions like that. Would you be okay if I put you in the little bracelet and then I like turn my hand to kind of face the charm bracelet I have of weapons?
I think you just like get a like yes, draw me when there's evil to be destroyed.
I'll do that. But please don't be offended if I don't try to rely on you too much because you're very, very obvious when drawn. And I am a little afraid of how much trouble we get into with the laser sword.
I think it says into your mind like walk in the sun's light and you'll be protected or something like that. Like very high-handed, very like haughty, but also like yeah, fair.
And I will put the sword away, and once it's away, it's like, I don't think this place is ready for the amount of light that we're gonna bring.
Everybody in Barovia needs sunscreen with that thing.
Big if, we plan to go back and deal with all of what was going on there, if we're not going with murder in mind, I don't know if the cool light show is a good weapon for that.
The abbot is going to die. I'd like that to be very clear. As long as everybody else is okay with this, I don't think, or at the very least, be potentially banished from this plane because we don't. I mean, not that I can shift anybody from this plane effectively, it seems, but we don't. That can't continue, and I don't think he's going to change. He's single-minded in his purpose.
I'm gonna nibble the book out.
Mm.
What happens to the vampires who are volunteers?
Still on the resurrection schedule. I would hope to work with Leo to keep that going and resurrect the ones that I can. I can revivify, if I have gold, which they have somewhere, right? I can revivify 5 times a day if I cast it at a higher spell slot. I know there was a lot in there, but if they clearly have resurrection powers, you know. So.
Oh my god, my fucking microphone. The abbot has resurrection powers.
Yes, but that's fair.
That's my concern. He definitely should not be the one calling the shots because that was torture. Just so we're all on the same page, that was torture, right?
Yes.
And like everyone's like, yes, good abbot, yes, good job, and that was scary. I don't want to be in that situation.
I don't want to get rid of the only way they have to cure vampirism. I also don't want him to continue doing his thing. I mean, it would be a while for me to bring everybody who's there back systematically, and it would be taxing, but I could do it.
Yeah, I'm also concerned because he mentioned that. I'm sorry, is that the abbot's pronouns?
Yeah.
Okay. He's a celestial. I don't know. He's an angel. Do angels have genders? Whatever.
Sounds
Angels
like an
can
angel.
angels can have pronouns regardless of their genders. Well, he said too that it's considered kind of an honor to sign up for a year of torture here, and that their families are probably not going to be happy if we just kind of go in and kill people who volunteered for what is considered a public service.
Yeah.
So I'm not disagreeing with the nuclear option of slaughtering everybody on the grounds because I think that those vampires should stop existing. But we also don't have a way to unvampire them, and we will be making an enemy of the entire town.
Yes.
That's another point of probably should not use this really scary sword. I don't. It really doesn't like vampires, and I don't think it knows moderation.
I think that, like, well, I'm not saying that I need to go in and slaughter all of them in a big. Anna's gonna like sigh and be like, "Listen, us trying to." First off, it sounded like whoever was on that list. Well, it's like, oh, it's a very contested list because they can't pay for resurrection services. They're being coerced into it. They're not given another option to bring back family members. So of course it's going to sound honorable. I'm not saying we can change an entire view on that, but I'm not comfortable with his existence. I don't want anybody to be stuck in a vampiric form, and at the very least, what my ideal would be to get to a place where there are no vampires in there because they have brought them all back, starting with the ones who are stuck in the worst torment and working our way down. Like the first one we saw, it should not be allowed to continue like that.
I completely agree, but I want to know. I just think we have to consider that when we figure out what we're doing. Like, are we gonna leave the vampires alive with no promise of resurrecting them? Are we going to kill them as a means of releasing them from the curse? But uh, there's consequences to choosing that option. I think if we kill the abbot, I don't think you can make it your part-time job to come back once a day and resurrect a new vampire. I mean, maybe you can if that's something you want to do, but
If I have the gold, I can get 5 a day. I'm just saying.
oh, 5 a
But
day? Maybe,
revivify.
yeah, maybe we just do that.
But
Well, is that all your spells for the day, though?
that's all of the higher level ones, but I still have other spells. It's just, yeah, that's the other thing, which I'm like, I don't know if the other Celestials can revive anyone at all, and I also don't.
I'm not sure that they will continue to exist once the abbot is gone.
Yes, that's the other concern. But otherwise, it's us just leaving it and hoping that once we're done with Strahd, we can go back and clear it out.
Yeah, I don't really want to leave it either. I'm just trying to think it through.
Yeah.
Is
Well,
there any chance we can possibly talk the abbot into like putting off the torture for a while, like we did the blood vines?
I don't think that he's going to be swayed from his purpose.
and he didn't seem to have a consideration for quote unquote smaller forms of life, as in the small scale or the pain that people were going through.
Yeah, the druids were people who understood that the suffering was like, I mean, they worshipped suffering sort of, but wasn't the point of the suffering wasn't the point.
Yeah.
And I think we tried that persuasion attempt and it didn't go good, so yeah, I don't know. I'm willing to have Krejcik be mad at us, but I'm also willing to just yeah, I don't know. I think I'm willing to be like the thing is if we leave the vampires in there, we're also just starving all of them the same way that they were being starved anyway. Like we're not going to be able to go in and unvivisect them without just getting in a fight with them. And we're not coming back to feed them blood until we're done killing Strahd and the curse is lifted. So I don't know what the right answer is.
I don't think we get the luxury of a right answer.
Well, then I think we should kill all the vampires and sorry to rip to your families.
Pull out Leo's business card and kind of look at it and be like, we do have someone who knows who was who came into the city and who was on the resurrection list. So we could always just mark off. I'm not saying that other people get a better chance at life than the other ones, but some signed up for these experiments and in order to do something else.
Okay, well, why don't we go and mess up the abbot, and we kill him, and we do our very best to contain it to the abbey. And maybe we can forge some documents and just kind of if we can keep the fight like contained enough to the regular amount of screaming that usually comes from there, that maybe they might not know that he died, and we can just like send out like hey, Leo, can you come up and
Well,
meet with me? and, and then be like, hey, I need you to take over the resurrection schedule because we killed him and we're done with that.
I also think that he's in connection with a lot of those other celestials because he's been creating some of them. So anything that happens there, he could call the entire guard down. I did, and I'm just gonna take out the opal. Be like, I did get a way to track him off of the map, but that might not help us.
I also want to bring up the abbot was really like I was halfway up towards his place, and he just dropped behind me all quick like I turned around, no one there. Turned back around, then he's there.
Assumption that we can kill him may be a bit we might be going for a hag situation at this point. I don't know if he can't take on the lord of this land, that's something else too to consider, but still it's an angel, the last angel of the morning lord. I don't know if one, morning lord would take kindly to that, or two, we have that kind of power. And I also don't want to lock him in some kind of eternal stasis just to get him to stop his course. Does that make sense? I don't think that is a kind, or it's another evil.
Okay, well, I think trapping him in amber is fine.
Then would it be a situation where we go to the Amber Temple instead, see how to trap someone, try it with the Celestial first, and then use it on Strahd? I mean,
Well, we've got amber, and we know that if we infuse it with magical energy, it grows to contain the thing.
true, but I don't know if it'll survive power of a Celestial, but that is a thing. If we can keep, I mean, can we something check on that amber to see if we actually understand how it works?
I feel like you guys made an Arcana check before, right?
Did.
Yeah.
But that's years ago at this point. That's 25 million years ago. So
It's
I feel like the Arcana was good though.
Mhm.
Because I feel like I gave you guys information about the materials before.
Yeah.
Yeah. The amber will like feed on the magic of whatever's entrapped in it and slowly consume and destroy it as
Yeah,
it
so
reinforces the prison.
Yeah, I think if it's trapping something very powerful, then that's great, and I think we should put this angel in amber.
What's the plan? Get him fighting, and then somebody throws the amber, and it crawls over him like weird growing crystals. I mean, that still doesn't solve all of our problems. It just means that we don't have to worry about killing him as much. But
Wanna put my tender avid in amber.
Yeah. Yeah, you know what? I'm also at this point, I wouldn't be the most upset if you wanted me to try to embody Skrios for this purpose, knowing that not he, it's a star. That Skrios the star has done this to another star, that this is part of the domain.
the thing that I am concerned about is that if you channel complete annihilation, it might be the entire room. It might be.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That is a risk. Yeah.
That's why I'm like, that might be a emergency button.
Yeah, we might be destroying Krejcik, but I'm just saying destroying Krejcik is on the table.
I don't want to destroy Krejcik. There are other people who live in Krejcik. It would be counterproductive to kill the entire town we're trying to save. I don't have that many revivifies.
I'm also a little afraid that, like, doing all this, we might be destroying Kreshik in another way.
Yeah.
Because, like, and then Bella's gonna reach into his bag and pull out the puppet again. He probably isn't going to take too lightly about, like, all the vampires up in, up in there. He probably knows.
Oh.
Yeah,
that was-
especially if we come busting in with the Sunblade, he's gonna hear about that.
Well, then that brings up another question. Do we want to go to Krezig after we take out? I mean, we have a blade that has sunshine, right? Do we want to go either attempt to get into the castle and steal stuff from it and come back later, because we have discussed that as an option of going in, getting some of the things we need for other people, and then taking out, Fangs? Or, like, is that our. Do we go in? Do we try to get the dragon head, all of that stuff, and then just try to take out the source of the problem and then go back to Krejcik because that's a higher intent? Like, does that make any sense?
Yeah, that okay, yeah, that the most direct route is again like ending the curse first.
Yeah.
that
Well, not even like the most direct route, but if we end the curse, then what we have left is restabilizing the land anyway. And so the time that we need to take in Krejcik is not putting more strain on the lord of this land being in charge, We're not espionage people, and I feel like some of the stuff we would need to do to take out the abbot without destabilizing the entire fucking town would require us to be a lot more competent with that than we are. No offense to any of us, but
Then taken.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think Skrios's priorities are like I think he's cool with either trying to um go directly for Strahd, whether that means like getting the dragon skull, and I will probably pop in at the Mad Dog's crypt while we're in there because it's part of the prophecy, and then recruiting the Silver Dragon Revenants.
should we the thing is, should we go to the Amber Temple first so that you can find out more about taking out Vampire?
Right. So that's what I'm saying. Is Skrius is fine with either path. We're like either we're going to try to quell the immediate threat of Strahd first without understanding the curse, how to end the curse right away, because it seems like there's at least a refractory period before there's a new Strahd, and he'll probably not be quite as strong, or as strategic. So that's one. Or we can go try to figure out, and Krios' lead is like the Amber Temples, where we're going to learn more about the star stuff. So we could check that out first, try to end the curse, and then try to kill Strahd. Either one makes sense to me. But I think there's not a way to tackle the abbot without, either just like ruining a lot of families or destabilizing the town or a lot of collateral damage.
Or all of the above.
Yeah.
Then our next move should be Amber Temple, right?
Okay.
Should
I
be where
think
we
so. Just because, like, don't get me wrong, if we went to, and then points to the puppets again, this guy's place, I feel like even if we could succeed with whatever we're getting out of that, which, we're getting a dragon skull?
Oh,
Ordered, hold on, first. Even if we do that, I think we would tip our hand or tip our foot. I forget.
Hands, you're in the right direction.
That one. I don't want to, and then we'll jangle the little bracelet. I don't want to necessarily pull that out early because I think that might take more offense. And right now, from what it seems, Fuckface is kind of more amused by our antics than, well, time to turn them into paste.
Right. The longer we can stay in the antics portion and less in the paste portion, the better off we are.
And we're all about antics.
yeah, I'm gonna try to. I'm mouthing at the straw doll. Will you let me chew on it?
a little bit, but do note I do need to keep it in relatively good condition in case we notice these looking again, so I can give them a little bit of lit.
Okay.
Chew around the neck. That'd be funny.
Okay, I do that. Okay, well then we'll go to the Amber Temple.
Hell
I don't
yeah.
think we need do we need to I don't think we need to stop in.
No, we could tell Nick to go on ahead, but that's about it.
Okay, maybe tell him are
Uh,
we bringing our donkeys? Our
The-
mules?
The guy, the dusk elf.
Oh yeah, we need to get.
Yeah, we need to pick up Casimir.
if you guys want, Nick will ride off to grab Casimir.
Cool.
Can you get some like cloaks and blankies and stuff? Because like the abbot was like, or the abbey. That's the building, right? The abbey.
Mhm.
Either way, that was cold as shit, and that was only a little bit of snow. And I can see, like every so often, those mountains, and those things are gonna be fucking covered with snow.
Listen, just because I'm always cold does not mean every abbey is cold. Okay.
I wear layers for a reason.
I'm wearing 3 sweatshirts, Eric.
This is Bella complaining.
This is Bella talking to Abby.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Kat's just talking in the background. I didn't realize. I couldn't hear entirely what was said, so I didn't realize that was you.
all good.
I scratch at my fur to show off my double coat.
I think
I don't think that's gonna last the whole way up.
Nikolai will like nod and tell you that he'll be back with the winter provisions, and Casimir will fucking tell you guys to meet at the bridge, I think, so that you don't have to go all the way into town.
Is that? Can you tell me, me as a person, where the fuck is the Amber Temple?
Oh, it's all the way down at Mount Pissant. No,
Is that
it's
X?
Beepus.
Yes.
Mount Beepus. Yeah.
Oh, Mount Beepus. Okay,
Got
so
this.
he's.
Got this.
Oh, don't move my map for me.
I'm
It's
sorry.
disorienting. So this bridge is where he wants to meet.
No, he was just saying you can meet there at R, where I moved you guys, unless you want to start your way south.
Oh, I see.
I kind of wanted to go collect that wine if we haven't gotten it already.
That on the way back. We can get the wine on the way back. Give them
Just
enough
saying,
wine.
it's gonna be a long journey, and
I have wine. I have Fire Dragon Crush or whatever it is in my.
I forgot. I have sparkling water. I'm gonna open up my water skin.
Yeah.
Oh my god, he's gonna drink the water from the.
Oh yeah.
Hell yeah.
I'm gonna take a sip of the sparkling water.
Hell yeah. Bella, you continue to not have any diseases, curses, you're not blind or frightened.
But is it like seltzer, or is it just
What? Have you ever had like really good water that is like a little bit
Midnight
sweet?
water.
Yeah. Where you're like, you wake up at 2 a.m., you're incredibly thirsty, you drink water, and it feels good to drink that water. That's the kind of vibe there. Is like you drink it and it's just water. You know what I mean? Like it's not flavored. It's not like there's a little lemon zest in there or whatever. It's just water, but it like feels good to drink that water. It is invigorating and refreshing.
next time? You know what? When we're doing the raid on Krajik, I'm getting another wine skin or water skin of this.
I feel like that might be frowned upon, but I'm not going to stop you.
They tried to arrest me for my dad's sword, so public nuisance.
I don't think that gives you a freebie, but I'm in support of you being a public nuisance. So
They should be glad I can't turn into a wolf. I would have like pissed on something.
maybe not.
I snort at that like it's like please like.
Yeah.
Manners.
You do realize they would have made one of those small celestial creatures clean it up, so don't like make their lives any harder than it already is.
I think it would take about an hour for him to take the racehorse all the way there and all the way back.
Okay. We could still chill in the tiny hut.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
I'll give you the doll back, and it's like covered in a little bit of drool.
After about an hour, I feel like Nikolai shows back up. Got Casimir in tow. On the back of the horse, I think. Has like like a big, like classic hiker backpack, with like the roll on top. It's like overly stuffed with a bunch of shit. I think there's like a bunch of like fur jackets and like heavy coats and pants, like overpants. Yeah. I think he has like a pick in one hand, like one of those old school climbing picks, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah.
Like through a belt loop. Looks like the most shitty late 1800s mountain climber you've ever seen in your fucking life.
Of course.
It's like, yeah, let's go.
All right.
Let's go.
Anything we
Bella
should be
definitely
aware of
takes
on our
one
way?
cloak and already wraps it around him as he's a little bit chilly.
Oh.
We went to snow earlier.
I didn't. I'll just gotta like sit there and be like, if my joints start freezing up, it'll annoy me. But other than that, I'm fine.
You're getting a cloak when we get halfway up.
Fine. But if you are cold, you need it more.
There are diminishing returns with cloaks and warm clothing.
There's diminishing returns putting a cloak on a statue.
It'll keep the frost out of your joints.
Yeah, I think we're gonna be on the road to go.
Yeah, I'm assuming we were in town for like what, an hour or two.
No, we were just in the. We didn't even make it to town.
No,
Nikolai
Kreshik,
ran
maybe.
to Kreshik.
No,
Oh,
when we were
Kreshik,
in
yeah,
Kreshik.
yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't
Okay.
think it was terribly long. I think a couple of hours sounds right. I don't think it's any later than like noon of the day. Or
Okay,
maybe
I can only stay in wild shape for 4 hours, so I'm going to stop being a wolf after like a little bit of traveling here.
Yeah. You get it back on a short rest, right?
Yes, that's true.
So I love the idea of you not being a wolf during the hour that it takes Nikolai to come back.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Then yeah, if that's a short rest, sweet. Then I will get my wild shape back. And I guess I'm not going to immediately use it. I've been having fun being a wolf today, but I'm going to pop it if it comes back up because I have a feeling it might be more useful to be a humanoid at the Amber Temple.
That's fair.
Like I do like the hit points and the speed bonus and such, but if I'm going to be trying to like translate arcane runes and shit, like I'd like opposable thumbs. So yeah, I'll pop on a cool cloak and I will cast my my starlight cantrip to make a little fire to just kind of carry with us to keep us warm.
Hell yeah.
Players or the DM for an entire loop on where we're going.
Listen, I was just telling Eric that I was thinking about some stuff for the Amber Temple, but if we get there early, we get there early. Like,
I had a quick question because I don't remember if we asked this, but we should probably know it. Can our mules understand us when we speak to them, even if we're not?
yes.
Excellent. So while we're taking the cart up there, I'm definitely like letting them know it's like, hey, if you start getting cold, you just like turn your head to look at us as well as you can, and we'll put some blankets on you and try and keep you as warm as possible. We don't want you getting uncomfortable up there as well.
Very fair. I think we'll nod to you, Bonbon will. Man.
I've been going for about 5.5 hours, Mitch. So if anybody gets tired or has work tomorrow, feel free to say anything. I'm okay, but I do know that it is, not Saturday like usual. So
I probably need to be turning in the next 20 minutes or so.
all right.
Gotcha. All right. I think we can probably do Solenka Pass then. and then we can call it for the night. I don't think there's anything terribly special. The thing that I was talking to Eric about is maybe doing a time loop thing in the Amber Temple and just throwing at you full strength, because it is an incredibly deadly zone. Like, it is a absolute meat grinder of a zone.
Okay.
If you guys are okay with it, I think it'd be really fun to do it like a if one of you guys dies, you all warp back to the beginning of the temple.
That is fun.
But
I'm glad that you warned us about it, but
I want to clear it with everyone before I do that, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm cool with that if I know it going in, for sure.
Yeah. Because I do want to do a time loop at some point in this, because I think it's very, very funny.
I completely agree, because Belle's gonna be like, I told you it was a fucking time loop. Everybody's just gotta be like, man, he did say it. He did.
Oh, wow, he did say it.
Well, he did say it was a time loop.
He said it was a time loop.
He kept saying it. I don't know. Oh, well, he was right.
Over and over, and he was, look at him.
Just keep saying it.
Look at him over there. Basking in the
Still
light.
saying it. Oh, the light of the loop.
The light of the loop guides us.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
That's cool. It's only 7 o'clock for me, but I'm also very tired. So I think that's good. We'll do the pass, and then I'll play Animal Crossing for an hour and fall asleep at 8 o'clock.
Hell yeah. All right. So you guys take Solanka Pass up. It is totally just like a shitty road for most of the way. Not particularly well kept. Doesn't see a lot of traffic. As you approach, you see...
Which direction are we coming from?
Sorry, I'm looking right now. Just try and see if there's a compass rose. Anywhere that tells me what's... So north is left.
What the fuck?
I don't know why it puts the fucking compass rose on the GM layer all the time.
Yeah, like you don't get to know that. That's secret information for us.
So west.
There's like a feat to know that inherently.
Yeah.
Yep.
You guys have maps.
That's stuff. I'm a navigator. Like, I think the feat is, if you're a druid, you can just do it.
While we're on this trip, I definitely see if we can place that little gem on the map and if it will just move to Kresik.
So yes, you guys are coming from this side. Where
also
the Anna token is.
The compass rose this time is even Strahd wears 90s.
It's true.
Yeah.
Okay, I do not have Anna control.
I also do.
I don't know if
Anna control.
Maybe somebody
else. Just put
else
it on
does.
the map. I just wasn't sure if we were individually. Sorry.
No, we're not. We're using a party icon, so it's cool if that's you. I just I was just saying if that's...
You don't want me in charge of party icon.
We might want individual icons for this area.
Okay. Me.
For reasons.
Hi, bestie.
One square is 10 feet, which is going to cause all sorts of problems.
Yeah, that's confusing.
But half square is 5 feet, so...
Okay.
That should be fine. It just means you guys are small.
I'm a little boy.
Harder to catch if there's double squares.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't you do it to me. No. No. So as you guys approach, you can see that there are the shelf of the rock on which the mountain road clings grows narrower. To your left, the icy cliffs rise sharply towards dark, roiling clouds. To your right, the ground falls away into a sea of fog. Ahead, through the wind and snow, you see a high wall of black stone lined with spikes and topped by statues of demonic vultures with horned heads. Set in the center of the wall is a closed iron portcullis, behind which burns a curtain of green flame. On the other side of the dark wall, gripping the mountain's edge, is a guard tower of white stone topped by golden statues of mighty warriors. The gatehouse is 30 feet high. The adjoining walls are 20 feet high and lined with stone spikes.
I love your realtor voice.
Thank you.
Corner. It could be a nursery. You never know.
This is a wall of green flame. Could be a nursery.
This is a wall of green flame. It's great for those annoying holiday visitors.
Hmm.
All right. What do you do?
Kind of look out the wagon at that and be like, well, that doesn't look welcoming. I'm going to assume we shouldn't pass through it.
Thing in Barovia looks welcoming.
I totally bought a grappling hook. I have prepared for this.
How are we getting the wagon over, Bella?
Well, you just go to the other side, and there's usually a switch to turn off the trap, right?
Not always, but that's fair, I guess. I could just fly over. I mean,
And I can just, if I can see through, which it looks like I can see to the other side, I could put my shadow over there. But I also got a grappling hook. I'll try the teleport method first, but if that fails, I want to use the grappling hook.
All right, well, let's get a little bit closer and see if we can't get a better look at what we're dealing with. Maybe like here.
As you guys approach, you hear the screech of metal on metal as the portcullis swings open for you.
is there still fire?
Okay.
Or sorry, it rises on its own. The fire is still there.
Okay. Well, this definitely feels like a trap. Can I do an Arcana check on this fire?
Yeah.
Okay.
It is a curtain of burning green flame. You know that any creature that enters the flame or touches it or starts its turn there is going to take a bunch of fire damage. You know that you could probably cast a dispel magic on it, and it would suppress the curtain of flame for an amount of time.
That's great. I don't have it prepared.
Or do I?
You think to yourself, if I had to try and mathematically apply arbitrary concepts of damage towards things with arbitrary concepts like health pools, that it would deal 6d10 fire damage to touch this.
Oh, yeah, all right. So it's not just like a, well, we hop through real quick and take 2 HP.
No.
Yeah.
The cliff.
Don't touch that. That fire's gonna kill you. Well, it would kill me.
Bella, when you send your shadow through, it's fine. Specifically, any creature that enters the curtain or starts its turn there
Creatures,
takes
not
damage.
objects. So
Yeah, it's an object. That's funny.
how high up? How steep is the cliff to this side? Would the mules be able to walk
Oh.
up? Because if we just push the wagon through and then
No.
walk the mules around,
Incredibly steep. This is mountain cliff kind of territory. This is like
Yeah, there's a little illustration on the side.
Oh, actually, that's a good question. How much do our mules weigh?
You just pick them up.
If you
your
enlarge me,
mules-
I can just fly over with the mules, and everybody else most likely. But I can carry. But like my carry weight is fine, so I could literally pick up the wagon.
That's a fun answer. I do have that spell prepared.
A mule is. I've never Googled how much does a mule weigh in my life before.
Happy I could help you on this journey. Sorry, I've been hanging out with Dylan too much, but I feel like this is a reasonable solution.
No, this is good. I'm fine with this.
A mule weighs somewhere
I can
between
also fly over.
A mule weighs somewhere between 51 and 1,000 pounds, it says.
That's very helpful.
Incredible.
Median
Well,
He's
range.
probably more towards the 1,000 side because they're augmented to be super muscular, right?
Yeah. Median weight range for a mule is between 370 and 460 kilograms, or 820 and 1,000 pounds.
Wow.
being over encumbered, I can, in my current state, lift 500 pounds without taking any penalties. If I was, I don't remember how the math of this works. Hold on.
Yeah, it'll make you a large creature.
Which I already
and-
count as your carrying capacity is your strength score multiplied by 15, and then it gets. There it is.
Here,
Sorry,
I'm
it's
gonna-
so I would be considered a huge, so it would be my strength score. So my strength score times 15 times 4. So
your strength score times 60.
yes. So it looks like without being over encumbered, when on the largest scale, I can lift about 840 pounds without being over encumbered. So I could take each one over on its own.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Before we go with that plan, I'd like to do something dumb.
What would you like to do, Bella?
Well, there's a shadow on the other side, and I'd like to swap places.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's good to test if just going over there is going to trigger some sort of horrible attack.
Is there anything over here on this end?
Nothing over there. You see there's the tower to your right that has like those statues on top of it. But nope.
There may be a switch inside of the tower, but I find that unlikely.
Do I check the tower for the switch, or do I like? Is the ground covered in snow? I'm assuming.
The ground is covered in snow.
Or do I like try and shovel it away and see if there's anything like hiding in there? There's nothing obvious on the walls, I mean to say.
Yeah, I was okay. I was going to say, like, maybe look around on the walls. You don't see anything.
Nope.
I see walls.
Well, don't go in the tower without us.
Yeah, it might just be better off for us to.
I can just fly over as well, so I'm just going to bip on over.
Yeah.
Over the spikes.
After I'm enlarged, I'm assuming.
Sorry, you said you fly over the spikes?
Yeah?
Okay. Can everyone roll initiative for me?
Okay.
Bella went through the gatehouse. You flew over the spikes.
Oh shit.
Don't forget to click your character.
Yeah, I did. It's a 16.
Oh, samey. But you got a 0.08, so you win. 1.1.
Bella is too busy like kicking the snow around looking for a switch. Or a lever.
To add myself to the token. The turn order, I apologize.
So let's get Nikolai on here and let's get
Oh, that was a nat one.
Let's get Nikolai and Casimir and regret all of my life choices. What's up?
I guess I just should have flown around the side.
Yeah, ask Casimir what he can do. Maybe he has a dispel magic.
It's totally fine. Oh, that's true. Does Casimir have dispel magic?
Oh yeah.
He's a wizard.
I forgot they were all here.
Casimir does not have dispel magic. He has detect magic.
Thanks.
If you need to know if that's
we got
magic.
that. We got the vibe from the green fire.
Green fire is totally normal. That's just a natural process.
They could have been copper impurities in whatever fuel they were burning.
We don't know about copper impurities.
Anna raises hand slowly. I do.
Okay. You're not an alchemist. You're just...
Isn't
You're
that
just
the
a
thing where they
sentient
take copper
automaton.
pieces and they mix it with bad stuff to make it less valuable, but passing it off as copper pieces still?
That's a
yeah.
Nasir. That's
That's the Nasir method. I was about to make that joke. God.
Thank you all for catching the reference.
of course.
This is
Where-
the 5th time I've referenced this guy in the past 2 days, and I'm not kidding.
He's such a great joke nowadays.
And it's we're literally, we have a running meme that's like a hundreds of year old Babylonian merchant. I mean, like, this is great.
I love that.
I love people. Anyway,
Nikolai is not that big. But yeah, Skrios, don't worry. Any method of bypassing this gate triggers these guys.
Okay. Okay. I mean, I get it. I'm just not running through a wall of 60-10 fire.
Yeah, for sure. So let's. I have so much shit open. Okay.
I
Character
honestly thought
sheet.
they were just going to attack us for
Character
approaching,
sheet.
so.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Yeah, that's part of the reason why I went first.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't tell you anywhere about like. There's no hints.
Yeah.
Which I find like a little bit not sporting, but
Well, I mean, as far as like the spectrum of like Mitch, the world's most accommodating and lovely dungeon master, versus these people who are like, I put a spike trap on the stair that traps your foot in it,
yeah.
etc. Like just for fun. And if you like ever try to play the game in a normal, like every time you walk, there's a oh, like that door that's like if you take too long inspecting the door for traps, the trap activates, like that shit.
yeah.
This is kind of in the middle of that spectrum where it's
Yeah.
like, or like light to medium, where it's like, well, I guess there's a way around it, but it's not gonna it's not gonna be apparent where you should investigate.
Yeah, there's no hints for it. It's literally just like if you dispel magic on the thing and walk through the gatehouse, then I guess technically that's the way around it.
That's cool, but we don't have to spell magic, so
Yeah.
Can't add myself. I don't remember how to add myself to the turn order. I'm so sorry.
you click on your token and then you roll.
Or
Okay,
you
but-
right click yourself and you
Oh.
hit add to turn order.
That's not an option.
Or add to turn tracker. Add turn it.
Nope.
You
No,
don't get that.
it's
Okay.
not
Yeah,
on
it's
me.
not an
Yeah,
option. I
I've
can
added-
edit it though
I've
to
added you.
16.0.
I could put a skull on me
Yeah. There you
or
go.
a guy with arrows on him. Or a camera or a grenade for some reason. Or a bomb or a broken heart. Or a solidarity. Or
do descending order. This looks correct. Skrios.
love.
You're flying, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, I can. Oh. I'll stop. I'll stop playing.
You're
Put
fine.
my token. I'll stop playing the game. Goodbye. Sorry. I'm kidding. I never want to stop playing Dungeons and Dragons.
This you are flying over the spikes, and like the second you cross the threshold of those spikes, this giant demon thing starts just lashing out at you. Just like
Right.
makes a couple of attacks on you. Let's see how this goes.
Can I ask what day of the week it is? In the game? Do we use a different calendar? I'm sure Skrios uses a different calendar, like an ancient.
Are you just trying to distract him so he forgets that you take damage?
No, I'm trying to ask if I have a case of the Mondays.
I have no idea. I have not
Well,
in any way.
You did get woe today, so yes.
I did woe today. I'm gonna woe him when he tries to attack me.
Okay. Does a 19 hit?
Mitch,
What's up?
you know a 19 hits, but I woed him.
Okay. What's the woe?
I forgot how to do it because I haven't had a chance in a while. Hold on. It's minus 1d6 to an attack, roll, a saving throw, or an ability check.
Okay. So does a 17 hit?
Yeah.
Okay. So you'll take 12 piercing for the first attack. And then does a
Oh.
22 hit?
Mitchell.
Yes.
Yes, it does.
Okay, then you'll take 12 slashing damage on the second attack.
Okay. That's not good. It's not great for me.
Casimir will see what's going on here and will. How big of a range is Fireball?
Don't know. I am not a wizard.
Yeah, I need to read Fireball. Everyone's favorite sentence. 20-foot radius sphere. Is there any way? Yeah, there is. Yep. To make sure not to hit Skrios, we'll target the one on the right. I'm trying to do a circle that doesn't hit Bella with a 20-foot radius.
Well, they're 30 feet in the air.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
I'm still on the ground. And
Yeah, then just hits the one on the right. That's an easy circle to draw then. Thanks, guys, for helping me out.
No
Welcome.
problem.
So we'll Fireball. DC is 14. These two things need to make a dex save. So one on the left fails, one on the right nails it. This one will take 10 fire damage. And this one will take 5. Fire does not seem to be particularly effective against these things. Anna, your go.
Alrighty. I'm going to use. Let me see what that is to do it, because I might not be able to. Well, I'm not gonna. There's not like. So there's a shadow directly under there, but if I were to say cast Moonbeam on top of this pillar on this bitch, I could do that.
Yeah.
I'm gonna cast Moonbeam at 3rd level. 3rd level. Alright. So it'll be 15 damage to it if it makes the save. Let me just.
Oop.
Got that. Makes a con saving throw. Spell save DC is 16. 5-foot radius, 40-foot high cylinder. Centered on a point within range.
You said con save?
Yep.
I'm assuming a 9 doesn't make it, so it'll take 15 damage.
Yep.
Alright.
And that's it. That's all I can really do.
Alrighty. Skrios, your go.
Okay, yeah, I do also want to state for the record that that was about a third of my health, so you guys did just watch me get, like, absolutely bodied. Like, I'm floating in the air, and I got, like, spun like a rotisserie chicken. So I'm going to, sorry, I've been looking at my spells. I didn't have a good spell loadout for this.
No, same hat. It's like some days you go for like utility cleric, and then suddenly you're fighting demons. You know?
Yeah. Yeah, I am going to firstly fly away. So let me get my ruler tool. Yeah, I'm gonna go like here.
Alright.
And
you're gonna take an AOO, right?
but
What's up?
I don't. Well, I'll disengage and do that, and that'll be my action.
Alright.
Cause I'm not sticking around.
Very fair. Very fair. I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, and then let me just check my items for a sec. I'm pretty sure I have a couple health potions still. I have one and the ingredients to make another one. So yeah, I'll pop a healing potion.
Okay.
Wait, is that an action?
I believe that is an action.
Oh, never mind, then I can't. Well, okay, well then that's what I do. I run away this turn.
All right.
But for the record, I am on the ground. Now.
All right.
I guess that means I might have to be closer because I was in the air. So
Alrighty. You're on the ground. You ran away. Sounds good to me. Second Rock turn. Rock the Rock Johnson.
like
All right.
Bella.
Is going to swoop down next to you, Bella, and try and give you the old swipe. I'm assuming
21 AC.
a 20 and a 9 both do not hit.
There's a moment of like Bella's panic at seeing Skrios getting like swiped, and this thing lands and it's just shield up, smacking claws and beak away.
Hell yeah. Alrighty. Nikolai's turn, and he is just gonna shoot the thing through the green flame wall. I think. 24 will hit. For not an impressive amount of damage because this man needs a magic weapon at some point.
Hmm.
8 damage though. 8 damage is damage.
There's no magical ranged weapons in Strahd.
Yeah.
At some point, he might get the magical family sword, but that's not yet.
Yeah, for sure. All right. Eric, your go. I couldn't remember your name for a minute. I'm very sorry.
It happens. So first things first is this shadow.
Yeah.
Is climbing up the walls in a horrific fashion until it's like somewhat blocking the creature beside it.
Hell yeah.
While Bella moves around to block this guy, draws the family sword and activates it with the mist powers.
Hell yeah.
Just making sure I mark that down. And we're going to attack this guy.
All right. Which one are you attacking? Sorry.
The one close,
Nice.
the one closest to the token,
Nicely done.
not the shadow.
Oh, well done.
So it'll be.
Now I really wish I had targeted the shadow, but the one from the shadow. But this is dealing with the immediate threat.
That's 21 damage. Is that right?
Yes.
Alright.
Yes.
Hell yeah.
Going to unleash our incarnation to now attack from the shadow's point of view.
Okay. That'll hit.
Does a 19 hit?
Yep. That was the one up on top of the tower?
Correct.
Okay. For
And
11
multi-attack will
damage.
give me one more swing.
For practicality's sake, the moonbeam takes up the entire space that rock is in right now.
Heck yeah. Thank
and
you
this
for
is
letting me know.
Bella's target attacking.
Okay. 16 will hit for 16 damage.
Nice. So it's just Bella draws his sword, slices twice, but you can also see the shadow just like tearing into the one still on the roof's wings and arms and anything it can get to.
Hell yeah. Alrighty.
That's my turn.
First attacking big thing damage time.
It's up here, right?
Yeah.
Is it that one? Yeah, it takes the moonbeam damage.
Con save?
Yes. 16 con save.
Does not make it. Takes 16 damage. Love to see it.
Right.
Is it going to like screech in Abyssal? Is that right? Yes.
Probably.
In Abyssal. And then how far can it move? 60 feet? That's enough. Get down here. Here.
Okay.
Reaction.
Yeah, that's it. This is because you have Sentinel, right?
Because I have Sentinel and my shadow is still adjacent to it.
Okay,
and
so
I
it
can make
starts
reactions
to
through
move.
that.
It's going to leave your threatened square here. A 12 will not hit, unfortunately.
Sentinel, you fucked with me again.
So it'll swoop down to here, and
Oh.
it will spread its wings, and a bunch of like this big cloud of nasty looking toxic green spores puffs out around it.
Oh, would you stop?
What's that?
I'm just mad because it's attacking.
Could you and could Bella and Skrios please give me a Constitution saving throw?
Is this a magic effect?
15-foot radius cloud of toxic spores extends out. Poisonous spores. Is poisonous spores magic? I'll say yes, because emptying a vial of holy water on the target will end the poison.
Secondary question, is it just poison?
Yes.
I am immune to poison and the poisoned condition.
Okay. Then you will not have to make this save.
I did not make the save.
Cool.
I'm just gonna get instantly killed before I even get a spell off.
At the start of your turn, until you succeed on this save, Skrios, you are going to take a d10 poison damage every turn.
I don't have a lot of hit points. Okay. Cool.
All right. Casimir's turn. Now that you guys are all clustered, I think it's time for every wizard's favorite spell.
Yes.
Which is magic
Polymorph.
missile. Yes, polymorph, but magic missile as high as you can cast it. Not detect magic.
Detect magic is another one of those.
I mean to send that, sorry.
That was me. Oh wait, that was you.
That was me. I just
both
clicked the
fucked
wrong
up.
thing. I don't have it prepared.
So Casimir is going to lift his hand and point at the one that is closest to him, that he can see through the curtain of green fire, and just unleash a fucking barrage of magic missiles at it. It'll deal a total of 26 force damage to this thing. It is not looking particularly healthy. Alrighty. Anna?
Alright. Well, I could kind of see what's going on through the green fire. So
Yeah.
I'm going to I can hold on. My character sheet is fucky. Give me a second to just emote this again.
I put the moonbeam down so if you want to make one.
Thank you. I'm going to actually move it back on top of my buddy there, the one who's attacking my friend. So he is taking another 3d10. If I could type this correctly, it's fine. So it would be 23 damage if he fails the save.
It was 16 DC?
16. So he takes half.
So we'll take...
But still. And then as my bonus action, I'm going to cast Healing Word on Skrios.
Thank
If I have
you.
to get closer for that, I will, but
Thanks, I really needed that.
only 8 healing, but I'll probably be like right here because I can't get through the wall. It's at least something.
Alrighty. Hell yeah.
And that's my entire turn.
Skrios, I'm gonna need you to take a d10 damage.
I'm gonna cry so much. Do you want to roll it or shall I?
I'll roll it. I feel like making players roll their own damage is kind of a psychological torture.
Yeah.
You'll take 4.
That's not so bad. That's 4 damage. That's not so bad. And do I try the con save again?
At the end of your turn.
Yeah, well, I mean, either running away is not really working out so hot for me, so I guess I'll stay kind of stuck here, and I will just guiding bolt closest to me.
Alrighty.
Find that in my.
I have a question for you guys.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh.
Go on.
Guiding bolt. That will not hit with an 11, unfortunately.
That's cool. You know what? I wasted all my good rolls talking to people. And now I'm just here to get killed.
When this says Vrock has a 30% chance of summoning 2d4 dretches or 1 Vrock, does that mean it has a 30% chance to summon 2d4 dretches and a 70% chance to summon 1 Vrock? Or does it have a 30% chance to summon one of those, which is then a 50-50?
I think one
think
of those.
Number 2.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah.
I think I am no longer poisoned.
Hell yeah. This is going to emit a... Or wait, is that the right one? Yeah. You guys are in 20 feet of it?
Yeah.
Who is in 20 feet of this thing? Anna, you're in 20 feet?
Yes.
And so is Skrios and Bella. So I need you all to make a Constitution saving throw. Yes, this is magic, Bella.
I have to ask every time.
Hey, I saved.
Hell yeah. So Anna, you are stunned until the end of the Vrock's next turn.
All right. Does that drop my concentration as well?
I believe so.
Stunned
Yes.
says you're incapacitated, which breaks concentration.
Lovely. So my moonbeam is gone.
Alrighty. Nikolai's go. He's gonna try and pop the thing again. We'll hit for 10 damage. Alright, Bella's go.
So, first off, my shadow is just going to leap down towards the... What was it? Vrock? Yeah, that's a name. And this one who's been hurt, my buddy, my bestie, he's in for a world of pain.
Alrighty.
So, attack and unleash.
Okay. Those will both hit, and that's a total of 13 plus 7 is 20 plus 3 is 23. And you said you were attacking this one, which was hitting Skrios? Yeah.
This motherfucker.
Minus 23. Alright.
Attack number 2. Unleash number 2.
I need to check to make sure. Unleash is when you take the attack action, right?
You are correct. If it's still alive, I will be taking my extra attack, my thing. That's why I was thinking, yeah, I'm going to do that twice.
Okay.
So we'll hold off on that one because more attacks are coming.
Sorry. So far, I did the first chunk of damage. That's a 15. Does a 15 hit? 15 will hit for 10 damage. All right. It's looking on its last legs, but it's not quite dead yet. Okay.
So that 23 will be the first attack made by Bella.
Pop.
Nice.
And since I get one more attack, it's going to be on this other one.
All right. Swing it. A 12 will not hit, unfortunately.
He was very focused on this first Vrock and just tore into it.
That's true. This is not the right, because I was... The initiative is not correct here. This one is meant to go after wherever the other Vrock was going.
It
Right.
happens.
I have an insane question.
Yeah, what's up?
Theoretically, I think I could meld into stone into one of these guys.
When they were gargoyled, yes.
It would be a bad idea because when you killed it, I would probably also get killed by when I get expelled from it. But
How do you feel about long journeys down the side of a mountain?
it's kind of funny. It's kind of funny.
Casimir is going to cast Magic Missile again at the second highest spell slot that he has available. For 22 force damage. Magic Missile's great.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Magic missile never misses.
Just fucking, I think, machine guns this thing down with, like, what is that? 3? It doesn't matter. Yeah, just 6 bolts of force come ripping from Casimir's hand and just tear into this thing. As it falls to the ground dead. Anna, you are no longer stunned.
Yay. I was gonna blink and be like, they're dead. Okay, great. Is the wall still glowing?
Yep. But on the upside, the gargoyles that were sitting on top of the gatehouse are no longer there. So if you want to climb it, it looks like it would be much easier without those gargoyles there.
Nice. I'm gonna like take a deep breath and be like, so does anybody want to enlarge me so that I can carry the mules over the wall?
Yeah, I'll cast Enlarge on Anna.
Alright, I'll carry everybody across. I'll mark down my casting of my steps of light.
Hell yeah. Hell
The
yeah.
minute the Vrocks are down, though, Bella is at Skrios' side,
Then
dusting off all of those pollen bits.
Thank you. I'm very bloody. Well, I have healed a bit, so I'm not in the worst condition I've ever been in my life, but there's blood on me for sure.
Second, I'm grabbing it. I'm gonna get there. I'm gonna cast Cure Wounds. At second level.
I'm missing 20 hit points of it. Oh, 5. Cool.
Oh, it's only 5? Are you kidding
That
me?
would be 9 total, I think.
Yeah.
Because you casted a
9.
higher, so it's the 4 and the 5.
Then I'm not doing too bad. I'm missing 10 hit points. That's not the worst. I mean,
Right.
I don't have a lot to begin with, but it's okay. Thank you. Just to aside, I know I sent this full spell thing, but you also have advantage on strength checks and saving throws, and your weapons do an extra 1d4.
Nice, but it only lasts for like a minute, so.
That's true, and I do have to
That'll be about as
concentrate.
long as it will take me to get everything across if I'm really fast about it, so.
Yeah, okay, never mind. Well, then you're just big long enough to carry all.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm willing to bet that those jaunty fellows on top of the tower are probably also the punishment for failing a test.
Yeah.
So, we might want to be careful about.
I think we should just ignore the tower personally and keep walking, but that's me.
Well, we do have to make our way back at some point,
Right.
but I guess we can just fly over
Okay.
safely now.
And we'll prepare to dispel magic next time.
Yeah. Well, if we can find a... Yeah, we can have a long rest at some point on our way back. We have a tent.
You have a tiny hut.
Tiny hut.
Wagon. That can probably fit inside the tiny hut. At least the donkeys can.
All right.
Is that where we? I know that it's probably time for Eric to.
Yeah, I think we have. There are no more encounters planned, but I do want to do a fun thing at the bridge. If you guys get to the
Okay.
bridge.
Yeah, let's just proceed to the end of the map then.
Yeah.
All right. There's some more descriptive stuff. You guys see there are some horses or knights on horseback with lances on these on the bridge, like above you. As you continue to walk, the low walls that enclose the stone bridge have fallen away in a couple places, but the bridge appears intact. A black cloaked rider on a charcoal-colored horse guards the middle of the bridge.
Okay.
Is that Bucephalus?
The horse does look like Bucephalus.
How do we want to handle this?
I just want to say sub dipshit, but I'm probably not the most diplomatic person here.
I'm.
I think the figure throws its hood back, and you see it is, of course, Strahd.
Of course.
And he does his little golf clap. He's like, "Congratulations, you've made it so far. I hope you have fun at the temple." And like, Bucephalus, let's go.
He's such a dick.
And then just like jumps the horse off the bridge, like down towards the river, and you see like just the flaming footsteps hovering in the air as he rides back off to the knee. What's up?
Was he just waiting there?
Yeah, he showed up just to taunt you.
He was he there for like half an hour or something?
Great
like just
question.
sitting. Like he was just on the. I'm saying this in character. Like he was just sitting on the bridge. Like
when he jumped, Bella ran up to those like, "Oh God, what happened to Thorson?" It's like, "Oh wait, no, he's fine."
You see Bucephalus like galloping on the river surface, like fire, just flaming, steaming footprints.
Seemed like Strahd has anything better to do.
he really doesn't. I have met.
It's a hobby.
So yes, I have met so many undead. Skrios would not use the word freaks, which is what I would say. People with just no concept of how to spend centuries.
I don't think I would have a concept. Okay, I have a couple of concepts how I would spend centuries, but like conceptually, I don't think that's something that I would think of normally.
Bella, I could help you come up with plans for your centuries.
Honestly, just gonna could you now and then keep the thing going?
Hey, shut up! Hey, shut up!
I think I get one if I'm lucky.
Skrios is gonna look like he hasn't thought of that before, and be like, "Oh, right, yeah, right." And you know that he's gonna have some things to think about.
Yeah.
What is this?
What's up?
Hello?
Yeah, I think as you guys are just walking across, you see like an enormous fucking bird. Just huge. Just it comes down, it like knocks one of the statues off and just perches and watches you guys.
Wave. Of course,
Yeah,
wave.
I wave as well.
Do you think this is the real boss of the like Raven stuff?
No,
probably would be kind to it anyway.
Its wingspan is 200 feet.
What?
Is
this a rock?
This is a rock.
I forgot about this.
I think it just like keens into the air, like a sad cry, and then takes back off into the sky.
Beautiful.
Scale 1 to 10. How bad is it that if I get presented the option to become a were-raven, that's legitimately one of the reasons why I want to fly. Like that'd be cool.
I mean, I'm already considering becoming a werewolf, so you'd be in good company.
We could all turn into stuff.
Casimir looking at everyone who's talking right now, like, what the fuck?
Oh, I gotta tell Casimir that Bella figured it out.
That's really funny.
I think before we got here while we're traveling, I did want to talk to him a little just to be like, hey, I heard about the whole thing with Rahaden, and we're gonna get that asshole. And also, I did have a talk with Bella, and so we're kind of together now.
That's cute. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. We did it, team. We got through another
Did it.
D&D
We did
session.
it.
I'm so happy I
We did.
actually showed up to play instead of just being like, I can't do it and going back to sleep.
Yeah, I'm glad too.
This is
Granted,
good.
if had you the rest, I would have totally understood. Trust me. But also, I'm glad that we got to play. So.
Yeah, it was good.
I support my friends taking care of themselves, but also I like to play D&D. So
It was nice to spend time with everyone.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah, hell yeah. But we'll call it there. You guys have seen the rock of foreshadowing.
Yes, we have.
Okay, now how do we convince the Rock to like fly us to Strahd's castle and just invade from the top?
I think they're impartial, but we could also fly. We don't need the rock to fly us. Two of
How
us.
else are we going to get Bon up there and
Not-
Hazelnut?
We're
I
not.
think Bon and Hazelnut into danger.
We're not bringing the. They're not coming on the assault of the castle.
Strahd would tear our.
Hazelnut would be down for it.
Hazelnut would be down for it, but Strahd would rip our mules apart just to watch us cry about it.
No, we have to have that scene where Hazelnut tells us to go on while they take on their foe, and then we keep fighting individually more difficult individuals.
But Hazelnut's actually secretly like level 20.
I love the idea that Bella has this idea of the assault on the Strahd's castle as the end of a shonen anime, where everyone
Yeah.
goes to fight their own nemesis while the party continues on.
I mean, I guess if that's true, then that makes Anna the protagonist because
100%.
Strahd is her fight. Like if it,
Yeah.
I mean, it's everybody's fight, but it's like if this was a shonen, it would be Anna's.
Strahd is Anna's fight, but the star is Skrios's, so it's like the ever increasing.
Yeah, the power creep.
I'm trying to
And we
figure out
always
who
as a group right at the end to be like the power of our friends supporting.
who do you guys think that your personal nemesis would be if this was the shonen? If the assault on Strahd's castle was the pair you up against the person that is like your foil?
Rahaden.
I was gonna say Rahaden, if not.
Oh, you can have him. I mean, I'll take the star because I think that is true, but he's not. The star's
I
not in.
think you get the star.
I'm gonna be honest. The thing is though, Bella would be Strahd because Bella wants to help the people of this land, and Strahd does not. Is a conqueror and all that. That's the generic hero pairing. I think for Anna, it's the abbot. The abbot is Anna's anti-foil.
It's very funny.
These are also fair points.
I love the
Wow.
idea of the abbot showing up in Strahd's castle to defend Strahd.
No, he's the greatest test experiment I've ever met.
Well-
I need to study him. Yeah, you can both study each other's asses when both your heads are up. Now move.
Study these nuts, G.
Yeah.
Study these nuts, G, is very funny to me.
Plenty of time to talk about it in hell. Now move.
Now, this was intentional, but I also really enjoyed that Skrios was like, "Oh, Bucephalus is here." Not Strahd.
The horse. Yep.
I don't really care so much. He's kind of annoying, but it's good to see the horse again.
That's on the checklist of make friends with Bucephalus.
I would love to befriend Bucephalus against Strahd. That would be a really funny ally.
It would be.
Especially since I learned that Bucephalus is the name of the horse that belonged to Alexander the Great, and he used to spread these like myths about how the horse couldn't be tamed by anyone, and it was just like the great conqueror's soul that was able to do it because he's so strong and powerful. And it would just be really funny if that was like obviously Strahd's mythos about this flaming devil horse, and we just come on and we're like, we'll give you apples, and we're very friendly. We have a good healthcare plan.
Killing horses. I have a track record.
He's very good with animals, and I'm good at being animals.
That's fair.
And Bucephalus is like, yeah, Strahd's kind of an asshole.
Strahd is kind of an asshole, but the thing about literal devils, the thing about literal nightmares, is that they tend to like assholes. Actually,
Oh, I see. Well,
don't worry, Strahd couldn't get a normal horse to like him.
yeah, he couldn't seem to get anyone to like him.
What about those 2 draft horses? They seem at least not offended by him.
I don't think they're normal horses.
We must
Those
remove
are
them to our crew.
at minimum enchanted horses. But I think it would be nice to get them on our side as well. Dylan just said nightmare horses have similar taste in men to you.
So this is called D&D plus Dylan.
Plus D&D and Dylan.
Yeah, I can't wait to invite Dylan just to do running commentary.
It
Oh my
would
God.
absolutely take over the whole game.
Yeah, we'd not be able to actually sit and play, but it would be funny.
It'd be funny
Strahd-
though.
It would be very funny. I appreciate his text.
Cut the stream.
It'd be
Cool.